to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
What's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It's a football Friday. It's a reggae Friday here on the Murph and Marcus show. But there's no Brian Murphy. He's on vacation, taking his dream trip to go watch the Giants this weekend. I don't know how that's a dream trip, more like a nightmare trip to me, but filling in his spot is the first man to ever make Brock Purdy a hum baby, the one and only Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy today. Kerry, good to see you in studio back in San Francisco. How we doing this morning?
Marcus, we are back, ready to go. Can't wait for this. I was thinking about it last night on my way in. I have worked with every host at this station several times. I've done weeks at a time with Brian Murphy on this show, filling in. We've never done a full 4 hours together. So here we go. We are blessed. It's Football Friday, Reggae Friday. Ready to go.
I was telling young Tony this is going to be a fun time because there were times where you were doing sports phone at night when I was the board op and I was behind the glass. And then, of course, I was producer for Murph and Mac for years and sitting in, and you were always a fill-in host. But now we got the two youngsters taking over with Brian Murphy on the road this weekend.
I was thinking about that. Maybe in, the last 30, 40 years at KNBR with young Tony on the board right now with John Curley producing for us. This might be, of your, quartet of people working on a show, the youngest average age that KNBR's ever had on a show this morning. So we got to do this. We got to do this thing proud.
Dude, Kerry, this might be the youngest radio show in radio history.
That's understanding our medium. Absolutely, you're right about that.
I was telling you off air, me and young Tony have been at Dreamforce all weekend long and hanging out with the future of AI. And we're like, yeah, we work in this medium called radio. Does anybody still know what it is? Does anybody still have one in their car since they're making Teslas that don't even have radios? But here we are live on KNBR 680, 104.5 FM. We're also on Twitch. We're also on YouTube. We're everywhere these days, Kerry. So say hi to the people. We're on camera.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a pleasure. We get this YouTube, we get Twitch. Pretty soon, you're going to spend an entire segment introducing all the different streams that we're on to make sure that the people all across the globe can hear us. And it's a real treat. I've been doing a bunch of sports phones this year, obviously throughout the Giants season. And one of the things that's so miserable is Giants baseball and the way that they've lost games, the way that they've closed games this season. They've just fallen apart in the way that you get a lot of angry callers. You get a lot of very frustrated folks. Earlier this week, I had the privilege of doing 2 sports phones after Giants wins in Baltimore. And look, these wins are not going to salvage anything. They're not going to change the way that anyone feels about this regular season. But what I will say is the coolest part of Sports Phone is you get people from all over the country. I see area codes from the East Coast, Central Time Zone. I've got Vancouver, Canada. Last year, I had someone from 49ers calling in from Australia last year. It's amazing. And so we collectively on Sports Phone this week, we're just like, you know what? We're going to sit back. We're going to hold the anger for one night. We're going to hold the anger for one night and just talk about the future. Hold up. We're going to go be positive for just one evening. It was a nice treat, and I feel like the morning show vibes are always better because, I just ride with whatever the callers give me. I ride with whatever the texters give me. And oftentimes in the wake of a Giants loss, in the wake of yet another embarrassing, frustrating loss, it can be brutal. And so when you wake up the next morning, it's always a new day. You guys bring the energy at 6 a.m. That's my job this morning.
Yeah, it's always fun to do. It's fun to have you in here this morning. And yeah, you mentioned the Giants. They lost yesterday. Walk-off victory for Tony Taters and the Baltimore Orioles yesterday.
Taters, I love that.
The Giants cannot complete the sweep, but we're not going to spend too much time talking about the Giants this weekend, even though Brian Murphy's flying out to Kansas City. Now, again, I don't know how this is classified as a dream trip. It is his 30th now. His buddies every year for 30 years, they travel on the road to go see the Giants. Not going to see that great of a team this weekend. But what are your thoughts on Brian Murphy in the middle of the NFL season taking a day off to go see his Giants?
You know what I'll say? Kansas City's a destination on the baseball calendar. Kauffman Stadium, he was probably there in 2014 for the World Series. The last time the Giants won a playoff series, by the way, was at Kauffman Stadium. Wow. Hard to believe. 10 years ago.
It's been a while.
The Giants haven't won a playoff series since Madison Bumgarner came out of that bullpen. Wow. The gate swung open, and they shut the door in Kansas City. So 10 years celebrating that, 30 years of this trip. There's probably 5 or 6 other cities I'd choose first, but if he's doing this for 30 years, Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City's got to be one of those that just falls down the list because of interleague play. They didn't really change over the schedule until 2021. So I do the same thing every year with my buddies. We do a college football trip every year. And very quickly, even though there's 134 FBS teams, you run out of those preferred destinations. You run out of Georgia. You run out of LSU and Tennessee. So this year we're doing Nebraska. So
Wow.
that's my dream trip. Omaha. No, we're staying in Omaha, going to Lincoln to watch Dylan Raiola and the Nebraska Cornhuskers this year. So I don't think I have much ground to stand on if I want to sit here and talk smack about Murph's trip when he's going out and enjoying the best barbecue in the country.
Yeah, I can say I've never had too many dreams about going out to Nebraska. I know they got great corn, but I'd probably end up in Kansas City with the barbecue instead. But as we mentioned, college football this weekend, but the big story is 49ers and Rams. And you are, by record on this very show, the first man ever to make Brock Purdy a home baby. So I think that's going to be a big question today with all of the 49ers injuries. I mean, hell, we're talking about Dream Force. Let's talk about Injury Force or Injury Fest because the 49ers are going into this matchup this weekend beat up, but so are the LA Rams. And we know about Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. You could look at Jonah Jackson on that offensive line, but then you look at the 49ers, and we knew that Deebo Samuel was already rolled out this weekend. We knew that Christian McCaffrey was rolled out this weekend. But some big injury news yesterday that both George Kittle and Charvarius Ward did not practice yesterday. I want to focus on George Kittle first and what he brings to this offense, both in the receiving game but also in the running game, and what it means for Brock Purdy when he's going to be out there possibly without multiple weapons this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the scariest part of this, Marcus, is you look at the 49ers production on 3rd down and 4th down against the Minnesota Vikings, 2 for 10 and 1 for 3, respectively. And George Kittle is the one trusted safety valve in those situations. I really think where, hey, if his first read with Brandon Ayuk isn't there, he immediately turns to see where George Kittle's looking. And if he's over the middle of the field, which this Rams defense has given the 49ers opportunities over the middle of the field in the past, that's great. And I was looking forward to a huge potential George Kittle week. And that's not to say that it couldn't still happen. He might practice today, he might get out there on Sunday, and he might go for 100-plus yards receiving. We don't know yet, and I think that is the scary part for the 49ers because when you perform as poorly as they did on Sunday on 3rd down, it cost them that football game in my mind. You know, there were defensive issues, there were special teams issues that were really, I mean, those special teams issues we'll get to later on in this show. But when you don't have Christian McCaffrey, who is the guy who runs all those choice routes on 3rd down, you need George Kittle out there. And can Eric Saubert be the guy? Can Jordan Mason all of a sudden step up with a 5, 6, 7 catch game when the 49ers are accustomed to throwing him 1 to 2 times a game right now? I don't know, but to me, that could be the bigger difference maker right now because I trust the 49ers to get through this game without Charvarius Ward against a Rams team that doesn't have Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua. There are other guys on this defense who can fill that void. The George Kittle void is really scary against divisional opponents, which the Rams, of course, are.
Yeah, especially when we know Kyle Shanahan wants to go out there this weekend and run the rock.
Oh, absolutely.
The LA Rams right now have the 3rd worst rushing defense in the NFL. And I know it's a small sample size, only 2 weeks, but they're allowing almost 200 yards per game. And the 49ers were able to run on the Rams last year with Aaron Donald on the field. Aaron Donald is now off the field. So this is a matchup advantage for the 49ers. We just got to figure out who's actually going to be out there this weekend. Now, I do want to clarify that George Kittle and Charvarius Ward both practiced on Wednesday, told Kyle Shanahan yesterday, and Kyle told us on the Tolbert and Cope show yesterday that both guys were sore and that they will have a questionable tag on Sunday. So they have not been rolled out, so the possibility is still out there. We'll play some Kyle Shanahan sound for you later on, some Brock Purdy sound, some great sound from Steve Young too, talking about who's going to be better this weekend, Matthew Stafford or Brock Purdy, both without some big weapons.
Yeah, I think that is the big deal right now is these next few weeks for the 49ers are really interesting because big picture, 2024-2025 offseason, they're going to have to decide, is Brock Purdy a $60 million guy? Like, is he going to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL temporarily? Because when a quarterback gets a new deal, that's what they are. Trevor Lawrence, I mean, who thought he would be the highest paid quarterback? No one. He was temporarily. Jordan Love, same deal. Right now it's Dak Prescott. We can all agree he's not the best quarterback in the NFL. But when these deals get done, they suddenly one up the next, and they are the highest paid guy. So is Brock a $61, $62 million a year guy? I think these next few weeks, when he doesn't have his assets next to him, play a huge part in the 49ers calculation because if he doesn't perform, if the 49ers lose 2 of these next 3 games or 2 of these next 4 games, and Brock is not the leader of this team and they have to rely more on Jordan Mason in the run game, you're going to go into next offseason saying, hey, look, the supporting cast that we've built you, that's why we're so good. We can pay you 45, 50, 55 million. The 49ers can look at this situation and say, this allows us to keep other guys in the building. Maybe it gives them 1 more year of Ayuk and Samuel. Maybe they're able to keep Charvarius Ward and Deommodore Lenoir next offseason. But if Brock's making $60 to $65 million, which the calculation starts really from week 1 of this season on to the next few weeks, I think that you're looking long and hard about his performance against teams like the Los Angeles Rams, teams like the New England Patriots, where it's on him. It's on his shoulders to go out and win you that football game. That's the biggest difference, Marcus, and what we were talking about from Brock Purdy a year ago is, hey, we're just still all happy to be here with pick 262. Yeah. Now it's, this guy's the franchise quarterback. The expectations, the pressure have mounted.
Now, Kerry, we might be the youngest hosting radio hosts in KNBR history, but we're both old enough to remember when Jimmy Garoppolo was the highest paid NFL quarterback. It's about the market.
$137.5 million contract, right?
And shout out Jimmy G, who you'll see this weekend finally getting off his suspension, backup quarterback for the Rams.
Getting off his suspension.
He's been running the practice squad, pretending to be Brock Purdy. Man, oh man, it's been a fall from grace from Jimmy Garoppolo. But we'll hop into Jimmy, we'll hop into Matthew Stafford, and of course, talk more Brock Purdy on the other side. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to chime in anytime today. On the other side, we'll get the guest list from Tony. It's a Friday. You know we're having John Lynch, so it's a big 49er football Friday. 808 KNBR is the number. Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Feels great, baby.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kevin Hart is back on tour, and we have some tickets to give away. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart acting My Age at the Paramount Theater on October 26th. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away around 8:25 this morning. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Second down, 17 now. Brock straight drop, 7 steps, throws out left. It is caught by your guy Ayuk. All the way out to midfield. Big gain there by Ayuk. Ayuk on 2nd and 17 to get the Niners a first down. Well, he needed that. The Niners needed that.
The Niners are going to need a big performance from Brock Purdy this Sunday against the LA Rams. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning. Show might sound a little different. It's because Marcus Boucher is sitting in Brian Murphy's chair. Murph's out in Kansas City, and Kerry Crowley filling in this morning on a Friday morning, a football Friday, a reggae Friday. Now, real quick, Kerry Crowley, reggae guy.
Reggae vibes, all for it. Reggae songs. You want to ask me some trivia here? You know I got nothing.
That's kinda,
I'm the anti-pop culture guy at this station. That's my reputation.
Your reggae vibes are kind of like me with like country music.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm down with country music. I'll go to a country concert, but you ask me to name country songs, and I got absolutely
Can't
nothing
do
for
it.
you.
But hey, you know what? We're here. We support and we thrive in this environment.
That's it. And it sets the good vibes for a Friday, and hopefully there's good vibes on Monday, where Murph will be back and we'll be doing hums and bums, and we'll be talking about whether or not Brock Purdy is once again a hum baby, and if he can get the job done without all of the weapons. Now, we know Debo is not playing this weekend. No Christian McCaffrey. In case you missed the update on the other side, George Kittle missed practice yesterday. He's questionable this weekend. Charvarius Ward is now questionable on the defensive side as well. But I think the number one storyline going into this weekend is whether or not Brock Purdy can prove to some of the doubters that are still out there that he can get the job done without the all-star cast of characters around him.
What's really amazing to me is he kind of put all that doubt in the rearview mirror with his performance last season. You don't finish 4th in the MVP voting, and all of a sudden everyone around the league is circling and saying, this guy might be, he might not actually be what we think he is. The supporting cast is really what carries him. But as soon as you see Debo Samuel out, as soon as you see Christian McCaffrey out, you know that all those people who are ready to, cross Brock Purdy's name off the list as an elite guy, who are ready to say this guy is propped up by Kyle Shanahan's system, they're circling. They are going to be watching the 49ers this weekend. There are analysts out there who rated Brock Purdy low after his first season in the NFL, who still don't give Brock Purdy the credit that I think he deserves after watching every start in a 49ers uniform. And they are watching this weekend and ready to tweet out there, ready to post and say, I was right about Brock Purdy. He's not actually that dude when you take away Christian McCaffrey and you take away Debo Samuel. Well, guess what? You take away Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, Matthew Stafford might not be that dude either, and he's one of the greats of the last 15 years in the NFL. So I think that both of these quarterbacks have a lot to prove this weekend. Both of these quarterbacks are paid, Matthew Stafford's paid well for a reason. Brock Purdy will eventually be paid well for a reason. And I think this is a prove-it game for both of them to show that there are certain weeks where you have to prop up your own team. This is one of those for Brock Purdy.
Absolutely, and I know a lot of those doubters will bring up the 3-game stretch last season.
Oh, yeah.
The 3-game losing streak without Debo, but also without Trent Williams. Now we know how Trent Williams affects the game as a run blocker and as a pass blocker. So when you throw in this wrinkle of maybe not having George Kittle this weekend, it does make me worry a little bit. Now, at the end of the day, I think the 49ers can still win even without all these superstars, because the Rams right now are not the same Rams that everybody expected them to be. You brought up that game against the Arizona Cardinals. You take away Matthew Stafford's weapons, they had 10 points against a Cardinals defense that is not very good. But it's interesting to look at this team because before the season started, a lot of people were picking the Rams as maybe like a sneaky Super Bowl pick.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that is purely because of the reputation that Les Snead and Sean McVay have around the NFL. I don't think that you objectively look at this Rams roster and you can say you take away 1-2 pieces, and that happens over the course of every 17-game season for all 32 teams in the NFL, and objectively say, hey, the Rams are going to be right there in that conversation. People just have so much faith in Les Snead, his ability, like John Lynch, to get impact players in the 4th, 5th, and 6th round of NFL drafts. The Rams do it as well as anyone. It's why their F them pick strategy worked. It wasn't actually F them picks. It was the first round isn't where we need to find our value. They got starters in those late rounds. And now Sean McVay, he's done well enough in the NFL as a head coach. He's figured things out to where even if he doesn't have supreme talent, he's probably always going to be at least a 6, 7, 8 win coach because he just knows how to run circles around the guys who can't figure it out in the NFL. Every year there's 6, 7, 8 coaches who can't figure it out. They're the ones who get dumped on Black Monday at the end of seasons. And so I think that he just gets a lot of credit, much the same way that Kyle Shanahan gets credit, which is what makes this such an interesting matchup, because when you've got the weapons taken away, it comes down to coaching and quarterback play. And so a lot of folks, neutral NFL observers, will say this is relatively even. I still like the 49ers because I think that Shanahan's a better offensive coach than Sean McVay at this moment in time and with the weapons that he does have. But there have been times where I would have told you that Sean McVay was the better offensive coach, and some of that is the product of who he has at his disposal. So it's what makes Week 3 so fascinating for me.
Yeah, and the proof is in the pudding. Kyle Shanahan has Sean McVay's number.
Yep.
They've won 5 straight road games down in L.A. during the regular season.
Yeah,
now,
home away from home for the 49ers.
Exactly. It's Levi South this weekend. They've won 9 out of the last 11 matchups. But to your point, the Rams did end the year hot last year. What was it, 7 straight games, including that Week 18 victory over Sam Darnold and the 49ers.
Sam Darnold's last loss as an NFL quarterback.
That is true. That's a great point. So Sean McVay was able to figure out Sam Darnold in that situation. But it's interesting when you go back to the roots of all this, whether we're talking about the Kyle Shanahan system or the Sean McVay system, it all started with Mike Shanahan. Yep. And it's the same system. But I think that's why both of these coaches get so much respect. And that's why I think both of these offenses should be able to still produce without their bigger weapons. Now, Brock Purdy did speak at the podium yesterday and gave his updates about playing without some of these playmakers. Here is Brock Purdy breaking down the offensive repertoire and who they still have out there this weekend, whether we're talking Brandon Ayuk or Jawan Jennings or possibly George Kittle, possibly not. Here was Brock Purdy yesterday talking about the weapons that the 49ers do still have.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it sucks not having your guys and like Debo and Christian and stuff. So it's like, all right, how can we figure out to get the ball to other guys and stuff? But, man, we got playmakers. Like I've said that before. We got a really good scheme, great play caller, and some great players that, step up in the roles and do their job really well. So for me, man, I still have to do my job in terms of my reads and my progressions, more so than I need to now change the way I think and make sure I'm getting it to this guy or that guy because a couple guys are out. It's not like that. So that's the challenge for me, is how can I continue to be better with my progressions and as a quarterback and handling situations, being as efficient as I can regardless of who's in. So that's where my mindset is at with this game. And, obviously I'd love to have my guys back and playing with them, but, that's just how it is with this game sometimes.
To me, there really is no question that Brock Purdy is in a better spot to succeed right now than Matthew Stafford. Because you take away Puka and you take away Cooper Kupp, no disrespect to DeMarcus Robinson or Tutu Atwell, but they don't have a $30 million wide receiver still on the field. The 49ers still have Brandon Ayuk, and we haven't even brought up BA's name yet. It's because you really haven't seen much of him in the first 2 weeks of the season. But I think it goes without saying, Kerry, that this is the week that Brandon Ayuk has to step up.
Absolutely. And I think the most important element of this week for the 49ers is Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey, when they're on the field, Shanahan's offense for Brock Purdy is really a timing-based offense. So the quote that you just heard, he was talking about going through his progressions. When he goes through those progressions, there are certain things he expects to see in his window at a particular time on the field. And so when you replace a Deebo Samuel with, say, a Jacob Cowing, things happen at a very different pace. Cowing's faster. He may be a different type of a route runner than Deebo Samuel, where you're just accustomed to working with him over the last 2-3 seasons. The same is true of Christian McCaffrey. The 49ers give him a lot of choice routes on third down. He can go and do his thing. Jordan Mason has different responsibilities on third down. There's not that built-in trust. So the one element of the 49ers offense where the timing is not thrown off, where Brock Purdy can go to old reliable, is Brandon Ayuk. Now the question is Brandon Ayuk's timing where it needs to be right now? Is he a step slower than he was at this juncture of last season because Brock Purdy, remember, he's been there since the start of August, working through training camp, working with these receivers, working through every play in Shanahan's playbook. So he knows where the progressions need to be at a certain point. Is Brandon Ayuk where he needs to be? And I think over the last 2 weeks, we've seen there have been times where the 49ers haven't hit a open Brandon Ayuk for various reasons. This week, there's no excuse because you can't rely on Jacob Cowing just yet. You don't know if Jordan Mason is going to be able to produce in the way that Christian McCaffrey can. In fact, you do know it's not that kind of a way. It's been sensational. Absolutely. I've loved what I've seen from Jordan Mason, but he is not the pass catcher. He's not the route runner that Christian McCaffrey is. So the one reliable element, especially with George Kittle banged up right now, is Brandon Ayuk in that timing. And it's on Ayuk. It's not really on Purdy because Purdy's been here. It's on Ayuk to make sure that he is exactly where he needs to be every single snap.
Absolutely. And we can go back to the drop touchdown in week 1 or the fact that this guy's getting paid $30 million. He's had 4 catches each week, only 5 targets. Look around the league, Kerry. The other wide receivers in that tier making $30+ million are getting 10 to 12 targets a game. And this weekend, without Debo and without CMC, I wouldn't be surprised to see Kyle Shanahan kind of force feed Brandon Ayuk.
Look, there are Bay Area sports fans who've been haunted by the number $30 million this year because the beginning of the season for the San Francisco Giants, Blake Snell was not a $30 million guy. Brandon Ayuk must be a $30 million guy right now. I think that, you look, if you're a 49ers fan, when you see him get paid like a top 10 wide receiver, there's also an element of he has to create his own thing. So when the pocket breaks down on Brock Purdy, where is Brandon Ayuk scrambling to? Some of the touchdowns that he caught last year were Brock Purdy throwing against his body, throwing against the natural flow where, the average football fan would say, that's probably not a throw that someone should make. He shouldn't really be doing that. That's not the type of a risk that you want a quarterback to take. But Brock Purdy inherently can take risks because Brandon Ayuk has done so well in scramble drill type plays. And we haven't seen that for the first 2 weeks of this season. That's what must change. So there's that element of, yes, he might be in the same space when he needs to be 5 steps, 10 steps into a route. But let's say that the pocket breaks down on Brock Purdy. Let's say that there is a 5, 6, 7 second play. Where is Brandon Ayuk 7 seconds into the play? Is the conditioning where it needs to be right now? Because I think that's a huge element of beating this Rams team. Regardless of whether Aaron Donald's on the field, I don't know if this 49ers offensive line is good enough to neutralize a pass rush for all 4 quarters of a game. Brock Purdy has shown at times that he can get outside the pocket. He can win those reps. Then it's on Brandon Ayuk to make sure that he shows up in Brock Purdy's eye line in that window to extend the play, broken play. It's on Ayuk to make things happen.
Brock Purdy was sacked a career high 6 times last week against the Minnesota Vikings, 13 pressures from that Brian Flores defense. So you're right. We're going to have to see backyard Brock and backyard BA. We need that chemistry and we need that timing. But speaking of timing, it's time for the guest list on a Friday morning. Got to say what's up to my Dreamforce partner in crime, Young Tony. What's up, my guy?
Good morning, boys.
How we doing on a Friday, Tony?
We're fantastic. It's a Reggae Friday. We were at Dreamforce the last 3 days. What's not to like?
I know, and I know a lot of people are complaining that we've been recapping Dreamforce a little bit too much, and we're up against the clock. So, Young Tony, hit us with a guest list on a Friday morning.
Let's get to it. We have Brian and Bobby's best bets at 6:50. We actually recorded those yesterday on the off-air podcast.
We got Brian pre-recorded with Bobby giving out bets today.
Coming up at 6:50, and then Mike Kruko at 7:30. The Big Hit at 7:50. John Lynch joins the show at 8 a.m.
Heard of him? Yep.
Cooler content at 8:30, and then it's time to come to Papa on a Friday. Greg Papa at 9:30.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday. But on the other side, we'll check in with Steve Young, who went on the afternoon show yesterday and checked in on both Matthew Stafford and Brock Purdy with limited weapons. We'll do that next on the Murph and Marcus show. Kerry Crowley in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We blessed to have life this morning. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Brock throws middle, caught by George Kittle. Gonna take it to the goal line and right down to the goal line. He's in! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning. No Brian Murphy. Instead, we subbed in another Irish kid, Kerry Crowley, sitting in the chair this morning, getting ready for the 49ers matchup this weekend against the LA Rams. Now a 6.5-point spread for the 49ers. That number has been dropping down over the last couple of days. And stay tuned. You'll still get your Brian and Bobby's best bets coming up on the other side. But Kerry, 6.5 in a divisional matchup. What's the first thing that pops out about that number in this matchup where both teams are decimated with injuries?
Yeah, the first thing that pops out is I think it's a reaction and an overreaction to the Rams' performance against the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday, because that was atrocious. I mean, the Rams looked completely out of sorts. They had no answer for Kyler Murray. Marvin Harrison Jr. pops off in the first quarter. And the Cardinals, I think, are much better than folks give them credit for right now. So when you've got a decimated team like the Los Angeles Rams are right now, I think the tendency is to overreact in the first 2 weeks of the NFL season and say, maybe this team wasn't nearly as good as we thought it was. But at the same time, the 49ers are also dealing with injuries. And so I think that that's probably still a wider spread than I would have thought, because the Rams are the home team. And I think the 49ers, if this was at Levi's Stadium, maybe 7.5, maybe 8.5. But because the Rams are at home, you typically give them a point or two extra. And then
they're kind of at home, Kerry.
Well,
kind of.
Exactly. That was going to be my other point. Yeah. And then you factor in the fact that, oh, wait, the 49ers fans are going to fill the place. Yeah. And that on offense, Brock Purdy will be able to operate with the silent count. And the 49ers on defense will have fans yelling and screaming at Matthew Stafford. And so I just think it's an interesting time when you've got the 49ers record against the Rams, wins in the last 5 games, when you've got the way that 49ers fans take over SoFi Stadium. All of that, to me, impacts the spread. But the number one thing in my mind is the Rams looked awful against Kyler Murray.
They were bad last weekend against the Cardinals. And I do want to point out that I did some research. I want to give myself a pat on the back
there
for that.
There we go. Homework.
According to Vivid Seats, 49er fans have bought 64% of the tickets down at Levi's South this weekend. So it's going to be another 49er takeover. And I think that's important, especially when you look at the offensive line struggling last week. And Dominic Pooney, who it feels like we're all starting to fall in love with, admitted his first game in the NFL playing with a silent count affected him, and maybe affected the entire offensive line, because as we mentioned earlier, Brock Purdy was sacked 6 times, 13 pressures total by the Minnesota Vikings. So that's a big, big issue. But I guess the question is, how much is Brock Purdy going to be dropping back this weekend when the LA Rams are allowing almost 200 yards per game in the rushing game?
Yeah, I think that the start of this game has to look very different than the start of the game against the Minnesota Vikings, where the 49ers came out and were determined to establish the pass.
3 straight passes.
Exactly. And then they come back on that second drive and they're looking to pass as well. And so I think that Kyle Shanahan recalibrated over the course of that game. Unfortunately for the 49ers, when you look at the end of the game, the run-pass splits were relatively neutral, but they were in a 10-0 hole. And so they weren't able to really establish the run and get Jordan Mason going. Who, by the way, finished with 5 yards a carry, 100 yards for the second straight week. Great work from Jordan Mason. But to me, they have to come out this week and attack the Rams' primary weakness. And I know that Kyle has this tendency to, early in the game, just go on script, do whatever he wants to do, regardless of who he's up against, regardless of what the opponent's stats tell him, because the 49ers are so confident in their execution. But this is one of those weeks where I think you ride Jordan Mason until the Rams prove that they can stop the run, and then you let Purdy hit Ayuk. Then you start going deep into your bag.
Jordan Mason is tied with Josh Jacobs for the most carries in the NFL so far. I would not be surprised to see another 20, 25, maybe 28 to 30 carries, because week 1 he had 28 carries, the most carries ever in a Kyle Shanahan system in San Francisco.
And here's the other question. The 49ers are decimated by injuries, Christian McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell. Who else do you trust aside from Jordan Mason right now to touch the ball more than 5 times a game? Maybe Isaac Guerrero, but I think at this point, it's the Jordan Mason show. I mean, there is not like a situation where the 49ers are rotating in a third down back right now. It's Jordan Mason or bust for this team.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of depth in the backfield, which is actually why I'm glad you're in town, Mr. Former high school running back.
Oh, yeah, let's get my takes here.
Dude, I was telling Young Tony the other day, I was like, dude, Kerry was a pretty sick running back in high school. He's like, no way, I thought he was a baseball guy. He had no idea that you were even a football player, Kerry.
I'm far more of a football guy in general than baseball. People don't know, they just assume that because I covered the San Francisco Giants, I care more about the Giants than the 49ers. Never been true in the slightest. But yeah, here's my claim to fame. Only guy in the WCAL, my year, class of 2012, who started as a running back and didn't get a college scholarship. So 7 of the 8 guys got college scholarships. No offers, nothing. One time a D3 coach gave me a call to see if I was going to be healthy the following year. The answer was, of course, going to be no. But, it was just like no one wanted anything to do with me. So that tells you the extent of my football career.
Well, luckily for you, Kerry, we got 49ers GM John Lynch on the show today at 8 a.m., so we'll see if he gives you a one-day contract to suit up for the 49ers this weekend.
I'm sure John he'll be right up there.
He's like, we need an Irish guy in the backfield. Come on down, Kerry Crowley. And those John Lynch rips are sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think, and we're getting closer and closer to Brian and Bobby's best bets. But I did tease some Steve Young sound. He came by the afternoon show yesterday. Always a phenomenal interview. Copes likes to call it the best 30 minutes in radio. I like to think that we do a good 4 hours on radio also.
I was going to say the 4 hours that you do and then the best 30 minutes after that.
But I'll give him credit. It's a great interview. Steve, always with fantastic insight. And this really caught my eye. Great question by Copes. Who is going to be more successful without their offensive weapons this weekend? Matthew Stafford or Brock Purdy?
Well, I mean, you've got Jordan just feels like it's not like we're missing. Like, we know CMC's amazing, Christian's amazing, but Jordan's like, I don't know, he might be pretty amazing. Like, I don't know that there's I don't know who's replacing either of those guys for the Rams, especially in the periphery on the outside and strong hand. Like, who's going to replace those guys? Where we have answers, and Juwan's going to pick it up, and I would say, Brock in a much better spot, just because there's more reliable people to take the spot and to answer the bell with him. And Matthew can't move around much. He's an older guy. He needs people. He needs those. Brock is the guy, no question in my mind, that can adapt it better. Just because I think it's got more help.
I love Steve kind of breaking it down and figuring out in his head. Brock's a better guy. They got better backups, and he's right. We don't even have to talk about the backup options. Let's just talk about Brandon Ayuk, the $30 million man, being out there still as an option for Brock Purdy.
Absolutely. First thing that caught my ear on that was Steve Young saying Matthew Stafford can't really move around. I mean, that is a pretty harsh criticism of a guy who's been a really good quarterback for a long time. I don't think that Steve Young's that far off. The second part is extremely true in that Brandon Ayuk is the single best skill position player left on these two teams. I know that Kyron Williams is a really talented running back in Los Angeles, but he's off to a slow start. 30 carries to 75 yards this year, and running backs are fickle. They're kind of like relief pitchers in Major League Baseball, where year to year, you don't know what you're going to get if it's not a truly elite guy like a Christian McCaffrey. So wide receiver production, a lot more predictable. And I think that right now with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua out for the Los Angeles Rams, the 49ers have a distinct advantage in not only having Brock Purdy, but as Steve Young said, Juwan Jennings, he was a guy who, look, he probably would have been the Super Bowl MVP if the 49ers won that game and they hit him in the end when Brock Purdy had an open route to him. And so I think that the 49ers are operating from a talent level that's got a higher floor. Obviously, the ceiling has been lopped off for both of these two teams, but the 49ers' floor is much higher right now.
Now, let me ask you this. We know it's going to be B.A. and Juwan Jennings for most of the sets lining up at wide receiver. But for that third wide receiver set, do you think it's going to be a Chris Conley? Do you think maybe a Jacob Cowing? Who do you think they go with in that situation then?
I would personally love to see Jacob Cowing get the reps right now. I think that his speed can be a game changer for this 49ers team. I have much more confidence in a Jacob Cowing than I ever did in a Ray McLeod or a Chris Conley, some of these speed guys the 49ers have rotated in. But if you want the honest truth, I want to see the 49ers use a lot of 21 personnel sets. So 2 running backs, 1 tight end. You got George Kittle there at tight end. And that means Kyle Juszczyk leading the way because, as you mentioned, this is a Rams team that has not stopped the run yet. You throw in an extra lead blocker, someone like Juszczyk, who you can run around in motion all the time. Kyle Shanahan can get very creative with him. He's one of the smartest players in the NFL. I think you use Juszczyk this week. Could be a big game for him in terms of establishing leverage at the line of scrimmage.
Shout out to the 49er Player of the Week, Kyle Juszczyk.
There we
Stop by our
go.
show on Tuesday morning. If you missed that interview, check out all the podcasts available on KNBR.com. And if you thought you were going to miss Brian and Bobby's best bets, guess what? We did it yesterday on the Off-Air podcast where we were dropping F-bombs left and right.
Treat. Wow.
So you can go back and listen to that if you want. But if you want the picks, we got them for you next. We want winners on a Friday morning. We've got NFL games and college games against the spread. I'm getting all choked up thinking about how good my bets are. Make sure you stay tuned to the other side to hear them. It's Kerry Crowley in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's Best Bets on the Sports Leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
Boom! You thought I was off today. I'm not off today. I'm living on, even though I'm en route to Kansas City right now. Brian and Bobby's Best Bets. Wait for no man. Hey, Kerry Crowley, step aside, kid. Step aside. You got to make room for the B&B show, the BBBB show. Brian, Bobby, Best Bets. There's my man Marcus Boucher over there. Sunday Marcus, they call him. They would call me Saturday Murph, but I got to earn that back as we are scraping through the first 2 weeks of college football. You guys know the deal. Every Friday we do this. We usually do it with a bed and some music. Maybe young Tony will layer some in because this is being recorded the day before at the Off-Air Podcast for historical purposes.
How about that? We're doing the Off-Air Podcast, and it's Thursday Murph off on a Friday talking about his Saturday games.
My brain's a pretzel, which accounts for my 1-3 record for the first 2 weeks.
I'll take it.
Last week, I actually scraped out my first win. Thank you, Cal Golden Bears.
Dude, you got to give the Cal Golden Bears some love, Murph.
Listen, this is the breakout friendship of the year is me and Cal.
See, here's the thing. You've been talking a lot about me and young Tony going to Dreamfest this weekend and the friendship of the year and me and young Tony. No, I think it's you and the Cal Golden Bears.
I think it is. And are we down with the Calgorithm, the Cal football Twitter thing that's going on?
I've been hearing about this, but I have not been infiltrated yet.
I have. Somehow, some way, it's shown up on my Twitter feed. Cal football is like back. They're 3-0. By the way, I'm not picking Cal this week, so I'm not even going to touch the game. But we are talking about last week's win in which they covered against San Diego State. But there's something going on with Twitter where a bunch of Cal football people are tweeting, and they're being pretty funny. They're completely, as the kids would say, leaning in. That's what Loader calls it, leaning in. I guess that's one of those new phrases. They got me my win last week, and by the way, I whiffed badly on the other one, which was I had it written down here from last Friday. It was the Oregon State game. Go figure the Ducks. Two terrible showings, then they hammer the Beavers. But I'll take a 1-1 as momentum. Okay, momentum going into this week.
You got to get the ball rolling, Murph. You got to get it rolling.
And look what I'm going to do. I mean, look at is the friendship of the year me and Cal, or is the friendship of the year me and the USC Trojans? Oh, wow. I said it. I said it. How could you, dude? Wait, superfan. It gets worse.
Whoa.
All right. So cue up Tusk by Fleetwood Mac, one of the great tracks. It's unfortunate the USC band plays on that track, and it's kind of a banger, I got to say. And listen to this matchup, USC at Michigan. And as people are saying, no, this is not a Rose Bowl. This is not a Rose Bowl. What a matchup. Regular season, ready for this? Big Ten conference matchup. Our brains are twisted. They're blown up.
Still feels weird, man.
This is the first time these two have played each other in a non-Rose Bowl since 1958. Ooh. So trippy. Unbelievable schools, unbelievable traditions, unbelievable helmets. I got news for you. I went down the Michigan road 2 weeks ago. I took them to cover against Texas. I got smoked.
Horns up.
They went and barely beat Arkansas State last week at home, okay? They're making a change at quarterback. Put politely, Michigan is a bit of a mess this year. Let's be honest. 15-0 in Harbaugh, they're going to be on vacation for about the next 10 years, all right? And I don't even want to hear from a Michigan fan, oh, we're tough. You're good for 20. You're good for 40 years. I talked to Overnight Dave. He was trying to complain. I was like, bro, you went 15-0 and won the Natty. You're good for the rest of your life, all right? So USC, I hate to say it, they're back. After Lincoln Riley's bad year last year, they found this QB, Miller Moss. Riley's dialing it up. Their defense is better, and it's only a 5.5-point spread. It's kind of nutty that Michigan is a home dog
kind of nutty, but I'm going to take USC and lay the 5.5. That's right.
Wow.
Here I am. Look at that. Capture this on a screenshot, everybody, making the fight on.
Wow, look at this.
I just don't think Michigan has it, guys, and I see SC winning by a touchdown. Up at the big house, and like I said, it gets worse for the super fans of the world who think I would ever turn on my Bruins, because I'm going to the LSU-UCLA game next. You ready for this?
No, you're not.
UCLA is a 24-point dog. And you know what? That's a layup to take Rod Brooks's Bayou Bengals. Guys, we are talking history. That's how bad this UCLA football. We're talking like history. There was a stat. The loss was the worst home opening loss since 1930 to Indiana, bro. Indiana. Go do yourself a favor. Go look at Indiana football wiki season by season. They're terrible. Okay, bro. They beat the Bruins 42-13 in Pasadena. You think we're going to the Bayou? We think you're going to LSU and staying within 4 touchdowns? No way. Now, the only way they'd have a chance is if LSU gets utterly bored and empties the bench in the second half. But Brian Kelly and LSU, they need a feel-good. They're having a kind of a choppy start to their season. They need a feel-good. I think they're going to open up a can of whoop-ass. An easy 35-point win for LSU. Ooh. Take LSU, lay the points. I'll never speak to you again, dude.
Traitor, dude.
So Saturday Murph is in the books. Wow. Take LSU and lay the points. Take SC and lay the points.
Let it be known that on this date in Brian and Bobby's best bet history, that Murph is taking the Trojans and betting against the Bruins. This is mind-blowing,
I'd say
Murph.
It's on 9/20/24, but it's actually being recorded on 9/19/24. This date in Brian and Bobby's history.
All right, moving on to Sunday, Murph. This is the Bobby Boucher Best Bets portion of the show, and we got to start off with the silver and black.
Well, first we got to review your performance last week.
Oh, that is true.
Another 1-1.
Another 1-1
You're
week.
2-2.
2-2, 500.
Last week you won with the Chargers covering at Carolina. Congrats.
Jimmy Harbaugh.
Like Moses, you'll die on your staff. And you lost with the Rams. You got one and lost by a ton. Yeah. So did I, by the way.
I took the Rams as dogs, but we all know about Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua. They're facing off against the 49ers this weekend, and they are 7.5-point dogs. But I'm staying away from that matchup because I just teased it. I'm going back to the silver and black. After their big win last week against the Baltimore Ravens, this weekend they have their home opener at the Death Star, and they're welcoming in the Carolina Panthers. And because we're on the off-air podcast, Tony, I can say, and you'll censor this for the show, the Carolina Panthers are dog shit.
Okay.
They are terrible.
Okay.
They are an awful franchise, and now they've gone over and benched Bryce Young to put Andy Dalton in the game. Andy Dalton, how about him?
I was going to say, I know we're recording this a day in advance. Tony, right now, here's where you hit the Adam Schefter. Hang on right here.
What about Andy Dalton?
Okay.
How about him?
There you go.
How about him?
All right.
How about Andy Dalton squaring off against the Las Vegas Raiders? Murph, as I mentioned, this is the first time they're playing on their home soil all season long. Started off on the road against the LA Chargers. Beat Baltimore down 10 points in the fourth quarter. 10 minutes left in the game. Gardner Minshew gets the job done. Devontae and Max Crosby. So I'm expecting Max Crosby to eat again against the Carolina Panthers. I don't care who's playing quarterback. The Raiders are only a 5-point favorite at home. Lay the points. Take the Raiders on the money line. Raiders should dominate the Carolina Panthers this weekend.
That seems like a suspicious line. What does Vegas know that we don't know?
Well, here's the thing. The line actually opened up at 6 or 7, but it's been moving in the Panthers' direction ever since Andy Dalton took over.
You know why? Wait, I'm going to clear this again. It's being recorded. Tony, cue it up right now. You know why? Because?
What about Andy Dalton?
Okay.
How about him?
Thank you. That's Adam Schefter. What about Andy Dalton? What about him? Are you sure he can't calmly keep the Panthers in this thing?
You know, I was a little scared this morning when I came in with my Bobby Boucher's best bets, and overnight Dave goes, yeah, you know Andy Dalton's undefeated against the Raiders. I said, Dave, don't even put that out there. Raiders are winning this week, and I'm laying the 5 points with the Raiders.
You know what I would say to you right now, buddy? Welcome back, baby. Like Mr. Carter, you're back. You were always a sweat hog, Boucher. Welcome back, buddy. You are back in the silver and flag. You're home. You're taking the Raiders. You beat the Ravens. You're riding high. Buddy.
Yeah, I'm sticking with the Raiders this weekend. But, Murph, I got a second 5-point spread for you going to this weekend's matchups. It's the Buffalo Bills hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars. Okay. And this was also a spread that surprised me. I thought it would have been more than 5 points, especially when you look at Jacksonville not really putting up too many offensive points first 2 weeks of the season. Got shut down by the Cleveland Browns last week. The Buffalo Bills are coming off a huge Thursday night victory over the Dolphins. That means extra rest. They're also up at home in Buffalo with all those lunatics jumping through the flaming chairs and tables and all that good stuff. I look for James Cook to be able to run all over this Jacksonville Jaguars defense. Josh Allen, have a day, 5 points. I'll take that any day of the week. I'm taking 2 favorites this week, 5-point spreads on both of them, and those are Bobby Boucher's best bets.
Those seem like pretty sound picks there, buddy. Would you jump on a table if you had the chance in Buffalo? Would you pound about 40 natty lights and jump on a table?
Absolutely, Murph. Win in Rome, win in Buffalo.
But what about the ones going off the bus?
I don't care, man.
Risking the clavicle.
Well, you got to have a lot of beers in you to do that, Murph, but nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
That one seems kind of easy, doesn't it? The Jags have looked terrible.
That's what I'm saying, man.
But every time you think a team looks bad, it's the freaking NFL.
I know.
Oh, wait a minute. I can say this. No, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to make Tony have to work. It's the freaking NFL. Teams burst up out of nowhere, but I like your sound picks. You're 2-2. I'm 1-3. We will continue to chop wood on the Brian and Bobby's best bets. And once again, hey, Kerry Crowley, you're not ready to come back yet because I got my couch potato guide, baby. The top 5 TV games of the weekend. And we're going to start with my 1-star pick. That is, you ready for this one, guys? Jim Harbaugh in Pittsburgh. How about, I love memories of Mean Joe Green. He had that Coke ad. Gave that kid the Coke and the jersey.
Steel City. I always feel connected to Steel.
Young Tony. Does Young Tony know about the Mean Joe Green Coca-Cola ad?
Oh, legendary ad.
I don't think so, no.
Dude. I know I'm recording this in absentia. I think you already have your Young Tony for today, unless you guys have come with something better.
Book it. We might just cut this segment and replay it a second time for what did Young Tony learn today.
One of the most iconic commercials of a decade, really. It was Mean Joe Green, a great Hall of Fame Steeler D lineman, limping through the tunnel after a game, and a little kid with a Coke offering. He's like, "Mr. Green, do you need any help?" It's an unbelievable ad. At the end, he says, "Would you like my Coke?" And Mean Joe Green smiles. It's an incredible moment. Mean Joe, I can tell Harbaugh's probably going to be like, "Yeah, I still get chills when that kid didn't Mean Joe Green," because Harbaugh's all about 70s nostalgia, So anyway, that's my 1-star pick. You stayed away from that game, Chargers-Steelers.
I did, and shout out to our guys Jimmy Nance and Tony Romo being on the call for that game.
For the couch potatoes, 10 a.m. on CBS.
Yeah, I stayed away from that game. I thought about taking the under in that matchup. Total's at 36. I'm expecting a low-scoring game in that matchup.
My 2-star game is going to be the aforementioned. Well, I mentioned the woke Walker Stadium. We're going to take the Cal Golden Bears at Florida State, 4 p.m., ESPN2. That's right, Cal's showing up regularly in the Couch Potato Guide, maybe even going to ascend even higher.
This must be the Calgorithm taking over again.
Exactly.
It's now infiltrated the Couch Potato Guide.
If you watch the game, be sure to have a copy of Karl Marx's Das Kapital at your side there, buddy. So that's a 4 p.m. ESPN2. So for me, that's 6 o'clock Kansas City time. I'll be checking my phone out at Kauffman Stadium, quaffing some brews and checking on my Bears.
Yeah.
My Bears. 3-star game is going to be, guys, another college game. I mentioned it. USC at Michigan, 12:30 on CBS. It's bonkers that this game is a conference game in September, but it's 2 great helmets, 2 great programs. And I got SC covering at Michigan. That's a great game, 12:30 on CBS. My 4 stars are pretty darn good NFL game. It's a 10 a.m. on Fox. Eagles at Saints, 10 a.m. on Fox. Dude, are the Saints going to, because there's a lot of going on here. If the Saints roll again, like we're going to have to start taking them seriously.
Who dat?
And if they roll, the Eagles, you're the Eagles, dude. Literally, Sirianni, bro. Can he even go back to his house?
Oh, you want to talk about the hot seat? If they end up losing to Dennis Allen and Derek Carr, Sirianni is face first in that hot seat.
And we joked earlier yesterday about the NFL MVP Sam Darnold. How about your boy D? Why don't you pump that back a little bit and get my boy D Carr some love there? So that's my 4-star pick, Eagles Saints, because everybody loves the NFL. And of course, the 5 stars, always the 49ers when they play at the Rams. Fox at 1:25 kickoff, but you'll be listening, of course. And I believe we have another week of 8:10 a.m. and 107.7 The Bone crunching stereo for the 49ers and the Rams. You'll listen to Papa and Ryan, watch it on Fox with the sound down. 49ers, go get that dub. I'll be back in time for that, and then I'll see you on Monday, brother. And all right, you freckle-faced imp from the Sunset District, you can come back on mic now. That's Kerry Crowley, by the way. By the way, have you guys done the SmackDown? Because I know I'm off today, but I want the SmackDown of who's the tougher, pale-skinned Irish Catholic from the Sunset, John Joe Curley or Kerry Crowley.
I know, when you just dropped that on us, I didn't know if you were talking about Kerry Crowley or John Joe Curley.
We're going to have to have a pale-skinned Irish Catholic Sunset SmackDown. who's the tougher, better dude. Because they probably run in the same circles. Friday night down at the drugstore, the soda fountain, like kind of snapping their fingers at each other, West Side Story style. I don't know. It's a lot of Sunset District Irish in the building today.
I say we stick them both outside, make them take their shirts off, and see who gets sunburned first.
Curly, thumbs up or thumbs down? Can you take Crowley? Can you hit thumbs up? All right, thumbs up. All right.
Oh, get ready, Casey. Get ready.
Those are Brian and Bobby's best bets.
I love it. Even with Murph on vacation, still checking in with his Saturday bets and still taking shots on my guy, Kerry Crowley.
Yeah, let it be known that Murph is trying to sow division in the morning show crew. Pitting Curly and I against each other, that's low. That's low even for Murph, and his standard's never been high.
I love that. Murph thinks it's going to be like West Side Story this morning between John Joe Curley and Kerry Crowley.
Yeah, everyone's happy here. We're having a great time. The air seems clear. Maybe it's because there's just not this dark cloud walking in at 5:30 every morning, Maybe something's changed.
That's the thing. We were talking about Reggae Friday, having the good vibes, and we got to give some love to the 650 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. They said, damn, I thought I was actually going to get a day off from Brian Murphy. So, hey, here we are, still getting Murph's picks. Saturday, Murph picking against his UCLA Bruins and picking the USC Trojans. I was a little surprised there that Murph is a traitor to his own soil.
Yeah, clearly his mind's not in the right place. And that's been evident for the last week or so. This trip to Kansas City, his dream trip to go watch the eliminated San Francisco Giants. Just look at the last week or so of Murph's track record. I don't need to say much more, Marcus. It's very clear that this is someone who's got some deep concerns about what's happening on Friday morning.
I mean, Murph is Saturday Murph, but he's now 1-3 on the season. Maybe we got to get Kerry Crowley's picks for this weekend, or maybe we'll pick the 49er game on the other side. But I did want to get your thoughts real quick because Murph mentioned the Calgorithm. Now it's taken over social media. Now it has not invaded my social media feed yet. Kerry, what's your experience with the Calgorithm?
The Calgorithm is incredible. You got some of the greatest minds on social media taking over things over for Cal Bears football, which, by the way, went into Auburn and picked up a win already. They're on the road at Florida State. Huge opportunity to take down Mike Norvell's team, which is already 0-3 this season, but they are leaning into the stereotypes of Cal. You've got Florida State, which hosts games at Doak Campbell Stadium, one of the famous venues in college football. The Cal folks are calling it Woke Campbell Stadium. They're leaning into everything that they know that Florida State's going to throw at them, so that Florida State's creativity has essentially been robbed of them. And I love it. I think that the crew that Justin Wilcox has put together, their quarterback strong, that's a fun team to watch right now. And I'm sad. I have to admit, the one thing that I would like to hear from Murph is his take on the decimation of the Pac-12 and no longer seeing UCLA take on Cal and Stanford and get these games in the Bay Area. It's sad to me. It's so sad.
And you won't see Murph take any responsibility. Like, he's basically blowing up the Pac-12. I even brought up the Pac-6 the other day and the new additions they have. And it's like, that's a whole different conference. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't even want to give him the light of day. That's Murph. But you mentioned Justin Wilcox. Shout out friend of the program, Justin Wilcox. Right. Came on the show last week and told us about this brand new invention, Kerry Crowley, called airplanes.
There's this great new technology called airplanes, and they go super fast.
Super fast airplanes. Cal Bears playing super fast, playing well this year. I thought it was going to be an issue with them in the ACC traveling across the country, but Kerry, they got airplanes now.
Yeah, they got airplanes now. They're fine. It's just the casual SFO to Tallahassee flight that Cal has to schedule. The SFO to Clemson, South Carolina flight that's now on the schedule right now. That ACC schedule, fascinated by that. And Murph, well, his boys are off to the Big Ten. Last night I was actually sitting in the Detroit airport on a connection home to SFO, and a bunch of USC fans were walking through because they just gotten off their planes from San Francisco and Los Angeles to go watch Murph's Trojans take on the Michigan Wolverines. How about that? Brian Murphy's USC Trojans. The Big Ten's changed this man.
Yeah, and this is a dirty little secret. I probably shouldn't have even been saying it on air, but Brian Murphy was actually raised a USC Trojan fan. Shout out his older brother went to USC, but then his older sister goes to UCLA, so then he changed his allegiance to the Bruins. I'm sure Superfan won't be too happy about that, dude. But that's our check-in from a Saturday Murph. You got Bobby's best bets. I'm taking the Raiders -5 against the Carolina Panthers and Andy Dalton this weekend, and I took the Buffalo Bills -5 at home against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, Kerry, I know I'm a degenerate myself, self-appointed. Do you dabble into the gambling community at all?
I always offer my thoughts on the lines. I never participate. I'm much more of a look but don't touch guy when it comes to
let me ask,
all these betting
because
websites.
we mentioned our previous history working together. Didn't you and your buddies used to do like a group parlay?
Yes. Oh, yeah. The parlay that can't possibly fail. We would each send in a text. There's 10 of us in the group. The parlay that can't possibly fail. And inevitably, we'd hit on about 2 of 10. And so the objective was all of the gamblers in the group would take all 10 of those bets. It'd be on Saturday college football. You've got guys taking, I really like University of Louisiana this weekend against Texas. The spread's 49, but I think this is more of a 42-point game right now. You get this in-depth analysis. Inevitably, it fails.
Still looking for that 10-leg parlay, but hopefully we can help you win some bets this weekend with Brian and Bobby's best bets.
I just got a text coming in, 7 a.m. text. Big one for the Huskers tonight. Illinois is a feisty bunch, but Memorial Stadium is going to be rocking. Nebraska 30, Illinois 20.
Here we go.
From our boy Murph's cousin, Matt DiBenedetti.
Dude, shout out the cousin checking in. We got family ties all over the program. One Irishman in for another one, and we got another one named John Lynch stopping by the show at 8 a.m. today. Mike Kruko at 7:30. But on the other side, we'll hop in the spread for the San Francisco 49ers, who are a 6.5-point favorite this weekend against the LA Rams. We'll give you our betting advice on the 49ers next, right here on the Murph and Marcus Show. Kerry Crowley in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Friday night down at the drugstore, the soda fountain, like kind of snapping their fingers at each other, West Side Story style.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy cheat day. It's a Friday. But, Tony, we had our cheat day or maybe a cheat week down at Dreamforce. But this weekend, I'm getting back on the plan, the Abundant Life Weight Loss Plan, because I've been asking you guys one question each and every day. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injection? Well, if you have, the team at Abundant Life Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on the program about 6-7 weeks. I'm down over 20 pounds and I continue to lose more and more and more. And I've done it without counting points or calories, without prepackaged meals. There's no surgeries, no drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about this program, check out the Abundant Life Weight Loss program at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com to lose a pound of fat every single week. And now, call them. Schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Friday's cheat day, cuz. To get after it, man.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Second down, 17 now. Brock straight drop, 7 steps, throws out left. It is caught by your guy Ayuk. All the way out to midfield. Big gain there by Ayuk. Ayuk on 2nd and 17 to get the Niners a first down. Well, he needed that. The Niners needed that.
Yeah, I was happy to watch the tape this week. Yeah.
What did you like?
I like just coming back alive in the running game. Just my feet a little bit better. Just having more fun.
Brandon Ayuk getting ready for this weekend's matchup against the LA Rams. We are back live on the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy. And, of course, the huge storylines going into this weekend's game where the 49ers are a 6.5-point favorite in a divisional matchup against the LA Rams is the laundry list of injuries, not just for the 49ers, but also for the Rams, which leads to the question about whether or not that man who you just heard his voice is going to step up. Brandon Ayuk, after holding out this summer, after scrubbing the Instagram, after getting paid $30 million, it's time for Brandon Ayuk to step up as an elite wide receiver. Kerry, we were talking off air about this spread, 6.5 for the 49ers. I think if BA has a big game, the 49ers roll the Rams and they end up covering that spread.
I think that's well said. Now, I completely agree with you that if BA has a big game, the 49ers are set up to win by 7, win by 10, maybe as many as 14 in this game against the Los Angeles Rams. However, you look at Brandon Ayuk's track record so far this season, it doesn't suggest that all of a sudden there's going to be this week 3 breakout against the Los Angeles Rams. And you go back to last season when Brandon Ayuk put himself in position to be a $30 million a year player. Week 2 against the Los Angeles Rams, 3 catches, 43 yards. Week 18 against the Los Angeles Rams, albeit Sam Darnold was the 49ers quarterback at this time, 3 catches, 25 yards. So it's not exactly a team that he had a ton of success against last year. The one thing really working in his favor, I believe, is the fact that Kyle Shanahan knows that he has to involve Brandon Ayuk. Brock Purdy understands the importance of getting Brandon Ayuk going, and then you couple that with Christian McCaffrey's out, Deebo Samuel's out, George Kittle is banged up right now, headed into Sunday, likely questionable for that game. We hope that he will play, but there's no one else. Like, Juwan Jennings is a great guy on third down for the 49ers to have. He's been old reliable for the 49ers. Jacob Cowing, you'd like to see him step up, but if the 49ers are going to win this game through the air, if they're going to do anything other than just pound the rock with Jordan Mason, it has got to be Brandon Ayuk. And it's really got to be this way for the next few weeks. And so if he goes off, I'm right there with you. The question is, where's his timing at right now? Where's his conditioning at right now? I mentioned this earlier in the show. The difference maker to me for Brandon Ayuk with Brock Purdy is what happens when the pocket breaks down. What happens when the pocket collapses, which it has, which it did against the Minnesota Vikings. Can Purdy extend plays? And when he does, is Brandon Ayuk able to extend his route to 7, 8, 9 seconds. Can the conditioning be at a point where he is making those off-schedule plays like he was a season ago?
And look, I think every 49er fan out there kind of saw this coming with Brandon Ayuk. After Nick Bosa was vocal last year about how his legs were not underneath him until the first 5 games of the season. Deebo Samuel talked about the trash that he put on tape after he held out and missed all of training camp. But we're now at the point where it's week 3 of the season. Brandon Ayuk has been back practicing with the 49ers for damn near a month. I would expect his legs to be back by now, especially when we're looking at the fact that he wasn't going to play that much in the preseason anyways.
Yeah.
2 games of playing action is more playing time than he would have got in the preseason. So at this point, it's plain and simple. Whether I'm saying it, whether Kerry's saying it, whether Steve Young is saying it on the afternoon show, Brandon Ayuk has got to step up this weekend.
The stars of the team need to be the stars of the team. Like that's the bottom line. Like week to week, especially as we grind out wins here early, is the stars of the team need to show up and be big. And so your point is perfect. It's not been for Brandon Ayuk, and it's got to be. And I think that I suspect as he gets rounds into shape and starts to get free. One of the things that Brock and he are great at is when he gets open quick, which is one of his talents, Brock balls out, and it's Brandon on the run. And that's, to me, that's what we will. If we don't see a bunch of opportunities or at least efforts to get the ball to Brandon quickly as he beats people off the line of scrimmage, then I'd be surprised, right? Because that's got to be one of the big things we got to do.
And to me, the best thing about Brandon Ayuk's game is his separation.
Yeah.
It's his route running abilities. Now, the newest hot stat of the league right now is the separation stats going around in the NFL, and the numbers are not great for the 49ers. But you can go back and watch the footage of Game 1 and Game 2, and he was getting more separation last week against the Minnesota Vikings. Helps out when you're not going one-on-one against Sauce Gardner. But the Vikings do have a great defense also. But there were plays that Brandon Ayuk was able to get open, but also Brock Purdy did not have that connection, did not have that timing, which is interesting when we rejoin with Brandon Ayuk saying, yeah, I was actually excited to watch the film this week. Because after week 1, he talked about how he was embarrassed to watch that film, how he did not want to watch it. Well, that's good. You got to have some self-reflection, and you have to be better. It's as simple as that. So I think on film, 1 week to another, Brandon Ayuk has improved. But to your point, I don't know if he's back to being that BA that we saw last year.
And I also think, to Steve Young's point, there's something the 49ers can do to facilitate those quick passes from Brock Purdy to Brandon Ayuk this week, and that is scheme up some bubble screens for him. That is scheme up those short to intermediate passing routes that are all timing based. So if you've got, let's say, 11 personnel, you've got Jawan Jennings and Brandon Ayuk somehow motion to the same side of the field, whether you've got Jacob Cowing out there, I don't know. But you've got situations where you can throw a bubble and then you can have a wide receiver or George Kittle flare out there and then go set a block for him. And so you're getting the ball in Brandon Ayuk's hands in space. The 49ers love to do this with Deebo Samuel, especially on 1st and 10, because they know it's almost as good as a run play. Hey, you put the ball in Deebo's hands and he has 3 yards of space. Deebo's as good as anyone in the NFL in turning 3 yards of space into 9, 10, 11, 12 yards of space. Brandon Ayuk, I think, will have a real opportunity. If the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan dial up those plays this week, it's got to be far more than 4, 5, 6 targets this week. I think you have to be looking at 8, 9, 10 targets. And if he gets going early, you keep feeding him the ball. And I also mentioned this earlier in the show. The 49ers are going to rely on Jordan Mason this week. There's no question he's done a sensational job pounding the rock against the New York Jets and against the Minnesota Vikings. And this Rams team is a liability against the run right now. It's where the 49ers can establish things early in the game. They need to ride out Jordan Mason early, especially in this first quarter, to wear down that defense. At the same time, when they are looking for those short passes, once they do get the Rams on their heels, there are opportunities to run play action and hit Brandon Ayuk on those intermediate timing routes where he's crossing the field, where he's running digs. And it's one thing that Brock Purdy has done so well over the course of his career is throw the intermediate routes. The Rams give them to the 49ers. It's something that Jimmy Garoppolo was able to take advantage of against Sean McVay's teams. And I think that Brock Purdy does it at a far higher level than Jimmy Garoppolo ever did. And so that's why I'm excited about this opportunity, even if Brandon Ayuk's stats last season against the Rams weren't so good.
Yeah, to your point real quick on the rushing game. The LA Rams allowed the Arizona Cardinals to rush for 231 yards last week. Week 1 against the Detroit Lions, they had 163 yards. It's a small sample size, no doubt about it, but without Aaron Donald on the field, they're allowing 197 yards per game. But we know Kyle Shanahan loves himself some complimentary football.
Yep.
The run game sets up the pass game. So run the rock with Jordan Mason. Then let's get Brock outside of the pocket. Maybe a couple bootlegs, play action. Let him work. Let him use his legs. Because as we pointed out earlier, he was sacked 6 times against the Minnesota Vikings. There was 13 times where he was pressured. And a lot of times the pressure was coming up the middle. So I think that way you got to kind of design and get creative to get him out of the pocket. And then maybe we do see some of those backyard plays that we saw so often with him and BA last year.
So that's actually something that Sean McVay does really well. And I think that Kyle Shanahan can borrow from Sean McVay's template for his quarterbacks, because you look at who he's had over the last 5, 6, 7 seasons in Los Angeles with the Rams. It's Jared Goff, who's not exactly known for his mobility, and it's Matthew Stafford, who at this point in his career, Steve Young said, he doesn't move all that well. But one thing that Sean McVay does is he's able to reset the pocket, and with these play-action boots, with the motion in the pocket, making sure that you're sending defenders different ways right now, I think that there's an opportunity for the 49ers to take a page out of the Rams playbook and reset things with Brock Purdy. So he's throwing from the right hash, so he's throwing from the left hash, and you can't have a situation like last weekend where things converge on him like they did against the Minnesota Vikings. There was too much, I don't want to say stability in the pocket because it was obviously an unstable pocket, but there was too much stationary play in the pocket from Brock Purdy. And one of his greatest elements for this 49ers offense over the last 2-3 seasons has been his ability to, when things break down, he races out to the right, he turns to the left, he does that, very uncomfortable as a fan to watch boot where, hey, he's spinning, turning his back to the defense, and then he goes, and the guy who always seems to be open on those plays is Brandon Ayuk. So the question for Brandon Ayuk is, does he get the 6, 7, 8 seconds to run away from the defense, read things with Brock Purdy, because that's where their connection is really so strong. That's what takes an 800-yard receiver to an 1,100 to 1,200-yard receiver in my mind.
Yeah, and that was their biggest kind of connection last season, as we just mentioned. But it's also when you look at the fact that the 49ers and that offensive line gave up so many pressures, gave up so many sacks. Is it a good thing that Brock Purdy is trying to extend the plays? Because Kyle Shanahan said, look, all these sacks were not on the offensive line. Brock Purdy was sitting back there a little too much, and I know Tim Ryan likes to call him the AI throwbot, but he had time processing, or he had trouble processing against that Brian Flores defense. So maybe we'll see what the Rams like to do and maybe get some of those quick passes, to Steve Young's point, getting Brandon Ayuk open quick off the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that, you've got to have that extra sense in the pocket, and you get that the deeper into the season you get. I know that Brock Purdy, when he first came out and started in the NFL, it wasn't as smooth with that. We saw him really develop over the course of last season, get more comfortable extending plays outside the pocket. I think it's a progression this year, and that's why Sunday's so important. He's got to take another step forward in that regard.
Big game this Sunday for Brock Purdy. No Deebo Samuel, no Christian McCaffrey. George Kittle officially questionable. We'll ask John Lynch about George Kittle coming up at 8 a.m. But coming up next, it's our Friday hit with Mike Krukow. Got to get his thoughts on the Giants not being able to get the sweep out in Baltimore, and also Shohei Ohtani joining the 50-50 club. We'll talk about all that and more next with Mike Krukow before we get to John Lynch at 8 a.m. Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 6 a.m., the sports leader.
I think Brock is going to be better. I'm calling him the AI throwbot this year.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back on a Friday morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat options, projections, and watch the winnings roll in. We've been telling you about this Prize Pick special all month long with Caleb Williams. All he needs is 1 yard this weekend, and you take that bet and you pair it with something else. Why not take a look at the 49ers wide receivers? Without Deebo Samuel, we've been talking a lot about Brandon Ayuk. His over-under is at 71 yards, and Jawan Jennings is at 42 yards. I'm thinking about putting some action on both of those guys this weekend, so join me on Prize Picks by downloading the app and using the code word LEADER to instantly get $50 when you play $5. That's code word LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even have to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 670 AM.
All right, we do it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7:30. It's time for our weekly hit with Mike Kruko, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on each and every model. And Mike, the show might sound a little different this morning. It's not Brian Murphy saying hello. It's still me, Marcus Boucher, but we got the kid, a.k.a. Homeroom, Kerry Crowley, filling in this morning. So how we doing today, Mike?
Yeah, well, Homeroom's like 60 years old now, so we can't call him the kid anymore.
They got to me, Mike. My hairline's receding. I'm a little older these days. My knees are creaking when I run. It's not good. It's not good, this whole feeling, you know?
Homeroom. It doesn't get any better.
I've been shoved into way too many middle seats on airlines flying around the country as a ball writer, but those days are over, Mike. So just thrilled to be talking baseball with you. And hey, the Giants headed back to Kansas City 10 years ago. Hard to believe it was 10 years ago when the bullpen gate swung open and we saw Madison Bumgarner, huh?
Yeah, that's remarkable. We said the same thing earlier this year when the Giants honored the 2014 team. And it was one of the coolest field celebrations that we've ever had. And I think the highlight was, we introduced all the players, and it was just so cool to see them all together because, they just were such a close bunch, and then they still are. I mean, they couldn't get close enough to each other. They just didn't want the weekend to go away. But we had a series of, we brought like 2 or 3 guys in at a time, and we had 3 panels of players, former players on that team, that we'd ask questions. And one of the players was Madison Bumgarner. And when he got up and introduced, this ovation that he got, because it was so cool, because everybody got there early to see these guys anyway. The place was packed. And when he got up and the ovation that he got, Kipe and I were on the field. The ovation, it just hit us right in the forehead. It was so loud, and we both thought it was the loudest we've ever heard. It was just so cool, and Bumgarner was just himself, just his humble self, and afterwards, he said a few words. He came over and he gave us a handshake and a hug, and he said to Kipe, "I wish I could talk better." He just wanted to be able to articulate truly how he felt, feeling that ovation and coming back to the ballpark, and what this this team meant to him, what that team meant to him. And it was really a kind of a telling moment, and it was pretty neat. But 10 years, I can't believe it's been 10 years for that bunch.
Yeah, and it's mind-blowing that the Giants haven't won a postseason series since 2014. And with the loss yesterday in Baltimore, the Giants were officially eliminated from playoff contention. But, Mike, they went into Baltimore, took 2 out of 3, were 1 inning away from getting the sweep of a really good Baltimore Orioles team. So what did that series in Baltimore tell you about this team?
Well, I mean, they've kind of done this a lot. I mean, they've had 11 opportunities to go in and sweep a team this year. They're 2-9 in that final game to get the sweep, which isn't good. But it tells you that there's talent there, that this team can get well in a hurry next year. But it also tells you how they've lost a lot of games this year, because they go into the 9th inning and they're down run and they score a run and they have nobody out and they have a runner first and second. They can't get a bunt down. I mean, I just have seen it so often this year where they couldn't execute one fundamental thing and it cost them a game, whether it be a relay or hit behind a runner or get a runner in from third base with less than 2 outs or get a bunt down. They pop a bunt up, 1 out, next guy up, double play. That's a game they should have won. If they get the bunt down, now you have runners second and third. They have to play the infield in. You got Canna up, who's one of the best grinders and one of the best the Giants have at getting the runner in from third base with less than 2 outs. It didn't happen. Pop it up, ground ball, double play, and then you go down and it gets walked off with a 2-run homer to end it. Frustrating when you play your tails off and have a great series against a team that is one of the big teams coming out of the AL East. And it's just kind of, they've had too much of that this year. If they would have minimized that, or if they would have done better in situational at bats or situational defense or situational base running, they'd be in the playoffs. And that's what really frustrates this team and frustrates all of us who follow it.
Yeah, not only would they be in the playoffs, you'd be seeing Blake Snell and Logan Webb in a playoff series. And I think back in spring training, Mike, that's what everyone dreamed about, is seeing these two guys go into the postseason. And the Giants are on the brink of watching Blake Snell potentially enter free agency here. And 6 innings, 12 strikeouts on Tuesday. Now, I've been mesmerized by what this guy can offer. And I hope that this organization makes him a serious offer to return. I know that he's polarizing among fans in certain regards because of the fact that he doesn't always pitch deep into a ball game and he's walked a lot of guys. But to me, when he's on his game, it is just so easy to envision playoff success. And that's what every Giants fan craves in 2025.
Well, when he's on, he's the best pitcher in the world. There's nobody close. And I mean, he's got 4 weapons. He's got 4 weapons where he can almost tell you it's coming and you can't hit it. That's how good he can be. We saw him in 3 out of 4 starts where he pitched a no-hitter, he took a perfect game into the 8th, took another no-hitter into the 7th inning, just blowing guys away with bad swings, overmatched, big league hitters. And so, I mean, yeah, with him not being able to go, I mean, he was stunted this year because he had no spring training. And he came in and he wasn't ready to go. And he got up to a horrible start. Then he got hurt. Then he came back and, he was just starting to put it together, got hurt. So he loses half the season, and his ERA in the starts that he had the first half, he was in the 7s. 7 ERA with that guy. That's hard to believe. And then he finally comes back and he's set and he's ready to go. And then he gave us a sampling of what he can do. So there isn't a team in baseball that doesn't want this guy. I mean, that's how good he is. And it remains to be seen as to what happens as this club goes forth. But we'd all love to have him back.
Few more minutes here on the Uma Guest Line with Mike Krukow on a Friday morning. And Mike, we have to ask you about Shohei Ohtani yesterday. Put on a historic performance. First guy ever in the 50-50 club. And Mike, he's doing this after off-season elbow surgery. Just give us your thoughts on Shohei Ohtani making history.
Well, he's like nobody I've ever seen. Given that he, I don't think I've ever seen a better player than Bonds. In Mays, I got to appreciate him. I was at an age where I could get Bond or get Mays. I knew what he was all about, and a remarkable athlete. We all know that historically what he's done. Hank Aaron, I mean, my goodness, you think about the people that we've seen, and then you see this guy. And what makes him, better is because he not only can do things offensively and defensively, and his speed for a tall guy is absurd. He can pitch, and he's one of the elite pitchers when he's on with stuff. I don't know if he's completely figured out how to pitch yet, but his stuff is as good as anybody's. So we've never really seen a guy like this. I mean, the very first time that Kipe and I saw him, it was a spring training game, and we're, what's the fuss? Come on. And I'm always a little leery of tall hitters. And then we watch him take batting practice, and then we see him run, and we look at each other going, who the hell is this guy? And then we watch him pitch, and then we kind of get this guy and how special he is. But what he did this year and the 50-50 quest, and how he did it yesterday with a 6-for-6 day, score 4 runs, and knock in 10, and he came within about 3 inches. I mean, he got tagged out on a ball. I'm watching 2 deer outside the door right now. It's amazing. Anyway, he literally about 3 inches from the cycle. On top of all this, it just reminds you of how incredible this guy is, and how lucky we are to get to watch him do what he's doing. He's amazing. He's like nobody I've ever seen, and that includes Bonds or Mays or Aaron, because of the spectrum of talent that he has that allows him to do every part of this game and do it the way he does it. Crazy.
6 for 6, 3 home runs, 2 stolen bases, drives in 10, and it happened at Marlins Park. For a moment, it reminded me of Brandon Crawford's 7-hit game 8 years ago at Marlins Park. But I think you can make the case, Mike, that is the single greatest baseball game a position player or a hitter, because he's a DH, has ever had.
Yeah, I can't think of a better one than that. I mean, and you say, well, yeah, but one of the home runs was off a regular player. I don't care. I mean, the whole thing, I'm just glad the 50th home run wasn't off a guy who was just an everyday player filling out a game. And, the 50th was a regular pitcher, and I checked that out as soon as I saw the box score. That's the first thing I looked at. But you're right. I mean, that might be the day.
Yeah, the only problem is he's doing it in Dodger blue, Mike. That's the only problem.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that had a little damper for all of us Giants fans, but all of us baseball fans can certainly appreciate it.
Yeah.
I mean, because of how easy he makes it look. I think that's the other thing. Rick Russell used to have a great saying. He says, guys, the definition of genius is a guy who can make something really hard look really easy. In the game of baseball, it's kind of the way it is. And how many times have we seen pitchers like Greg Maddux make it look easy? Well, that guy was a genius. Well, that's exactly what Ohtani's doing. He's making this game look easy. And there aren't many teams, and not many guys in history that have done that in any sport.
No, without question. Shohei Ohtani, one of a kind for sure. And Mike Krukow, you're one of a kind also. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy watching the Niners this weekend, and we'll talk to you with Murph on Monday, Mike.
In a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow, as he always does on Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday. And, of course, his spot is sponsored by NorCal Honda Dealers. Help me out, Kerry Crowley. I lost my sheet real quick.
I also have lost my sheet for a moment, but NorCal Honda Dealers does a great job helping us out with Mike Krukow, Marcus, and I know you got a word about him.
That's it, because they are, and we always are. This is great. Murph's not hosting a show and it goes off the rails. Mike Krukow is sponsored by Northern California Honda Dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer for sedan. Find savings on every model. Man, if only Shohei Ohtani was wearing the black and orange, but he's in Dodger blue. But hey, enough Dodger blue talk. Let's talk about the red and gold with 49ers GM John Lynch on the other side. Get you a couple injury updates and what he expects to see from Brock Purdy this weekend, squaring off against the LA Rams. It's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley, obviously filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kevin Hart is back on tour, and we have some tickets to give away. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart acting My Age at the Paramount Theater on October 26th. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away around 8:25 this morning. This prize is furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This was Draymond Green's idea.
it now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's a stretch run to McCaffrey, a cutback inside the 5, breaks a tackle all the way to the goal line. Christian McCaffrey, touchdown! It's going to be a screen back right, Shelton the block, touchdown LA Rams. A walk-in for Kyron Williams.
They're going to run Higbee across the formation and try to run it inside.
There he goes, inside handoff, you got it. And Williams takes it down to the goal line, and he's right on the goal line and in for a Ram touchdown. What are they going to do? Purdy takes it, Purdy sneak, touchdown! Purdy under center, backpedals, throws for Debo back in the game. Jennings never made the block, but Debo breaks a tackle. Debo takes it all the way out to the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Oh, the calls from Greg Papa from the 49ers' last victory down at SoFi Stadium, Week 2, 2023. 49ers make the return this weekend as a 6.5-point favorite, have actually now won 5 straight regular season games down at SoFi. We told you the numbers earlier this morning. Vivid Seats is reporting that 64% of the tickets have been bought by 49er fans, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of red and gold in the stands this weekend to support Brock Purdy when he might be out there without a lot of weapons, Kerry Crowley. And we should reset and tell everybody it is the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning with Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy. John Lynch right around the corner in about 7-8 minutes. But, Kerry, let's set the stage. No Deebo Samuel, no Christian McCaffrey, and it sounds like there's a possibility George Kittle could be held out this weekend. Thoughts on this weekend's matchup against the LA Rams?
I mean, this is clearly a prove-it game for Brock Purdy, and he's already got a tremendous NFL resume, 18-5 as a starter for the San Francisco 49ers. He's exceeded everyone's expectations to this point, but that's the difference, Marcus. The expectations have been reset entering 2024 for Brock Purdy. People now know what pick 262 is capable of. So when he turns in a performance against the Minnesota Vikings where he throws a lot of completions, the numbers on the overall, they look good, but they weren't, if you watch with the eye test, exactly where you need Brock Purdy to be to beat Sam Darnold, to beat the Minnesota Vikings, to win that football game. He took 6 sacks. So the expectations have been reset. This is a huge opportunity for him to go out and prove that he can put the 49ers on his shoulders as a quarterback, and he doesn't need Christian McCaffrey. He doesn't need Deebo Samuel to win a regular season game. We know that they're critical in the postseason, in a Super Bowl, but Brock Purdy can get the 49ers through the early weeks of the regular season on his own, and taking down the Los Angeles Rams is a huge step toward doing that.
It feels like the goalposts are constantly being moved for Brock Purdy.
Every NFL quarterback, they're always moving.
And whether or not he is going to become the highest paid quarterback, whether or not you think he deserves it, that's the marketplace, and that's what he's playing for right now. But you can look back to that stretch of games last year where they lost 3 straight without Deebo Samuel and also without Trent Williams. That, to me, was the bigger missing piece. You lose Trent Williams. That's why it was so important this offseason for John Lynch to get that deal done. Of course, he ends up getting the deal done with both Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and Christian McCaffrey, but half those guys might not be playing this weekend, so it's going to put a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy, but it's also got to be a big day for BA. But before we hop into our BA takes, I did want to give you the official update from Kyle Shanahan about George Kittle and Charvarius Ward both practicing on Wednesday, then taking Thursday off because of some soreness. Here was Kyle Shanahan on yesterday for his weekly hit with Tolbert and Copes, giving us the latest updates on these injuries.
I mean, they possibly could. I can't. I got to think of my coach talk right now. They will end up being questionable, I'm sure. But yeah, they were. They had good practices yesterday. They complained of some soreness after practice, and they came in this morning with it. So we weren't going to put them out there today and have them get real hurt. So hopefully they come in tomorrow feeling better and can get some work in, because definitely hoping those guys can be available on Sunday. But if not, got to go the next guys up.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important to keep an eye on that injury report today. We know George Kittle is a tough SOB, playing with all those injuries last year in the Super Bowl. And when Kyle tells me it's soreness that they're experiencing, it does give me the belief that we could see George Kittle out there this weekend, which is huge for the run game. But, Kerry, it seems like the list of injuries just keeps getting longer and longer and longer, whether we're talking about the offense side of the ball or a guy like Charvarius Ward on the defense side of the ball. Even Nick Bosa was limited in practice yesterday.
It's true, and this is happening around the NFL right now. You've got a Los Angeles Rams team that will be without Cooper Kupp, without Puka Nacua, so Matthew Stafford's weapons are limited as well. You see other teams dealing with quarterback issues already. The Packers could be without Jordan Love for a second consecutive weekend. That's still up in the air, and so I think that's the beauty of building the roster the way that the 49ers have under John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan is you can withstand a number of injuries in a given week. You can deal with early in the season issues as long as everyone's back by week 15, 16, 17, rolling toward the postseason. That's why there's no rush to get Christian McCaffrey back on the field. There's no rush to get Deebo Samuel back on the field. And I say that with the caveat that you still got to take care of business against the Los Angeles Rams, because if you lose this game, if you lose to the Patriots or the Seahawks in the next few weeks, then things start to get dicey. Then there is a rush. Then there is mounting pressure. So the 49ers can alleviate some of these issues if the backups step up, if the role players outshine their given role, and if Brock Purdy is the man that you know he can be, and if Brandon Ayuk earns that paycheck on a weekly basis.
Yeah, and I think that's an appropriate approach to have some caution with a lot of these guys, because to your point, we're 2 weeks into the NFL season. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And we've seen them take these safe kind of routes before with a player like Talanoa Hufanga, who was expected to play this weekend. They did not put him on the IR to start the season, but did not play the first 2 weeks. Here was Kyle Shanahan with some positive injury updates on whether or not we will see Talanoa Hufanga out there for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, that is the expectation. He's had a really good week of practice. Expect him to be out there. I know he's been itching to get back. I remember seeing him on the sidelines versus Minnesota. He came up to me. He's like, "This is the last one. This is the last one I can handle. I can't wait to be back next week." And he's had a great week of practice, and expect him to see him out flying around out there on Sunday.
And this is a great sign for the 49er defense, especially after a couple blown coverages last week against Justin Jefferson and Jalen Naylor. I would love to see the all-pro safety Talanoa Hufanga out there this weekend.
Yeah, this is definitely something I want to get into with John Lynch in a few minutes, because Hufanga and Jair Brown are both safeties who I think are tremendous in run support, are great coming up in the box. But one of the issues you saw on Sunday against the Minnesota Vikings was when Brown was out there on the field with George Odom, 49ers got beat by Justin Jefferson. That's the type of thing that can't happen against the number one receiver in the NFL. You can't let someone get behind the entire defense. So I want to know about Talanoa Hufanga, the communication that he brings to this 49ers defense, and even if he isn't as fundamentally sound against the pass as he is against the run, how his return can transform the back end of this 49ers defense. Because we do know Charvarius Ward, who is questionable right now with his injury, and Diablo Lenore, they can lock things down on the outside. The question for me is, how good will the 49ers be at the very back level of their defense against great passing teams?
Absolutely, and I'm excited to see the progression of a Talanoa Hufanga. Really interesting comments yesterday in the locker room talking to the media, talking about his 2022 All-Pro season. And he said it was mediocre and said that he can get better.
The end of it may have been.
Yeah.
The first 10, 11 weeks, he was playing at a level that I don't think anyone expected from Talanoa Hufanga. He was sensational. Murph's guy because he went to USC. But the end of that season left a little bit to be desired from pass coverage. And I'm glad that he's talking that way, because that tells you that he's not only coming back from an injury with something to prove, he's coming back hungry to make himself better.
And he mentioned being on the sideline throughout training camp this year. He had conversations with John Lynch about his eyes and where his eyes are at, even when he's not on the field, to read different schemes and systems and to become better in that passing game. I think we're going to see strides from Talanoa Hufanga, and that's something that we can definitely ask John Lynch about in just a few minutes here. And I will tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station. Tony, give me the thumbs up when we have the connection to the John Lynch interview. It's a Friday staple here on the Murph and Marcus Show. Even with Kerry Crowley filling in, it's one Irish guy talking to another.
Yeah, not much changes, you know? You just trade out someone 30 years younger than Murph. Maybe it's 35, 40. I don't know. How old is Murph these days?
That's a great question.
That's a question
I don't think anybody knows the age of a Brian Murphy. Not on this show, but we'll talk to John Lynch about all these injuries and everything going on this weekend and the expectations for Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I think that's what it boils down to, whether or not Brock can get the job done with the lack of weapons that could not be out there this weekend.
I'm really excited to watch Brock this week, because I think each time he's been the 49ers quarterback, 2022 when he takes over for the injured Jimmy Garoppolo, 2023 when he's coming off of that injury with his arm, he's stepped up and he's turned those doubters into people who believe in him. This is another chance for Brock Purdy, with Christian McCaffrey out, with Deebo Samuel out, to prove that he can do this. And Brock has always thrived with his back against the wall. I think this is another chance for him in week 3 against Los Angeles.
Brock Purdy, big opportunity to shut up some of those haters. But hey, it's time for us to shut up and listen to this John Lynch Open, because he joins us on a Friday morning.
He's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, it's time for our Friday hit with John Lynch, which is always sponsored by Fieldwork Brewing Company. With 8 locations around Northern California, fresh beer is always right around the corner. And guess who's right around the corner? It's 49ers GM John Lynch. John, a little bit of a curveball today. Brian Murphy is on vacation, so we're subbing in the kid, Kerry Crowley. John, thanks for joining us on Friday morning. How you doing today?
What's going on, Marcus, Kerry? How you guys doing?
We're doing good, John. Kind of getting over last week's loss against the Minnesota Vikings, getting ready for this weekend's matchup against the LA Rams. But let's start out in Minnesota. Not the result you wanted, 23-17 loss, but I feel like there are some key takeaways, especially with the performance of someone like Fred Warner.
Oh, Fred's outstanding. I mean, he's such a model for everybody in our organization. I think for anyone, if you want to watch someone work with intent each and every day with extremely just exceptional attitude and effort and consistency, his consistency of work. Yesterday, we were doing some work with our younger scouts, and we were looking at the top 5 linebackers in next year's draft class. And we went back and we watched Fred Warner at BYU. And it was a really cool exercise to see a guy that, played in the nickel position. And I can tell you, you didn't see a guy that, man, this guy's going to be the best linebacker in football. I'd be lying to you if I ever told you that. But when you have a special amount of ability, aptitude, and then you're willing to put in the work and not just match other people's intensity and consistency in their work, but in your preparation, outwork your competition on a consistent basis. This is what can happen in year 7. You're getting better. And he kept us in that game, quite frankly, last week, and gave us an opportunity, made it a 1-score game, and he was all over. Our analytics department, they'll throw little nuggets, and it said, something since 2020, Fred's the only linebacker to record a game with at least a sack, a pass breakup, an interception, a tackle for loss, a forced fumble, and to not miss a tackle in a single game. And so, but that's what he does every day out here on the practice field. You see the punches on the football. He got one out Aaron Jones near the goal line. Huge swing in the game. He got another one on the sideline with Sam Darnold. But I watch him do it every day in practice here, and he becomes a master of it. So I'm talking on and on because I can go on and on that guy, because he's a remarkable football player. And thank God we have him.
Yeah, without a question, John. We could do the entire interview today just on Fred Warner, but there are other important issues that we need to address. Probably the other takeaway from that game is the injury list that we're looking at. We know about Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel not being available this weekend, but we also got the news yesterday that George Kittle and Charvarius Ward have been held out of practice yesterday. I mean, John, break this down from the 49er perspective, but also what the LA Rams are dealing with all the injuries this early in the season.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's not ideal for us. I think they've probably been hurt worse. It's their skill position with Puka and Cooper, and then it's their offensive line as well. John Johnson on the defensive side. So they've got a lot of injuries. We've got a lot of injuries to key players. But that's this league, and who deals with that? Nobody's going to feel sorry. You can't use it as an excuse. We have plenty of weapons. We have a very deep football team. We expect guys to step up when their number's called. I think J.P. Mason's been a tremendous illustration of that. Are you ready when your number's called? Because if so, you can really make a name for yourself and make a career for yourself. And we're going to have, we've got ample ability, talent out there, and that's our charge this week. Find a way, and I expect that we will.
John, always fun talking ball with you, and I think it's really exciting for 49ers fans this week to know that Talanoa Hufanga is making his return to the secondary. He transforms you guys in so many ways at the back end. What's the single element that you think is most important to Hufanga's presence when he returns to you this weekend?
Oh, man. Well, I'd start, Kerry, with it's probably something fans don't recognize as much as we do and players and coaches do. He's a tremendous communicator, kind of a quarterback of the back end of that defense. Sees a lot, really prides himself on his preparation, a very instinctive player, but he's a really, really good communicator, which is important at the safety position. So I'd start there. And then the fun starts. I mean, once the play starts, I just think he's a really inspiring player, the way he plays. We talk a lot about being so prepared that you don't play with any hesitation. And I think everybody sees that with Huff's game. He's at his best when he's playing with no hesitation. And that type of effort, that type of speed with which he plays, physicality, that's contagious to us. So he gives us a lift. We're really excited. I'm proud of our staff and proud of Huff more than anything. The work that goes into an ACL recovery, it's very intensive. It can be lonely. You go through low points, but Huff had a great attitude throughout, and I think they've done a nice job of really having him ready and primed, and we'll still have a snap count on him. I don't know what that will be, but we'll be mindful of that. We've got other guys who can play really well, but Huff is ready for the opportunity. I'm just really excited and proud of him for the effort he's put forth in his rehab, and it will be a big pickup for our defense. He's a really good player. We get better with him on the field.
Yeah, I know a lot of 49er fans are excited to see Huff back on the field for the first time since 2022, but it actually surprised me yesterday seeing Talanoa Hufanga speak to the media and talk about that 2022 All-Pro season, which he called mediocre, John, which is surprising, but it tells me that he is still developing his game. So how much do you think Talanoa Hufanga can still improve at this point in his career?
Yeah, that's what you love to hear is and it's not just lip service. That's how Huff really thinks. I talk to him a lot, and he always wants to be better. And if you have that attitude with his ability and his makeup, you constantly will get better, like Fred Warner. And so I think Huff's got the right mindset, and I'm just excited to go watch him play. And I know our fans are. He's a fan favorite because of the passion and all the things that I talked about with the way he plays.
John, one of the things that I've always found so cool about your tenure with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco with this 49ers franchise is you guys have hit on some late-round gems and some undrafted free agents. And from the first 2 weeks of this season, Jordan Mason's been one of the breakout stars in the NFL. Very tall task in filling in for Christian McCaffrey right now. Give us some of the backstory. How did you guys circle around to Jordan Mason? How has he developed inside the building for you guys and gotten to the point where you can really trust him 20, 25 times a game?
Yeah, well, JP's always been a trusted and dependable player here. He just happened to be behind some really good players, with Elijah and Christian. And, that's kind of what happened to him at Georgia Tech. He was having a really nice career, and then a guy named Jahmyr Gibbs, who's now on the Detroit Lions, came in there and later transferred over to Alabama, but he kind of played a backup to Gibbs that senior year. Probably was beneficial to us. I think one thing when we, our commitment to the run, our style of run game, Kyle and his dad and Bobby Turner and our scouts over the years, we have a really good idea of what we're looking for at that position. And JP really fit that mold now. We recruited him hard to get him in our building. And, I won't say it was right away, but I remember, Kyle and I out on the field, I remember the part of the field, I'm looking at it right now, when we kind of looked at each other and said, we can't mess around and try to slip this guy through the practice squad. He's got to make our 53. We decided to keep 4 that year. And I'm glad we did. And, that depth, that development of young players is so critical. Because we've got a good track record of paying our guys and having a lot of guys that deserve to be paid, but you also need the development of young players such that in an opportunity like this, when you have a couple guys nicked, do you have guys in the pipeline? And JP is a great illustration. For years, he's been very dependable on special teams for us, kind of a go-to guy there. And he finished a lot of games for us, which showed our trust that we'd put him in. I think it was last year in Seattle. At the end of that game, he's getting, important carries because we trust him to protect the football. And whenever he's gone out there, the best thing I can say about him, he's been dependable, but he's also been productive, and now you're just seeing it in larger doses. And I think a big part in his development, I'll go back to something I think we talked about last week, the work he put in, working out with Fred this offseason, it got him to a higher level in terms of his physical, capacity and fitness, but probably more than anything, his mental capacity and mental toughness that he gained through an experience like that. So I'm really proud of JP. We all are. And he's been a really good player for us for a long time, but in particular in these last couple weeks.
Yeah, John, and I wanted to follow up on JP's workload that he's had so far this season. He's tied for the most carries in the NFL right now with Josh Jacobs. Actually has more carries in the first 2 games this season than he's had in either of the past 2 seasons with you guys. So moving forward, without Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel in the backfield, how confident are you with him carrying that workload, and also the confidence with the depth in the backfield with guys like Isaac Guerendo and Patrick Taylor Jr.?
Feel good about our depth. Guerendo's a rookie, but a guy who's earning our trust each day. It's hard. A lot of people wanted to evaluate him off 1 carry last week, and I don't think that's really fair. Isaac's going to do well for us. He's got crazy ability. He can really, really run. He's strong. A lot of things that we like, and he'll get more opportunities. Patrick's a proven guy in this league who's played in this scheme before, so we're good in terms of our depth, and we got to be mindful of JP's reps, but we run the football. We're committed to running the football, and we'll do what it takes to win.
John, it's abundantly clear that, it's really difficult to sustain success long-term in the NFL without hitting on draft picks. And I think you guys have clearly worked in a number of these early draft picks from the 2024 class. And I want to get your thoughts on the progress. We've seen some Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney obviously taking over a starting job on that offensive line, Malik Mustafa filling in at safety a little bit. Where do you think this 2024 rookie class is right now entering week 3 compared to some of your other recent draft classes? Is it kind of ahead of the curve right now?
I don't want to get into, comparing, but I do know we all feel really, really good about this class. Our top guy, obviously it's been well chronicled what's happened with Ricky Pearsall, but Ricky's trending well. He's rehabbing well. He's eager to get out there. We'll put him out there at the right time. Still has a couple more games to wait, but Ricky's doing real well. Renardo, he's everything we thought he'd be. He's still learning. That's a tough position to go in and play, but we're really proud of Renardo. Pooney has been tremendous. Mustafa's getting reps. It's a group we really, Jacob Cowing, he's a guy who may get some ops this week. In the offensive side, we've seen him as a punt returner. So this group is a group we really like. I think their makeup, their wit is kind of what we hang our hat on, and I think this is going to be a really strong draft class for our team for years to come. Not just now. Guerendo, we talked about. So it's a class we're excited about. And they're made of the right stuff, and now they just got to go show it on the field and continue to do it. And that's this league. You gotta do it over and over. And but I think these guys are cut. We did a good job. I think our scouts, I give them a lot of credit. Our coaches of identifying the right, not only talent, but probably more importantly, the makeup of these guys. And it's a group I think we're all going to be proud of for years to come.
John, moving on from the rookies to the veterans on the team, this weekend without Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey, how much are you relying on the veterans like Brandon Ayuk and Juwan Jennings to step up this weekend?
We always rely on those guys. I think maybe they get a little more opportunities, but those guys are always ready. And those are two of our go-to players and guys that, are part of our culture and who we are. And so, I think they're always ready. They'll be ready this week. It's always just fun when you start playing games in general, but when you play divisional games against a team like the Rams, a team we have great respect, we saw how much they improved last year. It's always going to be a challenge. They're down some guys, we're down some guys, but this is the NFL. Like, who can produce it? You can't make excuses. You got to show up, you got to play, you got to find a way, and that's what both teams are trying to do. I know we'll have a great presence with our fans down at SoFi. That's always a fun sight, and we got to make the most of this opportunity.
Absolutely. A lot of fans traveling down to Southern California. Folks hitting up SFO right now, headed down for the weekend, John. And I know it's a 365-day-a-year grind, and I know that especially during the season, you and Kyle are in constant communication about different things you have to do for the roster, who's going to be ready to go on Sunday. One of the things that's always fascinated me about your job, what does a Saturday look like? Do you watch a lot of college football? Do you talk with your scouts? Do you sit back, have a fieldwork brew? Like, what does Saturday look like in your profession?
That's different. It's different whether you're at home or on the road. Last week, I can tell you I was at TCU. My daughter is one of our 4 children is a senior at TCU. So when you can mix family with what we do, it's always a good weekend. So it was parents' weekend, her last parents' weekend, but TCU has a lot of talent, UCF. So I didn't stay for that game, but you were able to get there, talk to their coaches, and experience, something I'll never forget with our daughter. So that's what a given Saturday can look. It's also the day where we have to, do our final transactions. So if you're flexing guys up from the practice squad, you have to do that on Saturday. So it's an important day in terms of like what's your final roster for game day. You can do your inactives on the actual game day, but anything transactionally has to be done by Saturday at 1. So always an important day. It's walkthrough for the players, kind of one last dress rehearsal. And then this week, for instance, last week, going 2 time zones, we traveled on a Friday. This week, since it's a shorter trip, we'll travel as a team on Saturday. So that's what a Saturday is all about. And, it's always just the calm before the storm. And I love getting in those meetings the night before. I sit in the offensive where Kyle installs their first 24 plays, and that gets you a good feel for the game. Then I sit in the team, spend some time in the special teams meeting. It's good just to get a feel for, what's going to be critical for the game, for our success, and that's basically what a Saturday looks like.
Yeah, and you mentioned making those roster moves on a Saturday. I'm just curious. I was trying to look up some information earlier today. Have you guys made an official roster move to replace Christian McCaffrey after placing him on the IR?
No, we've kept it. We've kind of been at 52 players, and the practice squad and the flexes kind of allow you to do that. What you don't want to do is get in a deal where you're if you need to, it's always smart to, but you don't want to. For instance, hopefully Ricky Pearsall and some other guys are coming off. The short-term IR or different lists, and so you don't want to have to expose people by then having to cut players. So the flexes give you an opportunity to field the roster you want to. So there's always thought that goes into these things. So, but the answer to that is no, we haven't.
All right, John. And then last thing before we let you go, we've committed the radio sin. We haven't asked you about Brock Purdy yet. We'd love to get your breakdown of his performance last week against Brian Flores and the narrative out there about whether or not he can get the job done this weekend without guys like Christian McCaffrey, Debo, and possibly George Kittle.
Well, all I know about Brock is since he's been here, all he's done is prove himself right and a lot of doubters wrong. And we're sure happy that we have him. Got a lot of trust and belief in Brock. I thought Brock competed his tail off last week, and under tough circumstances. And would he like some back? I'm sure he would. And but Brock has been a really, really special player for us, and will continue to be. He's ready for the challenge at hand. Brock's a leader on this team. He's a guy who kind of sets the tone for us, and he has this week in practice. And so I'm never worried about Brock Purdy. I always have a ton of belief in Brock Purdy and what he's going to do for our team. And the same can be said for this week. I think Brock will play outstanding, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to the game this weekend, John. We always appreciate your time and insight. Hopefully we're celebrating a win on Sunday with a Field Work beer, and we'll talk to you next Friday with the return of Murph.
Ooh, that sounds good. I'll hold you to that.
Thanks, John. Good luck this weekend.
Go. All right. Thank you,
John.
There he is, 49ers GM John Lynch. We'll react to some of the things he said on the other side and continue the 49er Friday all morning long. It's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kevin Hart is back on tour, and we have some tickets to give away. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart acting My Age at the Paramount Theater on October 26th. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away following this break. It is all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This was Draymond Green's idea.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Well, all I know about Brock is since he's been here, all he's done is prove himself right and a lot of doubters wrong. And we're sure happy that we have him. Got a lot of trust and belief in Brock. I thought Brock competed his tail off last week, and under tough circumstances. And would he like some back? I'm sure he would. And but Brock has been a really, really special player for us, and will continue to be. He's ready for the challenge at hand. Brock's a leader on this team. He's a guy who kind of sets the tone for us, and he has this week in practice. And so never worried about Brock Purdy. I always have a ton of belief in Brock Purdy and what he's going to do for our team. And the same can be said for this week. I think Brock will play outstanding, and I'm looking forward to it.
Brock Purdy has the chance to silence a lot of doubters this weekend down at SoFi Stadium. 49ers taking on the Rams as a 6.5-point favorite. With some key pieces missing this weekend. No Christian McCaffrey, no Deebo Samuel. Still waiting for the official status on George Kittle, but some great breakdowns right there from John Lynch. And that's why you should always be tuning in to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning, even with my guy KC, Kerry Crowley, filling in for Brian Murphy, because A, you get Reggae Friday. B, you get John Lynch, Mike Krukow, and Greg Papa also. But third, C, I don't know if I was going letters or numbers there. We're giving away free tickets, Tony. That's right. Now is your chance to call. Right now, we will take one winner. Call right now to 415-896-KNBR, and you will have a chance to win not one, but two tickets to see Kevin Hart at the Paramount on 10/26/24. That's October 26, 2024. And, of course, that prize is furnished by Live Nation. So we got Kevin Hart tickets. We got Mike Krukow, Greg Papa, and John Lynch telling us he has no doubt Brock Purdy will put on a good performance this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's what you expect to hear from the 49ers general manager. But also, it's interesting because you brought up this topic earlier that the goalposts are always moving with Brock Purdy. And I think that's true. And I think that's true in a very good way, because when he first took over as the 49ers starting quarterback, it was, can he win a game? Can he win two games? Can he keep the 49ers competitive in this 2022 season? Then he got really good, and it was, can he win playoff games? He proved he could do that. Last season, it was, can he establish himself as an upper echelon quarterback in the NFL? Clearly, finished fourth in MVP voting, took the 49ers all the way to the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy more than did that. Now, this season, with Christian McCaffrey out, with Deebo Samuel out, it's, can Brock Purdy win games on his own? Can he be the reason that the 49ers win football games? And I think it's a testament to the work that he's put in. So it was great to hear from John Lynch, and I know we're going to play a bunch more of those cuts later.
And let's remind everybody, he put up those numbers last year and finished top 5 in the MVP voting after having off-season elbow surgery. Yep. He had the internal brace procedure, and he talked to us last year on the Murph and Marcus Show about how he didn't have the arm strength until about halfway through the season, sitting down having those conversations with a guy like Nick Mullins, who also had the internal brace surgery, and how he really didn't have his deep ball until midway through November. Well, we saw that deep ball a lot at the end of the season, most of the time going to Brandon Ayuk, which is also a big, big topic that we're going to get into this morning, whether or not BA is going to step up. John Lynch Lynch says he expects his veterans like Brennan Ayuk and Juwan Jennings to both step up this weekend and be the primary targets for Brock Purdy. Also expected to see a heavy dosage of Jordan Mason in that run game. But we'll continue to preview this matchup against the LA Rams going on this weekend. Re-rack some of that sound for you from John Lynch at 8:50 this morning. But on the other side, it's a Friday staple. It's the cooler of content. So let's hop into some stories from around the sports world. Shohei Ohtani becoming the first player ever to have 50 home runs and 50 stolen bags in a season. And we'll squeeze in some funny 49er sound as well. It's Kerry Crowley and Marcus Boucher on the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right. Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy. But just because Brian Murphy's gone doesn't mean he's taking the cooler with him. Actually, technically, anytime he goes on the road, he is the cooler for the San Francisco Giants. So make sure you're betting big on the Kansas City Royals. I'm joking. I'm riffing. It's a Friday. It's a football Friday. It's a reggae Friday, and we're having a good time. On the other side, we'll hop back into that John Lynch sound and get all of your reactions. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to chime in, give us a call, or hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. But it is time for the cooler of content. And man, oh man, I hate to do it to all the Giants fans out there, but we got to take a couple minutes to celebrate Shohei Ohtani, who made history yesterday, becoming the first 51-51 member. Nobody has ever hit 50 home runs, let alone 50 stolen bags in the same season. And Shohei Ohtani had one hell of a night last night down in Miami. Here's the historic call from Joe Davis of Shohei Ohtani becoming the first man in the 50-50 club.
Ohtani sends one in the air, deep right field. He's in a world of his own. And he's one shy of the first 50-50 campaign in baseball history. Ohtani sends one in the air, the other way, back it goes, gone! One-of-a-kind player, one-of-a-kind season. Shohei Ohtani starts the 50-50 club. We all are watching this guy. Oh my gosh! Shohei Ohtani, the greatest day in baseball history.
I mean, this guy is a real-life video game character. I don't even put up these kind of numbers on MLB The Show. Yesterday, Shohei Ohtani went 6 for 6, 3 bombs, 10 RBIs with 2 stolen bags. I mean, we've never seen anything like this, Kerry.
He's the first 50-50 player in Major League Baseball history, and he reaches that club that he created by having maybe the single greatest game I can't say position player because he's a DH, but the single greatest game a Major League hitter has ever had. 3 bombs in the same game, 2 stolen bases, 10 ribbies. You could throw all the 4 home run games in there. I'll listen to those. If they include stolen bases. But to do this, and I know it's against the Miami Marlins, I know that one of those home runs was against a position player, doesn't matter to me. It's just sensational, and $700 million, quite frankly, wasn't enough. Giants should have said, here's $1 billion, come to San Francisco.
With the B, $1 billion for Shohei Ohtani. I mean, listen to those highlights, man. It truly is unbelievable what he's doing. And to your point, he's a DH this year because he's recovering from Tommy John surgery. This is a guy that can also pitch, which to me puts him at the top of the list with Babe Ruth, with like the greatest players of all time. But I got to ask you a question. Is this record devalued because of the new pickoff rules and those pizza boxes they got out there?
No, the game's always evolving. It doesn't devalue it to me. And I know there's a lot of folks on the text line who are frustrated, who are saying that you can't take the stolen bases seriously these days and that Ricky Henderson would swipe 200 bags. And look, I agree with you. Ricky Henderson, his record would be even more untouchable these days. But the game is the game. All you can do is play it. And it's like saying the NFL stats that someone puts up over 17 games are, it's a completely different record from 16 games. All these players can do is play with the hand that was dealt to them. Shohei Ohtani is playing within these rules. And by the way, he's doing it, like you said, in a season where he's still throwing side sessions, trying to get ready to pitch in the playoffs right now for the Dodgers.
I mean, this
credit
is
to him.
Absolutely incredible. And I know Giants fans don't want to sit here and listen to us praise Shohei Ohtani, but game recognizes game.
Hey, maybe next year the Giants offer $700 million to Juan Soto, and they put themselves in a situation where it could be superstar on superstar instead of superstar on team that's under 500 every season.
Now, you're lucky that you're hosting a show with me and not Murph, because anytime I mention the name Juan Soto, he freaks out. He doesn't even want to think about those negotiations. He doesn't even want to be in the mix because he doesn't want to be heartbroken once again.
Oh my gosh, what's the old Bobby Evans line? We didn't get the rose. Yeah, Giants haven't gotten the rose for a long time right now. Doesn't mean you don't try.
Yeah, they're being left at the altar once again.
That's a little too much Giants conditioning there. Not to try. Come on.
Yeah, come on. You got to at least put in a bid for Juan Soto, but hey, you probably should have upped that bid for Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
This guy's got all park power, can hit it out of Oracle Park, can hit it out anywhere. Whether it was last night down in Miami, and a lot of people had questions. Why the hell are you even pitching to Shohei Ohtani? Here was Marlins manager Skip Shoemaker explaining why they did not intentionally walk Ohtani last night.
I think that's a bad move, baseball-wise, karma-wise, baseball god-wise. You go after him and see if you can get him out. And I think out of respect for the game, we're going to go after him. He hit the home run. I mean, that's just part of the deal. He's hit 50 of them. He's the most talented player I've ever seen. He is doing things that I've never seen done before in the game. And if he has a couple more of these peak years, he might be the best ever to play the game. So I just, as a fan, I wish I was in the stands, not in the dugout, seeing it. But it's I'm proud of like the guys that were attacking him and not scared of him. And that's how you should go after it. And then he hit the home run. I mean, I know Bauman didn't want the home run to be hit, but he hit it. And so it was a good day for baseball. Bad day for the Marlins, but a good day for the game of baseball.
A good day for the game of baseball. And I think he's right. Like, I saw LeBron tweeting about Shohei yesterday. I saw Des Bryant. I saw athletes from all over the sporting world actually paying attention to baseball in the middle of football season, Gary.
Yeah, Golden State text line's fired up. They're not happy about the Shohei Ohtani praise because he wears Dodger blue. But look, folks, it's different. The text line is fired up right now, so I'll let you take care of this, Marcus.
No, people
Clean
on the Golden State building return. He's a DH. What if Barry Bonds was a DH? Like, here's the thing. Shohei Ohtani is such a great athlete, as shown by the 51 stolen bags. If you wanted to put him out in center field, no question in my mind, he'd be a Gold Glove center fielder.
I think he could do it.
I mean, this guy can do it all.
Yeah.
He's the Boobie Miles of baseball, and he can pass. But we will move on from the Dodgers and get into a little bit of football with a guy who some people think can pass, some people don't think he can pass. It's the backup quarterback for the New Orleans Saints, Jameis Winston, or is he on the Cleveland Browns now? Doesn't really matter. Yeah. Anytime he talks, he gives us great content. Cleveland Browns backup quarterback. Maybe should be starting over Deshaun Watson. But yesterday on social media, he did his sit or start list ranking the best fast food chains from around the country.
What we got? McDonald's. Gotta go with the Arches at 2. Should be 1. Chipotle. Well, kind of like McDonald's, really. It's like the healthy McDonald's. I'm gonna go with 4. Dunkin' Donuts. Man, I got Dunkin' Donuts coffee over Starbucks, honestly. Go 3. Old school Pizza Hut, like with the buffet Pizza Hut, was one of my favorites, so I'm just gonna go 7. Chick-fil-A, gotta love that chicken. 1. Subway, eat fresh. I'm gonna just put them down there. Panda Express, it's not really impressive, I'm sorry. Papa John's Pizza. Papa John's, y'all better than Pizza Hut now. Arby's, them curly fries, but not better than Subway. Krispy Kreme. Oh my goodness, Krispy Kreme definitely would have been before Dunkin' Donuts. I love Krispy Kreme. It's like they melt in your mouth. Like those little baby circles.
I mean, Jameis Winston breaking down fast food chains, and this is the TikTok trend where you have 10 spots. But without knowing what fast food chain is going to be next, you have to be able to rank them. So he's got Chick-fil-A number 1, McDonald's number 2.
McDonald's.
How about him going, Chipotle, kind of similar to McDonald's, just a healthy version. I'm like, no, I don't think so. Even though I think they are owned by the same kind of corporation, they come like their sister fast food stations. But he's got Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts, Chipotle, Krispy Kreme's, Papa John, Pizza Hut, Subway, Arby's, and then no respect for Panda Express. I'm just wondering where the hell In-N-Out is on this list. But, Carrie, your reaction to Jameis Winston's fast food rankings.
Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts is way overhyped. I think it's some of the worst coffee in the country. Ooh. I think that anyone who goes to Dunkin' Donuts probably grew up on it on the East Coast. It's a Massachusetts thing. People get very territorial over their coffee out there. It's way too bitter for me. It's awful. The entire Dunkin' Donuts experience is subpar, and I've never been to a good location. So I don't know where Jameis Winston's going to Dunkin' Donuts, but to me, that's the one that it just stuck out in my mind right away. He got this one wrong.
I can tell you on the John Joe Curley rundown, I did not expect a Kerry Crowley teardown of Dunkin' Donuts live on 50,000 watts. I was not expecting that this morning, but I love the takes, and I love Jameis Winston. He's a hilarious character, and anytime we can get him into the cooler of content, it's always a fun time. But no more messing around. Back to business on the other side. We had John Lynch on this morning at 8 a.m. We're going to dive deep into some of those cuts about Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, and what the 49ers can expect this weekend down at at SoFi South taking on the LA Rams. It's Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy, and I'm Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
McDonald's Chipotle Krispy Kreme.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Purdy out of the gun, straight drop, throws, caught by George Kittle, breaks a tackle, and runs for a Niner first down to the Viking 43-yard line. Metellus could not get him on the ground. George Kittle having a big 100th game in the NFL.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy as we get you ready for the 49ers matchup this weekend against the LA Rams. A matchup that is not going to include Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua. It will not include Debo or CMC. And it's sounding like there's a possibility that it might not include the man you heard on the rejoin right there, George Kittle, who was officially held out of practice yesterday. Now, Kyle did come on the afternoon show and say that both him and Charvarius Ward were sore after practice on Wednesday, and that led to the decision to not have him play, or should I say practice yesterday. We'll keep an eye out on that injury report today, but easily the biggest headline of this weekend's games are the injuries on both sides of the ball for both of these teams, Gary.
Yeah, Marcus, there's an injury plague going around the NFL right now, and the 49ers have to figure out how to weather the storm this week. And I think that there's a lot of calculations that go into determining whether George Kittle takes the field, and it's not just how George Kittle feels, because if he was able to get out on there on Wednesday, indicates to me that you could probably rely on him on Sunday. But the 49ers want to be cautious. It's a 17-game season. They plan on playing a whole lot more than 17. And so you're trying to keep all of this into account while also understanding that if Brock doesn't have Christian McCaffrey, if Brock doesn't have Debo Samuel, you're limited in terms of the weapons that you have. And these divisional games matter in terms of jockeying for position in the standings. We don't expect that with all the injuries the Rams are dealing with right now, that they'll be at the top of the division at the end of the season. But you can't project out in week 3. You don't know what the toll that other teams are going to take is going to be. And so I think it's fascinating calculation the 49ers have in their hands. My guess is if George Kittle's good enough to play, they'll push him to play just because he is so important. They struggled on third down against the Minnesota Vikings. Yes. He is a third down safety valve. You need that for Brock Purdy.
But you're absolutely right. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And I think the marathon might be catching up to this team a little bit. You talk about these deep postseason runs. They've played close to 60 games over the last 3 seasons. And we talk about all that extra mileage and baggage on top of these guys. And then you throw that together with some of the holdouts over the summer. And that's what's, in my opinion, led to some of these injuries or some of these slow starts to start the season.
Yeah, and the good news for the 49ers is this isn't a team that needs to be in rhythm by week 4, week 5 of the regular season. If the 49ers win 10 or 11 games, they'll be in the playoffs. And if they get Christian McCaffrey back during the second half of the season or whenever he comes back, if he's up to his full snap count by week 17, week 18, the 49ers can roll, and it will be as if these first few weeks that we're talking about and game planning on the radio for and thinking about all the strategic maneuvering, they won't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And so for the 49ers, it's a different objective than about 28, 29 other teams. I think the Chiefs fall into this category. I think the Detroit Lions might be close. The Bengals, who are 0-2, they certainly had really high expectations coming into the season. The Bills are another team where playoff success is kind of going to be what defines them. But the 49ers, more so than any other team in the NFC, are the team that just points to the postseason and says, that's where we got to have our guys. That's where we got to hit our stride. It's all about getting to the playoffs, having that victory threshold.
And it has been a weird start to the NFL season, but you mentioned a team like the Kansas City Chiefs. Look at all the criticism that they had last year during the regular season. Oh, the Chiefs don't got it anymore. They're out here just playing with their food. They're not really entertained. And then they lose to the Raiders on Christmas Day, got a little bit of a reality check, and next thing you know, they turn around and started to play their best football in the postseason.
Well, and the Chiefs have demonstrated for the first 2 weeks of this season and throughout last season, they have a margin for error that other teams don't have. And that is, if Patrick Mahomes gets the ball last, the Chiefs are winning that football game. The 49ers also operate with a huge margin for error. You go back to Green Bay, you go back to Detroit in the playoffs last year. 49ers didn't play well at all against the Green Bay Packers, really until the fourth quarter. That's a margin for error when you can do that and still win a football game. 49ers played horribly in the first half against the Detroit Lions. They have the margin for error because they have the talent. The margin for error slims with no Debo Samuel, no Christian McCaffrey, but they are still the more talented team against the Los Angeles Rams on Sunday.
And think about the fact, with those first half of the 2 playoff games against the Lions and the Packers, Brock Purdy was the one who came out on top with the win. Not Jordan Love, not Jared Goff, but we're still out here moving the goalposts trying to figure out whether or not Brock Purdy can win without Christian McCaffrey and Debo Samuel. John Lynch did check in on that topic. We'll get that sound in a little bit, but let's go ahead and set the ground here.
just asking John Lynch about all the injuries, not just for the 49ers, but also for the Rams and what it means for this weekend's matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's not ideal for us. I think they've probably been hurt worse. It's their skill position with Puka and Cooper, and then it's their offensive line as well. John Johnson on the defensive side. So they've got a lot of injuries. We've got a lot of injuries to key players. But that's this league, and who deals with that? Nobody's going to feel sorry. You can't use it as an excuse. We have plenty of weapons. We have a very deep football team. We expect guys to step up when their number's called. I think J.P. Mason's been a tremendous illustration of that. Are you ready when your number's called? Because if so, you can really make a name for yourself and make a career for yourself. And we're going to have, we've got ample ability, talent out there, and that's our charge this week. Find a way, and I expect that we will.
He expects Brock Purdy to be able to find a way this weekend. And he's right. Nobody's going to feel bad for Brock Purdy because he doesn't have Debo or Christian McCaffrey. Nobody's feeling bad for Matthew Stafford that he doesn't have Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua. That's part of the game. Injuries are a part of the game. The question is, who's going to step up? Because we're talking about other playmakers being on the team. You look at the Rams depth chart, and again, no disrespect to Demarcus Robinson or Tutu Atwell, but they're not making $30 million. So even without Debo, even without CMC, even about the possibility of not having George Kittle, he still has his $30 million man on the outside, Brandon Ayuk.
Absolutely. And I also credit Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch for building the roster the way that they have and having guys who are comfortable filling the roles that they do, because obviously with no Debo Samuel, the pressure mounts on Brandon Ayuk. But on a week-to-week basis, if the 49ers have both of those guys, only one of them needs to go off for the 49ers to pick up a win. Only one of them needs to dominate an opponent for the 49ers to roll in and feel good about their offense headed into the following week. And so when you don't have Debo Samuel this week and you don't have Christian McCaffrey this week, the 49ers trust Jordan Mason. How many other teams in the NFL can trust a backup running back to go out 20, 25 times a game and rush for 100 yards? That's a real big feather in the 49ers cap. Then you look at Jacob Cowing. This could be a huge week for him, but if it's not, they've also got Juwan Jennings. And Juwan Jennings has proven himself through the years. I look back to his Super Bowl performance when the Chiefs were shutting down Brandon Ayuk, when Debo Samuel didn't have it. Juwan Jennings was the guy. And so week 3 against the Los Angeles Rams is not going to phase Juwan Jennings. If he goes for 5, 6, 7 catches, that's just the expectation at this point.
And it's funny looking back at this summer when we kept on asking questions about the depth in the wide receiver room. Everybody knows that Ricky Pearsall is not playing this week. Sounds like he has a chance to come back off the IR after week 4. John Lynch did give us an update and said that Ricky has been progressing. But without Ricky Pearsall, without Debo Samuel, could you imagine a world if that trade would have gone through to the Pittsburgh Steelers? And we're talking about the 49ers without Brandon Ayuk on this roster. So thank God that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and the boys in the front office were able to get this job done.
I mean, it's why I say this in every sport, but particularly the NFL. You try to win every single game in the immediate window that you have, and you punt the big picture. Forget about the future, because how often do you have the opportunity in front of you to win a Super Bowl? How often do you have the opportunity in front of you to be in position to win your division? For the 49ers, this window is 5 years long right now. No other team other than the Kansas City Chiefs can say that across the NFL. It dates back to 2019. They've kept that window open, and so it's extremely important that they kept Brandon Ayuk for situations like this. He's paid $30 million to produce like a number one, but he's also paid $30 million to produce like a number one when he's double covered, which he will be by this Los Angeles Rams defense.
Exactly, and it's on BA to get open, to get that separation. We know how important BA is in the running game also. That's probably one of his most underrated qualities, but it comes down to me and you saying it this morning, Steve Young saying it yesterday. Brandon Ayuk has got to step up, and we asked John Lynch about veterans like BA and Juwan Jennings stepping up in the absence of Debo Samuel.
We always rely on those guys. I think maybe they get a little more opportunities, but those guys are always ready, and those are two of our go-to players and guys that are part of our culture and who we are, and so. I think they're always ready. They'll be ready this week. It's always just fun when you start playing games in general, but when you play divisional games against a team like the Rams, a team we have great respect. We saw how much they improved last year. It's always going to be a challenge. They're down some guys. We're down some guys. But this is the NFL. Like, who can produce it? You can't make excuses. You got to show up. You got to play. You got to find a way, and that's what both teams are trying to do. I know we'll have a great presence with our fans down at SoFi. That's always a fun sight, and we got to make the most of this opportunity.
Stay ready so you don't got to get ready. And it feels like Juwan Jennings is always ready on third down. I believe he's actually got more receiving yards this season than Brandon Ayuk. But that's the big question. Is Brandon Ayuk ready? Mm-hmm. Is he back to the same BA we saw last year? And you heard it right there from John Lynch. There's no more excuses. We're now into week 3 of the NFL season. BA has been back at practice for damn near a month. It's put up or shut up time, in my opinion, for BA to have a big performance this weekend.
And what I'll be watching for most closely is not just the separation that Brandon Ayuk gets when he runs a traditional route in the Shanahan offense where the 49ers run kind of the plays that you see them run every single game. The straight dropbacks for Brock Purdy, the play action passes. It's, are the 49ers working to get Brandon Ayuk incorporated into the game early, the way that they often do with Deebo Samuel? So bubble screens. Are they looking to get Brandon Ayuk the ball on an end around? How do they fit the ball into his hands in the first quarter? And then the other element to this performance that I'm watching really closely is when the pocket breaks down on Brock Purdy, which we saw all Sunday against the Minnesota Vikings. It was not a great performance from the 49ers offensive line against Brian Flores and that hyper-aggressive exotic blitz scheme that he put together in Minnesota. But when this pocket breaks down, Brock Purdy has shown that he has escapability. I don't love these Rams edge rushers. I think the 49ers can expose them. I think that Trent Williams can set the pocket on the left side, and Brock Purdy can escape. When he escapes, what's Brandon Ayuk conditioning like 7, 8, 9 seconds into a play? Because we know he can get to a spot 4 or 5 seconds in. We know in a 3 or 5 step drop, Brandon Ayuk will be where he needs to be. It's on Brock Purdy to hit him. This week, it's the separator. Brandon Ayuk needs to go from a guy who can be an 800, 900 yard per season guy to what we saw over the last 2 years, which is well over 1,000 yards. And you get to that number when you extend plays and you're the scramble drill wide receiver. You're the first target on those options. When Brock extends the play, he rolls to his right. Brandon Ayuk's route might be on the left. He comes running across the field. He makes those catches. I think if he has his wind with him, if his legs are underneath him, this could be the week when Brandon Ayuk starts to separate himself from these Rams defensive backs. This could be the week where he proves that he was worth the $30 million the 49ers are going to pay him on an annual basis.
Absolutely. I agree with that breakdown, and I agree that Kyle Shanahan needs to get him involved early and often. We mentioned the other wide receivers in the league who are making $30 million. You look at guys like Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb. They're getting 10 to 12 targets per game. Now, obviously, it's different when you have this many pieces on the 49ers with all pro players, but without those guys this weekend, this is a big opportunity for BA to get open and to prove to the rest of the league, just like people are waiting for Brock Purdy to prove he's a $60 million quarterback, to prove to the 49er fans that he is a $30 million wide receiver.
And not only is it the 10 to 12 receptions per game that CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson get, it's the guaranteed 6 to 8 targets that you know are just drawn up in the scheme. They're laid into the script that those coaches come up with. You look at the way that Kevin O'Connell schemes things up for Sam Darnold, there are certain plays where Justin Jefferson is not just the number one read, he might be the only read. And if Justin Jefferson doesn't create quick separation on a slant route, on a bubble screen, they ain't going to him. And so the 49ers typically, they like to do things really traditionally, and they like to use their wealth of resources, their depth on the offensive side of the football, where, hey, if Brandon Ayuk isn't open as the first read, you know that you can throw to Christian McCaffrey coming out of the backfield. You know that George Kittle, if he holds for 2 seconds and then runs out, can be your release valve in those situations. This week, they need to scheme up the specific receptions for Brandon Ayuk the way that the Dallas Cowboys do for CeeDee Lamb, the way that the Minnesota Vikings do for Justin Jefferson. And that, to me, is the difference in proving that you're not just a number 1 or 1B receiver, that you're a truly elite guy like Brandon Ayuk is paid to be.
Yeah, and he's got to be able to move the chains on third down because the Niners have struggled both offensively and defensively so far this season throughout the first 2 weeks of the season on third down. Now, I absolutely agree. I think a big breakdown of that is not having Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield, where he's the safety blanket that you can always dump down to. And if there's a possibility that you don't have Kittle over the middle this weekend, then it's going to have to be a big day for Brandon Ayuk, and that's exactly what we want to see, is that development continue, that chemistry that we saw last year between Brock Purdy and Brandon Ayuk, going off script, getting outside of the pocket, making plays happen downfield. So when there's this narrative out there that, oh, this is the chance for Brock Purdy to prove to the world he can win without his superstars, I'm like, wait, he still has another superstar on the roster. That's Brandon Ayuk, and that's why we asked John Lynch about that narrative that Brock Purdy can't get the job done without CMC and Deebo.
Well, all I know about Brock is since he's been here, all he's done is prove himself right and a lot of doubters wrong. And we're sure happy that we have him. Got a lot of trust and belief in Brock. I thought Brock competed his tail off last week, and under tough circumstances. And would he like some back? I'm sure he would. And but Brock has been a really, really special player for us, and will continue to be. He's ready for the challenge at hand. Brock's a leader on this team. He's a guy who kind of sets the tone for us, and he has this week in practice. And so never worried about Brock Purdy. I always have a ton of belief in Brock Purdy and what he's going to do for our team. And the same can be said for this week. I think Brock will play outstanding, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and Brock Purdy will have an opportunity this weekend not only to shut up some of the doubters, but to also continue his flawless undefeated record against NFC West divisional opponents.
Huge.
I mean, this is a guy that has completely taken over the division, has once again gone out there and proved people wrong, but Kerry, they're still asking the questions.
Absolutely. And this dates back, really, I think, Marcus, to 2022 when Brock Purdy had just stepped into the starting lineup, and he had a pretty significant rib injury that the 49ers didn't disclose at the time. They go on the road Thursday Night Football in Seattle, and they weren't sure game time whether Brock Purdy was going to play. They were getting Josh Johnson warm and ready to go up in Seattle. It would have been a shock for 49ers fans. It would have been a shock across the NFL if Brock Purdy didn't play that night. He ends up suiting up and has what I think one of the guttiest, grittiest performances of his 23-start career to date. He goes out against the Seattle Seahawks and proved that these divisional games are where he can shine. There was that play where the 49ers ran the dual motion in the backfield, so they had one guy going in motion. They pretended to flip it to the other guy coming behind him, and then they hit George Kittle down the middle of the field. One of the prettiest plays we've seen throughout the Shanahan era, and that was a night where they really had to design new things for Brock Purdy. It was the night where he kind of took control of the offense. And so these divisional matchups are an opportunity to take the next step in your development. We said this earlier. The goalposts are always moving for NFL quarterbacks, and they will essentially always move for 31 guys who are starting on a week-to-week basis. Patrick Mahomes is the only guy where the goalposts are not moving. We know what he is. We know how talented he is. Every other guy, it's can he get to the next level? Can he get to that next step? For Brock Purdy, it's winning without all of his weapons, winning these divisional games. I think this is a great opportunity. A lot of doubters, a lot of critics lining up once again because they want to be right about this guy. But guess what? 49ers fans also want to be right, knowing that they are convicted he's the face of the franchise. Face of the franchises win these type of games.
And it turns out that the 49ers actually got the MRI back before that Thursday night game against the Seattle Seahawks, and they found out that Brock Purdy had that dog in him, Tony. Had that dog in him from the day he took over for Jimmy Garoppolo. And shout out Jimmy G, who you'll see on the sideline this weekend holding a clipboard for the LA Rams. And Jimmy G actually pretending to be Brock Purdy at practice now for the scouting team for the LA Rams. What a story that is, Kerry.
I mean, just full circle. Yeah. Maybe not full circle, maybe half circle moment for Jimmy G.
Oh, man.
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what to say about that.
That's a tough look for Jimmy, but you'll see him on the sideline this weekend holding that clipboard. Hey, who knows? Maybe if the 49ers get after Matthew Stafford, Jimmy gets into the game. Stafford has been sacked 7 times this year, which is the 3rd highest in the NFL. For a guy that gets rid of the ball so quickly, I was shocked by that stat.
Yeah, look, the 49ers don't have a great 2024 track record facing their former backup quarterbacks.
This is true.
So I don't need to see Jimmy Garoppolo on the field on Sunday.
Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo giving away the secrets of Kyle Shanahan's system, a system that has constantly beat Sean McVay over and over again. But how about we talk about Nick Sorensen and the defense on the other side, but also the battle of the running game. Who has a bigger game this weekend, Kyron Williams or Jordan Mason? We'll break down some more 49er preview for you on the other side. Marquise Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The best half hour in radio, like Copes likes to say. Steve Young joined Tobin and Copes yesterday to discuss his takeaways from the 49ers' first loss of the season and to preview Sunday's game versus the Rams at Levi's South. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
2nd and 4 Niners there. They're inside the Toyota red zone. They got to score a touchdown here down 20-7. Toss to Mason coming right. Cut back, run 5. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Mason Madness behind a Kittle combo block that was absolutely ridiculous. George blocks two guys. He helps McKivitz on the DN, down blocking, and then is able to kick out and get on the linebacker, Cashman, and J.P. Mason is untouched for a house call.
Mason Madness getting into the end zone last week. Hell, Jordan Mason has been in the end zone a few times this week, filling in for Christian McCaffrey. The voice you heard, Greg Papa, joins us in about 12 minutes to give his preview of the 49ers and Rams matchup this weekend. But before we do that, let's talk about JP Jordan Mason, because we've spent a lot of time this morning with my guy Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy about Brock Purdy, about Brandon Ayuk, about George Kittle and all the injuries. But let's talk about the guys who are going to be on the field this weekend. Jordan Mason, running right behind Kyle Juszczyk and Trent Williams, a guy that's tied with Josh Jacobs for the most carries in the NFL, ripping off 5 yards per carry and going against a Rams defense without Aaron Donald, which has been one of the worst rush defenses in the NFL so far. Last week against the Arizona Cardinals, they got gashed for 231 yards. Week 1 against the Detroit Lions, 163 yards allowed. So I'm looking for the key to success being Jordan Mason running against this Rams defense this weekend.
Absolutely, Marcus. And I think the biggest difference in the 49ers schematic approach early in this ballgame against the Rams is we saw the 49ers come out and try to establish the passing game with Brock Purdy against the Minnesota Vikings, understanding that Brian Flores would blitz them a lot. It was Kyle Shanahan's attempt to neutralize those early blitzes. He throws a lot of cover zero looks. He throws a lot of exotic blitz looks. And the best thing that you can do to keep a defense on its heels is to pass the football, especially in short, quick windows like the 49ers tried to establish. It just didn't work against this Minnesota Vikings defense. And so the 49ers ultimately went back to the run. They did it, albeit a little bit too late because they were down 10-0 when Jordan Mason really started to get going on the ground. But this week it's different against the Los Angeles Rams because they don't have the same type of pressure scheme that the Vikings do. They don't have the same type of talent on their defense that the Vikings do. So I would expect Kyle Shanahan to go with the inverse approach and the approach that we've seen from Shanahan throughout his tenure as the 49ers head coach, which is establish the run early in this ballgame, run off tackle, go behind Trent Williams and Aaron Banks, the left tackle, left guard. Those are the guys with the most favorable matchups this week against the Rams. And I think that Jordan Mason has proven over the last 2 weeks that this is someone who can be really durable. He runs with a violent style. It's different than, say, an Elijah Mitchell, and it's almost an angrier style than you see with Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey is very good at putting his foot in the ground and getting as many yards as he possibly can when he needs to. But what Jordan Mason does is when he cuts back, he almost tilts his shoulders downward, and he's all momentum all the time. He's not looking to pick a particular spot, and this is something that will come for him in time. He'll need to show some more vision. He'll need to show that he can adapt to different looks that the defense gives him. But right now, he's all about getting as many yards as possible on a given play, and that's why you see 5 yards a carry, but none more than 24 right now. So it's a really balanced approach from Jordan Mason. I've been incredibly impressed. I think that this week, we could see the next step in his game. When he gets to the second level of defense, it's eyes up, looking which defenders can I juke there? Which defenders can I run past there? And so Jordan Mason has the chance to also take the next step against the Rams.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Jordan Mason, in my opinion, wants more of that like Marshawn approach where he's going to run through an MFer's face over and over again. I was comparing him earlier this week to Marion Barber with that same running style, pretty similar to war number 24 for the Dallas Cowboys. And this is a guy, to your point, that can run downhill. And we've seen him before in this offense when Christian McCaffrey was calling him the closer when he'd come to close out games. Well, this offseason, he said he can pitch every inning now. And that's credit to Jordan Mason. He's got on the jugs machine. He has improved as a receiver. Look, he's never going to be Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield. Most guys are not. But you see that confidence and the trust that Kyle Shanahan has in Jordan Mason. 28 carries against the Jets week 1. Most carries by a running back ever in Kyle Shanahan's era in San Francisco. 20 more carries in week 2. He now has 48 carries on the season, tied with Josh Jacobs for the most in the NFL. That's more carries than he's had in either of the past 2 seasons total. So I think that's the only real question is how long can he carry this workload until CMC is healthy, and how much depth do the 49ers have behind him?
And that is the other part of why he needs to maybe adjust his running style deep into a play is it's going to keep him healthier over the course of the season, because the way that he runs right now, that Marshawn Lynch, Marion Barber style of putting his head and shoulders down and just trying to bulldoze defenders for as many yards as possible, that's going to work early in the season. That's going to be great for you, especially in these early games when the 49ers are just trying to survive without Christian McCaffrey. But for Jordan Mason to take that next step and to increase his durability, he can't take as many hard hits. And the way that you erase some of those hard hits, or you get hit on the side and you ultimately go down, it's something that Christian McCaffrey does extraordinarily well. It's second level, eyes are up. Right now, Jordan Mason is eyes down, looking at the next yard line, eyes down, looking at the next defender in front of him. He needs to look for open space and ways to, when he sees the end of the journey coming, 6-7 yards into a rush, understand how that journey should end as opposed to a defense imposing its will on him to end it for him.
And we'll see if those runs end up in the end zone this weekend against the LA Rams, a big part of the game plan. But with that being said, we know Kyle Shanahan has a goal to run the ball 30 times. If they get 30 run plays, they're most likely going to win the game. Now, we just mentioned Jordan Aids' 28 carries are the most ever by a running back in Kyle Shanahan's offense. So who's going to pick up those other carries? When we're talking about not being able to have Debo out of the backfield, he was essentially their RB2 week 1, 8 carries against the New York Jets. So we're looking at guys like Patrick Taylor Jr. and Isaac Guerendo. And I know a lot of people were making a big deal about Isaac Guerendo's 1 carry against the Minnesota Vikings. We asked John Lynch about that and the overall depth in the 49ers backfield.
feel good about our depth. Garindo's a rookie, but a guy who's earning our trust each day. It's hard. A lot of people wanted to evaluate him off one carry last week, and I don't think that's really fair. Isaac's going to do well for us. He's got crazy ability. He can really, really run. He's strong. A lot of things that we like, and he'll get more opportunities. Patrick's a proven guy in this league who's played in this scheme before, so we're good in terms of our depth, and we got to be mindful of JP's reps, but we run the football. We're committed to running the football, and we'll do what it takes to win.
Committed to running the football, and I expect this team to run a lot this weekend. Focusing on Isaac Garendo, I do think it's a little bit of an overreaction to say, hey, he had one bad play. Yeah, he literally got into the game for one carry. Now, in this offense, we know you have to be patient. And maybe the rookie was a little bit too patient. He wants to show off that 4.3 speed. He wants to get one of those big breakaway runs. And I would not be surprised if we see a few more carries for Garendo this weekend.
I wouldn't be surprised either, but it also wouldn't shock me if the 49ers favored Patrick Taylor Jr. as their second back. And the reason I say that is I don't think at this early stage of his career, Isaac Garendo is as well-rounded as he needs to be for Kyle Shanahan to truly trust him. And so what I mean by that is it's not the one carry that deters you. It's what you saw in the preseason limited snaps because of that injury. It's what you've seen in pass blocking and pass protection in practice and how he runs routes out of the backfield. And so I think that what the 49ers will try to do with Isaac Garendo over the first half of this season, really until Christian McCaffrey comes back, is look for specific packages that he can get comfortable in. Look for 3 to 4 plays where Isaac Garendo understands coming into the football game that these are the moments that he can take advantage of an opportunity against a defense. I don't know that his skill set right now is equipped to run the entire 49ers playbook like a Christian McCaffrey obviously is and like a Jordan Mason is evolving into. Whereas with Patrick Taylor Jr., I think you're looking at someone who runs in a similar style as Jordan Mason, albeit not as angry, not as downhill, but someone who I think that gives the 49ers that slight change of pace in the backfield. I trust him a little bit more right now than I do Garendo. Long term, Garendo is the guy for me. I think 2-3 years from now, if he continues developing, if he gets the necessary reps at practice, he can be the answer as a number 2 back. But right now, to me, it's Taylor Jr.
Yeah, we'll see how those carries are split up between that backfield moving on this weekend down in L.A. I mean, I threw out the suggestion that maybe John Lynch should just sign my guy Kerry Crowley to the 53-man roster. That might be what
He's washed up 30-year-old legs.
I know. At the end of our show, we do this featured sponsor, What Did Young Tony Learn Today? I think today is going to be that he learned that Kerry Crowley was one hell of a high school running back.
Back in the glory days. That's what everyone wants to hear about.
That blew the mind. Tony's like, why doesn't he tell more people? I was like, because Kerry's not that guy to be like, hey,
because
you ever see my high school film?
I'll tell you, if the highlight tape surfaces, the narrative gets blown out of the water. We're going to understand real quick why I'm not playing.
Kerry Crowley, great at filling in, hosting on the radio, and I'm sure he'd be pretty damn good in that 49er backfield as well. We'll talk about that 49er backfield on the other side with Greg Papa, get you his preview of this weekend's matchup between the Rams and the 49ers and whether or not Brock Purdy can carry the squad with still missing a few pieces. It's Kerry Crowley in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, it's time to come to Papa on a Friday. It's a football Friday. It's a reggae Friday here on the Murph and Marcus Show, but no Brian Murphy. He's on vacation, so filling in this morning is another man who's co-hosted with Greg Papa before. Kerry Crowley checking in, hosting the show today. Papa, happy Friday. How we doing today?
Reggae Friday?
Mm-hmm.
I already am on.
Yeah, I know you're into the reggae scene, huh, Papa?
I am into the reggae scene.
Yeah, you're part of the culture. Part of that 49er winning culture this weekend. Papa, always glad to have you on before a Friday, or I should say a Sunday game. 49ers traveling down to Levi South this weekend, but the number one story has got to be the injuries. George Kittle and Charvarius Ward held out of practice yesterday. What was your takeaway from them not practicing yesterday?
Yeah, I was surprised. I was actually there getting ready to do the show, and the Giants got walked off, so all of a sudden we had a show, and where's 85, where's 7? They were a full go in practice on Wednesday, the day before. George took it all the way to the last period, and Charvarius had a little something. He was in and out, but I didn't think it was all that bad, but then they weren't out there. So today will be a big day. Kyle was on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday and said probably questionable for one or the other. The one thing that does complicate things, like with McCaffrey in that first game on Monday Night Football, that was a home game. So you could take the decision whether to play him right up until 90 minutes before game time because you're not traveling. Niners are going to have a walkthrough tomorrow, then fly to L.A. So do you bring Kittle, to the game if you don't think he can play? So that could be, there's a possibility they could declare him out today. I don't think so. I think they'll keep it questionable, but, it's soft tissue. I actually, watched the very end of the game. Debo got hurt on that one little hot route at the end of the game that Kyle was talking about when he got hit. He also got hit, when Van Ginkel hit him on the backwards pass, and he caught it. He should have batted it down, but he saved an interception or a takeaway and a fumble. But he was limping badly after both of those plays. There also was George Kittle was limping on that very last drive. Eric Sauber took a couple of those checkdowns. His first two catches as a 49er, Marcus, so you could sort of see where it was, but he did have a good day of practice. So it's a lot how your body feels. So hopefully he'll be able to bounce back today and practice. If he can't practice today, then we'll see what Kyle says after practice. Questionable, probable, doubtful. Would they say either one is out for the game? We'll see. If George cannot go, Jake Tonjes, Los Gatos High School in the South Bay, looked really good in the preseason. He caught every single target. He runs really smooth routes. I don't know what his 40 time is versus George's, but he really runs. He has tremendous hands. He can get down the field. He doesn't block like George Kittle. You'd have to lean on Saubert, but we'll see. On top of McCaffrey, on top of Debo, if you don't have George Kittle in this game, we've talked incessantly, Kerry, about them having the best fivesome, the eligibles around the quarterback and the 5 offensive line. I think it's among the best fivesome, certainly in Niner history, when you're looking at running back, fullback, tight end, wide receiver duo. In the history of the NFL, you got to get very highly paid fivesome. They're all great players, Pro Bowlers and all-pro players. But the guys who are the multi-positional, the cool toys, if you will, for Kyle, are McCaffrey, Debo, and Kittle. Juszczyk moves around and does a lot of different things. But those guys are your playmakers. So we know for sure you're not going to have McCaffrey, and you're not going to have Debo. If you put George Kittle on the out list, or he can't play, or he tries to play and he's limited, then you're minus your Yak Bros in this game. And then I think then you have to lean on certainly J.P. Mason, but I'm expecting this to be a big Brandon Ayuk game.
Yeah, Pop, I wanted to ask about the main adjustment that Kyle Shanahan could make with Debo Samuel out, Christian McCaffrey out, and potentially missing George Kittle this week. Is it going to more 21 personnel? Is it getting Kyle Juszczyk on the field and using him in various motions and shifts? Because we know that that's critical to upsetting the alignments for the defense. So what does Kyle turn to in terms of his personnel packages?
Well, they used Juice a lot, Kerry, last game. I love Kyle Juszczyk. He ran a lot of the McCaffrey, routes, those Texas routes. We call them the Cali routes. Why is it always a Texas route? The option route over the middle when he circles out of the backfield. In fact, Brock's interception, the one that he actually threw and didn't slip out of his hand, I guess that was a fumble, whatever that was, turnover. He tried to go to Juice, and the ball got tipped away by Cashman. So he's getting targeted a lot. There were a lot of formations on Sunday in Minnesota where he was the only running back on the field, if you exclude Debo, because Debo can be a Z wide receiver or an H, halfback. So it's confusing. But there were times when without Christian, that Juszczyk stayed in and blocked, or ran those check down routes or option routes out of the backfield. So I think they're using Juszczyk a lot. I think they could still play with 3 wide receivers on the field. You can move Ayuk around and give him a lot of the Z, stuff that Debo does, and use Chris Conley as a pure X. And, the obvious thing is just target number 11 times in this game. Let him go to work and attack Tre'Davious White, who, former Buffalo Bill corner, he was an all-pro player, just not the same player at all, coming off an Achilles and before that an ACL. It's tough to watch him not being able to move. But the Rams know Ayuk will be the target, so they'll probably double him some and vice grip him a little bit. But the other guy is 3rd and Juwan, who was 4th and Juwan in Minnesota at 4th and 3 catch. They didn't pick up a 4th down all day and they targeted them on the goal line in the 4th and 2, but he had the big one over the middle on the crossing route for 25 yards. He just consistently beats man, plus he's so good blocking. So I think Jacob Cowing could get a little more in this game, Ronnie Bell a little more, Chris Conley. But I think in theory, minus Debo, who's among your top 3 wide receivers, you lean on the other 2 when you go 11 personnel, and the Niners don't do it a lot. You lean on Brandon Ayuk and you lean on Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, and Papa, I think a key to this game is not getting into those 3rd and long situations, which we saw a lot last week against the Minnesota Vikings. They went 2 for 10 on 3rd down conversions. That's going to be a key in this game. I expect the 49ers to be able to run the ball with their offensive line and Jordan Mason against the Rams. But how's this pass protection going to hold up after Brock Purdy was sacked 6 times this past weekend?
Yeah, and we love Brock, and I honestly never consider him to be a variable in the game because he's Brock steady. He does the same thing to me every single game, and he's big brain Brock, and he processes quickly. But this is a game where he was confused. He would hit his back foot. He spoke about it yesterday, and he just did not know where to go with the ball. He held the ball too long. He was indecisive. I mean, of the 6 sacks, how many were him getting out of the pocket trying to run, and he couldn't make it back to the line of scrimmage? And if you get tackled scrambling, behind the line, it's technically a sack. There were a lot of those. And, the interception, the missed throw on the 1st and goal on the 4-yard line when they faked the stretch right and kept left. I didn't like the fact Ayuk ran out of bounds, on that play and did not come back in the field of play. But Brock has got to get that ball out quicker and try to, not wait for that end, Dallas Turner, to clear him. So a lot of factors there. So they're going to come at you. They don't have Aaron Donald, but they got a couple of young guys. Kobe Turner had a tremendous rookie season last year for them, and Byron Young, he'll stand up. Number 0, Colt McKivitz will get him. They got the young guy, Jared Verse, on the other side. But I think they're attackable, not just to run on Marcus. And, James Conner, Arizona's running back, the Terminator, just destroyed them. He ran all over them. I think he can throw over them. That's why you always want to have Kittle against the Rams. You want him against everybody, but the Kittle over the middle stuff against the Rams. The Rams curiously traded their inside linebacker, Ernest Jones, this August, right when they were getting down to the roster. I guess they didn't want to pay him. I don't know. He went to Rand Carthon in the Tennessee Titans. He's a good player. And they go back to this guy, Troy Reeder, who I know the 49ers have attacked in years past to war number 51. So, and there's some times out there where they run a 51 nickel where he's the only linebacker out there, maybe even a dime. It's hard to understand their secondary. They got so many different guys. But anyway, he's out there a lot, and he can be attacked in the middle of the field. So, but if you're the Rams and Chris Shula and Sean McVay, you saw what James Conner did to your team. And that is, that's like getting no hit in baseball, Kerry. If you can't stop the run, it looks ugly.
Yeah.
You got nothing going on. You're dead. You get trampled like that, you can't compete. They got trampled. So I would think in this game, they're going to have 7, 8, 9 up on the line. They're going to fill the box and try to slam the run game.
Greg Papa is, of course, the voice you hear this morning on the Uma Guest Line, and Papa's Hits every Friday morning on the Murphy Marcus Show is, of course, sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman difference, Kerry.
Now, Pop, before we let you go, I would be remiss, you know this, if I didn't ask a special teams question.
Gunner.
What happened on the breakdown? Mitch Wishnowsky had no shot at getting that ball off.
He did not.
You never see something like that with the 49ers this early in the season. What did Minnesota take advantage of?
Well, Kyle was saying, and I really couldn't notice it on the All-22, but the Niners tried to quick snap them a little bit in the cadence, and they got quick snapped. They were late getting off the ball. So one thing to look at, George Odom is the Niners' personal protector.
Mm-hmm.
And I go back and look at last year, and you love special teams. I think they're using him. The personal protector is the guy who stands the closest to the punter, and he picks up anybody who breaks through. If my remembrance of this was George was deeper last year where he was closer to Mitch. Now they're using two personal protectors right off Mitch's right foot, where they've got George Odom, number 30, and Curtis Robinson, the linebacker, number 36. And they're doing it as kind of a twin personal protector. At least they did on that one. And the more I look at it around the league, teams are doing this more as opposed to deep set of Odom, where if C.J. Ham breaks through, you just pick him up. Now, when C.J. Ham breaks through, Odom can't get to him. But the real mistake was made by the combination of Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, number 45, and number 51, Robert Beal Jr. And I think they just attacked the youth of Robert Beal Jr., but Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles blocked out. They had two guys coming outside. He fanned out to block right away. He's got to block C.J. Ham, that fullback coming up in the middle of the front, I think, for a beat, and then get out, help Beal, just slow down 30, and then fan out like you would an offensive lineman, right?
Yeah, quick punch, and then your arm shoves.
Exactly, and he didn't do that, and I think they attacked 51 thinking he's young, and he didn't have any help. So I think it's all, 45 and 51 were to blame on that, along with just a kind of a bad start being in that dome. But my question, we always talk Gunners, if Charvarius Ward can't play, then Renardo Green is going to be in the nickel, and the Rams are in 11 personnel virtually the whole game. I don't know if they will be this game because they don't have any wide receivers. They got them. They only got 4. They're going to have to call somebody up, but they don't have Puka and they don't have Cooper. So, are they going to play 11? If they do, which is 3 wide, and Charvarius can't play, then I think the outside corners are going to be Diameter, Lenore, and Ike Yadam when we go nickel, which would be a lot. Demo goes inside and Renardo Green goes outside. Renardo Green carry along with Malik Mustafa, the 2 rookie defensive backs are your Gunners. So who's your next gunner up here?
Oh, next gunner up. That's a great question.
You ready?
Is Darrell Luter active on game days right now?
Darrell Luter? You got to get him up on game day.
Exactly.
I think Renardo, if he's playing just the nickel, he's a rookie. He can do both.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
He can run down, cover a punt, and then go play defense.
Yeah. Punt comes first, so he's got it.
And Pop, I love the fact that you asked Kerry if he's ready to go. Former gunner. He's also
I know, it's all we ever talk about.
He's also a former high school running back. Can he get a couple carries in the?
So do you want Garendo to get a couple of totes in this game?
I want Patrick Taylor Jr. as my backup.
The former Packer. He's your second guy over Garendo?
Right now.
Just being a veteran guy?
Yeah, long-term Garendo's my guy, but this week the backup should be Patrick Taylor Jr.
Should I put him on my fantasy team, which I don't have? We're not going to do that, right?
No.
How many people, either one of you guys draft McCaffrey in your fantasy team?
I have him in one league, Papa, yeah. The fact
are you smart enough to put J.P. Mason on the team as your backup?
Of course. And Papa,
you double down?
I double down. You got a handcuff.
The daily double.
Shout out to the Fantasize This podcast with me, Copes, and Young Tony. We said it's a must. Dude, you got to handcuff him with Jordan Mason. And we expect Jordan Mason to have a big game this weekend.
Second in the NFL in rushing yards. And what'd you tell John Lynch, number 1 in attempts this year?
Yeah, number 1 tied with Josh Jacobs, most attempt in the league right now.
And the Packers don't have a quarterback. So.
No, not at all.
Why'd the Raiders let Josh Jacobs go, Mark?
That's a great question. Why'd they let Derek Carr go, Papa? Yeah, why'd they let you go?
having a good year, Derek Carr?
That's the real question.
Have they punted with Derek Carr on the field?
I don't think so. Clint Kubiak is running an amazing defense.
14 possessions, 14 scores.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's Derek Carr. He's taking on the Philadelphia Eagles this weekend, but Greg Papa will be on the call for the 49ers taking on the Rams down in SoFi. Papa, travel safe. Have a good 4 hours radio with John Lennon. We'll talk to you next Friday.
14 minutes to get ready for 4 hours.
There it is. 14-minute prep with Greg Papa.
Jägermeister, let's go.
We'll close out the show in 14 minutes, find out what young Tony learned today, and also give you our Giant Sutter Health update on the other side. Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 6 at AM, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, wrapping up a Friday show here on the Murph and Marcus show. No Murph, Carrie Crowley doing a fantastic job filling in this morning. It's been a fun show this morning, whether our talks with Mike Krukow, John Lynch earlier today at 8 a.m., or our hit with Greg Papa, which is always sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyles with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com, and I'll see you at the Boathouse. But, Carrie, it's been a fun show today. Do got to squeeze in a little bit of business here.
Let's
because
do it.
I don't know if you know this or not, but when I'm on the radio, I'm also a doctor.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
I'm a doctor in baseball, Carrie, and I got good news from the doctor today. Matt Chapman had a baby. Of course, our Giants Sutter Health updates have been on Matt Chapman going on the paternity list. Well, it turns out Matt Chapman and the Chapman family are now welcoming a new daughter to the family. So congrats to the Chapman family. And here was Bob Melvin giving us an update of when Matt Chapman could return to the lineup.
There is news today. I got a picture this morning. So she was in labor for quite a while, but the baby girl, Gia Alexandra Chapman. So he's very happy and new chapter in his life. I often joke with him about you're actually going to have to grow up now once you have a baby. He realizes that, but big day for the Chapman family.
Yeah.
Well, and congratulations to them both. And Mom's doing well?
Mom's doing well, and we'll see him in Kansas City.
Sounds like Matt Chapman could be back in the lineup, maybe with some new dad strength tomorrow against the Kansas City Royals, which means Brian Murphy will have a chance to see his favorite San Francisco Giant, Matt Chapman. And that Sutter Health update is sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to help make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org. And maybe that's the good news we are looking for from the Giants. After it's been kind of a bummer of a season for San Francisco, at least they're ending with some positive news that Matt Chapman's a daddy.
Hey, the prize picks that you always do, I'm betting on Matt Chapman to homer whenever he comes back to the lineup. We've seen it with Mike Trout. We've seen it with Bryce Harper. Dad strength is real in Major League Baseball. These guys hit the paternity list, they come back, and they almost always hit a home run in their first game back. So don't fact check me on that. Just put in that pick wherever you're making your picks these days.
Hell yeah. Add it to my lineup of all my plays this weekend with prize picks. We'll recap that on Monday as we will recap Brian and Bobby's best bets as well. Shout out in case you missed it. Brian Murphy did make an appearance on the show today, picking the USC Trojans and picking the LSU Tigers against his UCLA Bruins. I think we all found out yesterday that Murph's a traitor to the UCLA Bruins, which leads perfectly to our last segment of the day. What did young Tony learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
That's right. What did young Tony learn today is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And before we get to what Tony learned today, we had somebody on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, the 831, who simply asked the question, what did young Tony learn at Dreamforce yesterday?
Dude, Salesforce goes all out for this entire 3-day event. By the way, John Mulaney was hilarious. He had riffs on people's clothing, people's jobs, their spiel on what they do.
The robot computers asking you if you're a robot.
There was a camera in the audience that was like automated, just running back and forth, using it like it was insane. Just the amount of AI at this conference was unbelievable. And shout out the people that invited us to this great event. We will be back next year for sure.
Yeah, I'm still trying to learn why the hell we were even invited to this event. But me and Tony were like wedding crashers. We crashed Dreamforce, had a hell of a week. And Carrie, you're looking at the future of AI with Waterboy and young Tony.
I was going to say the best thing you can do when you're in the AI industry is talk to the folks in radio, because they can pass along all of the intelligence that we've picked up through the years. So good on the AI folks for reaching out that olive branch that they needed to extend to you. And I couldn't think of two better representatives for the station than these two guys.
So how about that? We go to like the biggest convention in the world for like the future of technology. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is out here making Teslas that don't even have AM radio anymore.
Yeah.
They can't even hear us in the damn cars.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe AI will figure that out and figure out a way to get us back in cars and make radio great again. I'm sorry for the riffs, but we got to end it with one last thing that young Tony learned today. that Kerry Crowley is a former running back and linebacker. I told him yesterday at Dreamforce, I said, I'm looking forward to working with Kerry. He wants to talk 49er football. He goes, I thought he'd want to talk Giants. I said, no. Here's the sneaky little fact about Kerry Crowley, a dominant high school running back, I might say.
Dominant, yeah. The team got much better when I went on injured reserve. I'll tell you that much. As soon as I came out of the lineup, I'd spent 11 games as a starter. My replacement, I was in his wedding this summer. He rushed for more yards than me in his first game than I'd ever rushed for. And then in the next game, he also rushed for more yards than I'd ever rushed for.
Who does that guy think he is, Jordan Mason?
It quickly showed that I was completely of useless value to the team. Shouldn't have been in the lineup at all. And yeah, like I said earlier to young Tony, the only starter at the running back position in my league of the 8 starters who didn't get a college scholarship, I got no calls, no offers.
Oh, man, but shout out to your offensive line, the big boys up front.
They all played in college.
It's probably a reason why Kerry didn't get that scholarship. But young Tony, hop on the mic. Why were you so surprised to find out that Kerry Crowley is a former running back and linebacker?
Dude, unbelievable. Played both ways. And many are saying that he actually sacked Jared Goff.
Many are saying
that I played in Jared Goff's first varsity high school football game, Marin Catholic, where Jared Goff went to school. Unfortunately, I did not sack Jared Goff. In fact, as soon as he came on the field, they started throwing the quick slants and the outs to the guys who I was covering, and they just picked us apart. And so we had a 13-point halftime lead and lost. Jared Goff, very smart guy. I knew from that point forward that if he could take advantage of me, he could probably go on to make hundreds of millions of dollars in the NFL.
Oh, I love this breakdown, and shout out to our boy Jack Loader for the fake news on Kerry Crowley sacking Jared Goff. But hey, hopefully
that's
Nick
what that
Bosa,
department specializes in.
A whole bunch of fake news. But the real news is the 49ers are taking on the LA Rams this weekend, looking for Nick Bosa and Leonard Floyd to sack Matthew Stafford a couple times, and we got a minute left here on the clock. Final predictions for this weekend's game, Kerry.
I'll take the 49ers, and I'll take them 24-20 this weekend. I think 3 touchdowns and Jake Moody's field goal late helps seal this. 49ers defense makes a stand at the end. How about Talanoa Hufanga coming up with the interception in his return to this 49ers defense, Marcus? Book that right now.
I like it, Kerry. I'm on the same page. I have 24-13. I think that Rams offense is going to struggle without Puka Nacua, and they're going to struggle without Cooper Kupp. Kyron Williams can still run the rock, but I expect the 49ers to step up and BA to have a big, big day. That's why we had him as one of our prize picks of the day. Him and Jawan Jennings, the veterans, needed to step up this weekend for Brock Purdy. But enough from me and you, Kerry. It's time to hand it over to the experts, John Lund and Greg Papa. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change. Get yours at Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service and help fight breast cancer now throughout the entire month of October. October means one thing, football and breast cancer awareness, and we'll hand it over to someone who loves both those things, boobies and football on the other side. I probably should not have said that, but that's the end of the show. That's Murph and Marcus. That's Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy, and Brian Murphy will be back on Monday to recap the game between the 49ers and the Rams. Papa and Lunder next. Have a good weekend.
McDonald's, Chipotle, kind of like McDonald's, really. It's like the healthy McDonald's. Krispy Kreme, it's like they melt in your mouth, like those little baby circles.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I mean, they possibly could. I can't. I got to think of my coach talk right now. They will end up being questionable, I'm sure. But yeah, they were. They had good practices yesterday. They complained of some soreness after practice, and they came in this morning with it. So we weren't going to put them out there today and have them get real hurt. So hopefully they come in tomorrow feeling better and can get some work in, because definitely hoping those guys can be available on Sunday. But if not, got to go to the next guys up.
Brock has been a really, really special player for us, and will continue to be. He's ready for the challenge at hand. Brock's a leader on this team. He's a guy who kind of sets the tone for us, and he has this week in practice. And so I'm never worried about Brock Purdy. I always have a ton of belief in Brock Purdy and what he's going to do for our team. And the same can be said for this week. I think Brock will play outstanding, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, thanks for joining us. A Friday edition of the show. Thanks for tuning in to Papa and Lund. Much appreciated. You can catch us on YouTube and Twitch as well. and a multitude of platforms. Make sure you check out the show. All 4 hours would be absolutely great. We got a ton going on today. There's John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan talking about all the injuries, which we will discuss today. I know Eric Branch looked at it. I looked at the 2 Super Bowl years. Don't panic just yet. We'll get into that conversation. Talk a lot of Brock today. We got some Giants left over from yesterday. We did a quick post-game short show yesterday. If you missed it, we'll recap some of that. Did Shohei Ohtani, at least from a hitting perspective, just put on the best performance of all time? Many people are saying that after his 6-for-6 performance, and the only one now to enter the 50-50 club. So a lot of stuff to get going on a Friday. Good morning, my friend.
I mean, not just hitting, John, and he had a couple of bombs, but he stole the bags right away to get to 50 on the year. 50 and 51 right away, and then he had 2 tank shots. One he pulled and one he went the other way. I mean, 6 for 6 with 10 RBIs, and he had a 3-homer game and a 2-steal game. I mean, wow.
Drove in 10.
What a performance. Willie Mays kind of invented. He wasn't the first, but Willie was the most significant to give us 30-30. And then Jose Canseco in Milwaukee, I can still see him still in that bag in 88 with Monty Moore on the call, got to 40 and 40, and a few others, Alex Rodriguez, and it's happened more. Acuna Jr. once placed last year. That's even more impressive of what Shohei did, John. And now, will he pitch in October this year? Coming back. It was 1 year ago yesterday that he had whatever surgery he had, as he never really admitted he had Tommy John. We assume he did. 1 year ago, the date, September the 19th, and then he does that a year later. Wow. So we'll see if he pitches, but speaking of UCLs and, Tommy John, that's what we worried about Brock Purdy last year, John, and then he went out and finished 4th in the MVP and played great, established franchise records for yards in many categories, and we'll get into the health of the team, and I think there's great concern about George Kittle being able to play in this game. Could it be back on a field turf? It is a hamstring. It is a soft tissue injury. Charvarius Ward, I think, will make an effort to push to play. We'll find out how they designate the injuries. Again, it's a road game, and the team's not flying today. They're flying tomorrow after they have a walkthrough, so you can sort of delay it. So I don't think they'll say George is out for the game, but as Kyle said, questionable is questionable. So we'll see. It'll be a lot how he felt when he woke up this morning, and if he can get out there and do anything this morning in the practice, and we'll see if George is out there. So the playmakers around Brock are dramatically different. You're missing some of the most dynamic playmakers and yak bros in football with Christian and Debo, and now if you don't have George Kittle, it does change things. But we'll talk to Mike Silver later on. I've watched this game too many times, so I'm going to put it away and not watch it anymore. But I think of all the Brock Purdy games I've seen, this one was differently disappointing. And he had the 4-pick game against Baltimore on Christmas night, the 2-interception game in Minnesota when he played great that night. He just got concussed by Jordan Hicks late in the game, and he threw the 2 picks right after that. The Cleveland game was the wind and the rain, and there were factors in that game, and he drove them within a 41-yard field goal to win the game. So there have been others that maybe statistically were worse, John, but this one, just his inability to be Brock, big brain Brock, and process the field, and just his indecisiveness. Normally when he hits his back foot, maybe guys couldn't uncover it, but I think I saw separation here and there, but he wasn't comfortable. They choked off the middle of the field. I think it'll go better against this Chris Shula defense of the L.A. Rams, John, than Brian Flores' defense, but that was not a great Brock game. No matter what the stats say in QBR, he did have a couple of turnovers that were weird. He got sacked 6 times, and a handful of those were on him, just being indecisive in the pocket. I know he feels he can play better than he played. He's obviously played much better, and this is one of the few games where you're left shaking your head like, that's not big brain Brock. What happened in this game? So I think more than anything, and there'll be some different people around him in this game to be sure, I think, but I think Brock has just got to go back to processing and getting the ball out of his hands quicker on Sunday.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. And there was a piece written, it had Kyle's record versus Spagnuolo, Brian Flores. There was one more in there. Oh, Jim Schwartz. And he struggled against those guys. I mean, you look at Cleveland last year, certainly you look at the Super Bowl, you look at last week against Brian Flores. And, look, he struggled against those teams. I don't think there's any doubt if you go back and watch even the All-22, which everybody seems to love, or even the game itself. You can see that Brock is not seeing it, that he's a little bit jumpy, and that's not normally, like you said, like him. If you go back and look, too, at Brandon Ayuk's routes. That's why I think Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that Brandon played a great game, and many people don't think that because they just look at the stats and they don't look at anything else. He was open. He ran 37 routes. He was only targeted 5 times. You and I have ad nauseum talked about the play in the end zone that could have changed the entire game from 7-3 to 10-0, a 14-point swing there. If Brock gets rid of that ball quicker, whomever's to blame there, probably a combination of things. But, Brandon Ayuk did not play a poor game against the Vikings, and it's almost unheard of around here to criticize Brock. But like you said, to put it kindly, he didn't play his best game. And we're going to have Silver on and Silver Road apiece to get off Brock's jock. But the fact is that even though it's not fair, when Brandon Ayuk makes $30 million, there's more pressure. And when Brock Purdy is up for a big contract, there is more pressure. I'm not saying they're feeling it. I'm saying that's what the fans expect. It's not always fair. You can't equate money with performance, but if a team gives you money, especially in a sport like this where there's a salary cap and you're going to get a large portion of it, and it's going to force them to potentially lose other players like the corners, when you get paid like this, then the expectation from the fan base becomes you're getting paid higher, you're taking more of the money off the cap, you've got to be better. And so, to me, here it is, Brock. Everybody says that you're a product of the system and product of the players around you. Well, they're getting stripped from you, a lot of them. And if they lose Kittle, it's the same kind of thing. Go out there and prove that you are what everybody around here at least thinks you are.
And they're going to have 5 eligibles on the field no matter how they code it. They could have 2 running backs and 1 tight end, or 3 wide receivers and 2 tight ends, whatever it is. He's going to have 5 eligibles go out. Some will stay in and block on different plays, but it's not that. He didn't get the ball out of his hand, and I think he was confused. And Brian Flores does what he does, and this is 2 years in a row where Brock played well against Minnesota the first time. He just got concussed at the end, but they didn't score. There were turnovers and fumbles and missed field goals in that game a year ago, and this one, Brock turned it over. It's just I haven't seen him when he struggled before, and I don't even some of it. The Baltimore game on Christmas night, they choked off the middle of the field. Minnesota did this as well, so they're all starting to copycat a little bit. Schwartz is wide 9, pressure based. He's got those corners across the board where it's hard to uncover against those guys. They have probably the best 3 corners in football, and he just couldn't get open. And then Debo, hairline fracture of the scapula on the first play of the game. McCaffrey had the oblique. Trent got hurt right away. There are a lot of factors, and he may not have George in this game on top of Debo and McCaffrey, but just get the ball out of your hand. No matter if it's to Chris Conley or Brandon Ayuk or Jacob Cowing and not Debo Samuel, just get the ball out of your hand quicker. And a lot of it was just these overload. Like if Rex Ryan was coaching in the NFL today, he'd be a problem. He did shred Wink Martindale and the Giants, but they kind of come from second and third level blitzes. These, Spags, and he's got, McDuffie blitzing out of the slot, and Flores and Schwartz. A lot of it is you just can't differentiate the front 7. You got 2 or 3 guys that are big that are down, but everybody else is kind of the same size. They're all walking around. You don't know who's coming. So I think that's the book on Brock a little bit, the way to confuse him. He's going to have to figure that out. I think he will. The Rams don't play that way. They run a 3-4, but it's different. Their guys are up. Usually 8 will come, Jared Verse and Byron Young will come, and this is more of a Vic Fangio, Wade Phillips type of defense that Chris Shula runs, John, where it's more of a cover 4, which is more of a straight drop, which I think Brock should be able to dissect it and get the ball out. And we'll talk about who's going to play, who's not going to play. As far as who's going to play, Brandon Ayuk's going to play in this game. He had a spectacular week of practice. Normally, I would say number 11 will have 11 targets in this game. He may have 11 catches in this game. I think you feed him the ball. Tre'Davious White is just not the same corner he was in Buffalo with the Achilles and the ACL the last couple of years. He's not moving well. The Lions attacked him with Jamison Williams. The Arizona Cardinals attacked him with Marvin Harrison Jr. So I think Brandon Ayuk can get up on top of them, and then we'll see, what they have behind. But this is a totally different defense he's going to face on Sunday. But all that being said, they're going to, try to just pack the box and slam the line of scrimmage and get guys up there and take J.P. Mason away, and then just see if his eligibles minus all these stars, if George Kanko in particular can get it done.
It's Bob and Lund. Thanks for hanging out on a Friday. We have a poll that we will erect today. We got a lot of discussions. We talked about Ohtani to start the show. We'll get more into that a little bit later. And, of course, the injuries and looking ahead to the Rams and the 49ers, a couple of MASH units. So we'll get into all those things today. And we will expose our guest list, which is absolutely great. Sorry, I didn't mean to be exposed like, Diddy or anything like that. I've been very Diddy-heavy reading things over the last...
He's in big trouble now.
Oh, my God, is he ever?
I went to Costco yesterday and went in the Diddy section, and it was all baby oil.
Oh, my goodness, man.
2,000 bottles of baby oil, lube.
Yeah, and our friends...
What are you doing with that?
Yeah, our friends, by the way, up at the Mustang Ranch in Nevada, they say that that's not what you're supposed to use. So they're actually warning against that. Just so you know.
Seemed to work for him, John.
Yeah,
and his
apparently
party
so.
Guest. I wonder who was dropping
it's getting wilder
by.
and wilder.
What do they call that? The freak off? I wonder who was freaking off with Diddy.
I'll tell you, man.
Who was all there?
That's the most intriguing part now is all these people who are going to be scurrying like rats when the lights come on because they don't want to be
a few executives resigned yesterday.
Yeah, imagine that.
We're getting out.
That's going to be the craziest part of this thing. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. All right, a ton to get to. We'll get to the guest list, everything else. By the way, you got thoughts, questions about this weekend's game, hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get into all of it coming up next, and you can hit us up, too, on YouTube and Twitch. Pop in London on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch, General Manager of the 49ers. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning for his weekly conversation, discuss the injuries to CMC and Debo, who's going to step up in their absence. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Friday. Here's what's going on today. Kirk Morrison's going to join us in about 10 minutes. Then we got Matt Mayoko, 1050, the playbook at 1150, and Silver at 1230 in his latest piece, Get Off Brock's Jock. By the way, Kirk Morrison at 1030. My God, Kirk does everything. He's on Sirius. You see him on college football games, some of the top college football games. He's doing pre-post still for the Rams. My God, 5'2" is busy, man. It's cool.
From Oakland, Dad, a huge Raider fan. He played for the Raiders among other teams, Buffalo Bills. Never was a Ram, interestingly, but he is working on their broadcast pre and post. And, I mean, the one thing we'll get into with 5'2", and we love Kirk Morrison, is just the Rams' inability to stop the run at all. And the Terminator, James Conner, has ran all over them. And if they can't stop the run, Kyle Shanahan will go 30, 35, 40 runs. He had 38 against the Jets, and they looked much better last night against New England, and that's the Niners' next opponent after this game. So this game is pivotal. You don't want to lose this game, and then New England's got 10 days to get ready for you. But the first and foremost, Sean McVay and Chris Shula, their new defensive coordinator, is going to load the box and stop the run. Can they do it the way they're built? They're 3-4 like Minnesota, John, but their ends are a little bit lighter, more get up the field pass rushing ends. And then you got to ask them, why did the LA Rams trade Ernest Jones away? That guy really solidified the middle of their defense as an off-the-ball linebacker. And Christian Roseboom has been there the last couple of years, but they brought Troy Reeder back, who, when the Niners preyed on them, I think where it all started to turn in that 19 year, they went at Troy Reeder, and then he was de-emphasized, taken off the field, deactivated. Remember going into the Super Bowl, we had Jim Everett on, and Jim said he's not playing in this game. They're gonna bench him, and they just took him off the field. He's a guy that the Niners have just attacked in years past. He wound up going to the Chargers for a little while with Brandon Staley and come back. But why did they get rid of Ernest Jones in a trade? And what has that done to the middle of their defense, and specifically their run defense and also their pass coverage, where the Niners attack Reeder more than anywhere, John, is in pass coverage?
Well, I remember the 21 year, because he was there, then he got replaced, then he came back. But, I mean, the 21 year where that final game the Niners got in, and then the NFC Championship game, and they attacked him relentlessly in those two games. I mean, it was just like, oh. And he wore a different number, I think. Super Bowl. Yeah, I think he wore 32.
59 then. He wore
59. God, I remember that it was the constant attack on him because he couldn't do it in the pass game. So, yeah, that's something that I'm sure they're going to continue with. We'll get more into Brock. We'll get more into the injuries. The Rams are still more injured, though, because they have 3 offensive linemen out, both their receivers out. They do have, if you looked at just as far as skill players go, they have Higbee's been out for a long time, but they do have their quarterback in Kyron Williams, but that's about it. At least the 49ers have their offensive line intact, which, by the way, week 1 they were great, week 2 they were not. So let's see what the offensive line is. And then defensively, the Ward thing is interesting because, or maybe it's confusing, because Nick Sorensen came up there yesterday and said it was just precautionary, but there is a real possibility that he doesn't play. So to me, I know that the Rams are down some guys, but if you're down some guys offensively, okay, but defensively, you got to have Ward in there, don't you?
Well, he got banged at the end of the practice on Wednesday, so he just couldn't get through it on Thursday. I think he'll try to play in this game. I don't know, and they're getting on the field this morning, and Kyle will give us the designation, and by Friday, you're is he probable, questionable, out, those kind of designations. I don't think they'll say definitely Charvarius won't be out, but a lot of it'll be how he feels when he wakes up on Sunday, what he does at the walkthrough tomorrow in the Bay Area. They're going to walk through at Levi's, then fly, and then likewise for George. If he can't go, then Renardo Green is going to be your nickelback, and he will play as an outside corner. They'll move Diamador Lenore inside, and it'll be on the outside Ike Yadam and Renardo Green. And they're going to attack Renardo, just being a rookie with a 0 on his chest. Now, the Rams play a lot of 3 wide receivers, and they always have, going back to when they had Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp. And this year they were going to have a lethal 11 personnel group with Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, and the veteran Demarcus Robinson. I mean, Demarcus Robinson to me is their version of Chris Conley, former Kansas City Chief, just a good veteran player, has been underrated. Good player. He'll probably be the number one guy. So, if Charvarius can't go, then Renardo Green winds up playing a lot in this game as your nickelback. I think he'll be in your nickel defense most of the game. He had 4 snaps last week in Minnesota in a dime defense with 4 corners on the field when they bumped Yadam inside at a linebacker spot. So we'll see what they do. But I think Charvarius will try. But a lot of it will be how he feels today and when they get on the field this morning, John. And then around 1:30, maybe we'll catch it before we end the show. Just getting what Kyle says. Because today, you got to say, I don't think they'll be out for the game, either one. But Charvarius, I think, will give it a good push. With George, it's just, how does the hamstring feel? It's a soft tissue, and he's had a history of hamstrings, and he's just got to feel like he can cut, explode and protect himself to play in the game. And that's just, how will the hamstring heal?
All right, let's get the other side of things. Kirk Morrison, he can talk a ton of things all about the NFL. He's on Sirius. He's doing college football games on Saturday. He's doing the Rams coverage on Sunday. Oakland native, former Raider. He's a big fan, or we're big fans of his, a friend of the show. 5'2", Kirk Morrison. We'll talk all about it with him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I tell you to do this every day, but today you need to call O'Donnell Financial Group because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want, and when you don't want to do whatever you want to do, and potentially for the rest of your life and go into retirement, you've worked hard. So you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocketbook, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait any longer. Call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300. You can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300. Also online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening? Happy Friday. Getting ready for the Rams and the 49ers. And couldn't think of a better guy to talk to. He's very busy, so we're glad he could make the time for us. College football, Rams, Sirius, at Kirk Morrison. Make sure you follow him. San Diego State Aztec, Oakland native. Then he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's going on, 5'2", man? We see you everywhere, dude. It's awesome.
Oh, man. What's
awesome.
up, guys? How we doing today?
Good, how you doing?
Doing
How you
great,
doing?
brother. We're going to see you Sunday with your busy schedule here, there, and everywhere. Will I see you on the field at SoFi Sunday?
Yeah, you know what? You'll probably see me. I'm currently in Louisville right now. I got Georgia Tech at Louisville tomorrow, 3:30 Eastern at on ESPN2. So you called me right at the right time. Walter texted me, and I'm like, I couldn't give him a time because I'm meeting with Jeff Brom and the coaching staff, and I'm like, you know what? But our meetings ended here at 1:15 p.m. Eastern, which
Beautiful.
is 10:15 a.m. Pacific.
Yeah.
And it gave me 15 minutes of grace period to grab a little water and make sure my, the vocal cords are nice and moist and ready to holler at you guys. So what's up, man? What we talking
Speaking
about?
of Louisville, did you have Louisville last year? Did you see Isaac Garendo at all last year?
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of ACC tape, and yes, Isaac Garendo, one of the backs in which you said, okay, man, if he finds the right spot, he's going to be successful. And I mean, what's a better place to go than to San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan and that offense? It's pretty cool to see, watch him from college and then go over. He wasn't a 1,000-yard rusher last year. He was only 800-yard rusher.
Yeah, about 800 yards. You're exactly
he
right.
started one game.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is that they use so many different backs. They have about 4 or 5 backs on a depth chart. Even for tomorrow's my game, I got about 4 or 5 guys that I'm watching, and they all do something a little bit different. But as a unit, they play well, and you never feel like if someone's out that your depth is hurt. It's like, okay, next guy up. So that's pretty cool. And they got a quarterback out, by the way, in Tyler Shuck, who actually grew up with Brock Purdy. They both played together. Well, not played together. They played over in Arizona, Scottsdale, and Chandler area. So they grew up, watching each other, playing with each other, rival high schools and all that stuff. So it's just crazy that here's Brock Purdy going on year 3 of his NFL career, and Tyler Shuck is on year 7 of his college football career.
7? Did you say 7?
It's crazy, man.
How does that work?
With the pandemic and everything.
Yeah, the
crazy.
pandemic year. So he spent his first 3 years at Oregon. He spent his last 3 years at Texas Tech, and then this is his final year. He's had a couple of freak injuries, 2 broken collarbones, and last year broke his fibula on the ankle, so on his leg. So he's had some injuries there, but this is kind of like that last year of all those kids who took the COVID year. So, but he's eligible to play.
All right, you just mentioned the next man up, and I know that that's obviously a philosophy, and it's got to be something. But, man, between these two teams, but especially the Rams down there with losing Puka and Cooper and guys along the offensive line, I mean, we're only talking week 2, man. Isn't it crazy, or is it just like this every year and we just emphasize it? But it seems like it's just coming earlier this year.
Yeah, it's like the Home Depot game, right? That's what I'm calling it, the Home Depot. You're just trying to go and see what you can patch up, what you can put together. You know what I mean? It's like, man, what you got to get your toolbox together and just kind of build some stuff, because right now you're not working with what you normally have. And I think you mentioned that's on both sides. Obviously, the Rams have their injuries with Nakua and Cooper Kupp, the offensive line. John Johnson, safety, he's going to be down for a little bit. And we know about the 49ers and what they're dealing with already with just Christian McCaffrey. Then you throw in Deebo Samuel, then you throw in possibly George Kittle. And it's just like, what are we going to see? And I just honestly believe that all these injuries are just happening right now. Maybe is it because of training camp where guys aren't playing and having to get their body ready? I just know that I'm looking at the way it's playing out and the depth of which the guys who actually played in training camp are going to be the ones who actually have to get these teams through this little bumpy start of the season.
You know, there's some areas where you match them up and you don't even have an idea what the position group's going to be. But right. you do have a matchup with a 49er offensive line. against the front seven of the LA Rams, who are pretty healthy in that area. And the last game, 5-2, they just got trampled. James Conner took their soul away. They just ran right at him, downhill, outside. Kyler would pull it every now and then. So what's going on with the Rams' rush defense minus the great 99, Aaron Donald? And one question I want to start with, why did they trade Ernest Jones? You being an off-the-ball linebacker, he wore the green dot. He was one of the top tacklers in football. I thought it was curious when Les Snead traded him right before the start of the year to Rand Carthon in Tennessee, and they're playing Troy Reeder again, who the Niners have picked on in years past. So why is Jones gone, and what's wrong with the run defense?
Well, I think you said everything. First of all, number 99 is not there.
Yeah.
And when 99, Aaron Donald's not there, think about it. Every offensive lineman in the NFL, leap for joy, knowing that they don't have to block him in the run game. We already know what he does in the passing game, but in the run game, Aaron Donald will wreck your run game. So you don't have to worry about blocking him. That's one. And then you mentioned Ernest Jones. Look, the Rams don't pay linebackers. There's areas on the team in which you never really saw them invest in a player at that position. They didn't really want to invest with Ernest Jones going into a contract year, or not. He was already in a contract year, but it was a situation where the Rams traded him away. Now that's money toward the cap that they don't have to worry about, but it does hurt your defense. But that being said, this is a young defense. I mean, these are a bunch of puppies, man, like young pups, and they're learning on the run. They got tired in the Detroit game to where the Detroit Lions ran the football all the way down the field and scored in overtime. So this is just a young group that's going to have to work on getting their fits together. That's what I think Chris Shula, the new defensive coordinator, has been preaching all week long, because if there's anybody you don't want to see, anybody in the league you don't want to see after giving up the rushing yards you did in the first couple weeks, it's the San Francisco 49ers, who want to impose their will. And that's what this game is going to be about, imposing their will. That's what the Niners offensive line, that's what they're going to try to do.
Kirk Morrison is joining us. He has a few minutes between things that he's doing, a very busy man, and of course we're talking Rams and 49ers with him. Just like the 49ers are going to be limited offensively, so what does Matthew Stafford do? Especially, we talked about the Rams giving up runs, but Kyron Williams hasn't gotten off either. So what do the Rams do offensively?
Yeah, I think that's what they have to start with. To me, it has to start and go through Kyron Williams, a second-team All-Pro a year ago. You also drafted Blake Crum in the third round. He had a couple of nice runs last week. So I think we're going to see more of that. It has to be a part of the game plan. I also believe that you have to run the ball just to give Matthew Stafford some time, especially in the play-action pass. Some of those movement plays will roll out naked bootlegs. They've got to do something, because this offensive line just couldn't keep up last week, especially with a very – I don't want to downplay them like that, but I would say an average rush from the Arizona Cardinals. They don't really have any standout players where you said we got to block them. Gadecki was a guy who was making plays. I'm like, this dude has been a career backup. But anyway, the Rams have to figure it out. But if there's anybody that can do it, it's Matthew Stafford. That's why the Rams have a chance in this game. They can miss a lot of players, but as long as number 9 is healthy, they always have a chance.
Yeah, Sean McVay's never gotten off to an 0-2 start before. He's never lost a game by that kind of score, 41-10. It was a trampling. Arizona had Buffalo down 17-3 late in the first half, week 1. Josh Allen became Superman, and the Bills stole that game, but it was a one-score game, and then they do that. Were you more impressed with Arizona or least impressed with the Rams? Are the Arizona Cardinals, you think, 5-2 better than we think they are?
A lot better than we think they are. I spent 2 days with them during training camp. There's a quiet confidence amongst Jonathan Gannon, Drew Petzing, who's their offensive coordinator. These guys are really excited about where this team is at. Monty Ossenfort does not get a ton of credit, their general manager. The way that he's been able to flip this roster in 2 years and to acquire the draft picks that they have, but also acquire the talent that they've had. And then Marvin Harrison had his breakout game. They just have a quiet confidence about them. They feel like what they did last year at the end of the season when Kyler Murray got back was a kind of what they envisioned for this year. And then you talked about that run game. James Conner looked as if he's still back in his early years in Pittsburgh. So they know how they're going to win football games, but they also have some talent on the outside now that they didn't have before. And Kyler Murray, we got to put some respect on his name right now. put some respect on Kyler Murray's name. One of the better young quarterbacks still in this league, and I finally feel like he doesn't have to do it all himself, which I think he, for a lot of his early part of his career, was all about him. I think now he realizes I just got to make the routine play and let my playmakers take over.
Well, I mean, when your jersey from a game gets sent to the Hall of Fame, I guess you were pretty good. I mean,
yeah. I mean, you got to think he's always been one of the more gifted passers, and now, if you think about it, he's got a guy now. You know, he doesn't have Larry Fitzgerald in the later years. He's got Marvin Harrison Jr. in his first year, and we saw what that looked like, man. Marvin Harrison just looked unstoppable last week. I don't even think the Rams have covered him this week yet. You know what I mean? He was still running wide open.
Tre'Davious White ain't that guy anymore, 5'2". What's going on with him? He can't move right now.
I mean, it was just young Marvin Harrison. You got one of these young Thundercats out there, Craig.
And Jamison Williams the week before in Detroit, they're attacking him.
Yeah, but it also happens when you don't get the consistent pass rush, as well. They've been attacking Tre'Davious White, but he's a guy that's going to have to, figure some things out. He's made some plays, but, also, too, it kind of works hand in hand. When you got the pass rush working for you, you don't have to cover as much. But this is just a young group up front for the Rams. I mean, you have Byron Young, who's on the outside. He's in his second year. They drafted the kid Jared Verse out of Florida State. He's in his rookie year. Braden Fisk, who's kind of been deemed the heir apparent to Aaron Donald. He and Kobe Turner, both those guys are in year one and year two. So that's when I call them little puppies, man, because they're so young and they got to grow up fast. This NFL, you can't wait. But these guys have to grow up fast if they want to have any shot at changing or turning this thing around for the season.
Yeah, you bring up a great point because last year they had a bunch of young guys in there, and all of a sudden it was like, wow, look at these guys. And then, like I said, you lose 99. And plus people aren't talking. They had some injuries in the secondary too. So, man, it's tough. But yeah, you got to live up to it in year number two. You can surprise some people as rookie.
Yeah, well, they were able to do that, but they also had a mixture of the veterans. So you had young guys on the D-line, but then you also had the leader of the D-line was Aaron Donald. You had some young guys at linebacker, but the leader was Ernest Jones. You had some young guys in the back end, but you had a John Johnson. You also had, remember this name, remember Akella Weatherspoon? I know a lot of 49er fans remember that name. Yeah. So you've had like this mixture of young guys, but they had a older, sort of Yoda kind of guy in that room as well that they can lean on and pick their brain. You don't have that this year. So now you got a bunch of young players who are just like, okay, how do we stop the bleeding a little bit? And Tre'Davious White, remember, he's coming back off of injury. So he's still also trying to gain that confidence back in himself. And that's why this Rams defense has not looked very good. Some people may say it's because Raheem Morris is no longer there. He's over in Atlanta as the head coach. Mm-hmm. But they've got a lot to get fixed, these Rams do, and a lot of it starts with the youth, but also the injuries as well.
When you look at it, they won the Super Bowl in 21. 22, they had the most severe Super Bowl hangover of any team, and Stafford got pummeled, and they went 5-12. Last year, they were young. They had 15 rookies on their roster. They started 3-6, and they still got hot at the end, got in. That Lion game went right down to the end of the playoff game, and then this year they're 0-2, which McVay's never been. If they do lose this game on Sunday and go to 0-3, they do have an early bye this week, 5-2. It's after week 6. But then right after that, you got a trade deadline. There's been rumblings about moving Stafford, maybe moving Jimmy Garoppolo. If they go into their bye, with a pretty bad record after 5 weeks, they're not going to shut down the year. I mean, they were 3-6 last year going into their bye, came out hot. But how do you think they handle this if they get off to a really slow start with all these injuries?
Yeah, I mean, Sean McVay's not built that way. They're not shutting anything down. They're playing hard all the way to the end. I don't think that they'll be sellers in the trade market as well. Matthew Stafford's not going anywhere. His family loves it. His wife loves it. They're not going to leave Los Angeles. If anything, possibly Jimmy Garoppolo could be, up for grabs by a team, but that's just not the way the Rams are built. They're going to play this thing all the way out and kind of see where it goes. They've already done their selling. They sold away, sent Ernest Jones packing a little bit, but that's because of the contract situation. They didn't want to pay Ernest Jones. So they'll have another first-round pick next year, depending on where they finish at this year, and then, see where Matthew Stafford is. But there's no way that they trade away Matthew Stafford at all. They won't do that. They won't entertain that. But this is a huge game for them. After the Niners, they still got the Bears, they got the Packers. So they need to win at least 2 of the next 3 games. To go into the bye week feeling comfortable. At 2-3, they feel like, hey, you know what? We didn't have the greatest start, but I look around the league and I say, wait, the Baltimore Ravens are 0-2. The Cincinnati Bengals are 0-2. There's some other good football teams that are not playing well. Like, we just have to get healthy, and we think we can turn the things around.
Great to talk to Kirk Morrison. He's got Georgia Tech and Louisville this weekend. Tomorrow, what time's that game get going?
12:30 Pacific time on E2. Yeah. So check me out, and then I'll come give you a big bear hug on Sunday. All right, GP.
We'll see you then, 5-2.
Sounds good,
Can't
man.
go to SoFi without seeing Kirk's smiling face.
Absolutely.
Have a good weekend, brother. I'll see you Sunday.
You're the best.
All right,
have a great call.
Have a great weekend.
See you, man.
Thank you, man.
Okay.
Thank you.
See, that's somebody, man. He's coming out of a meeting at Louisville and talking to Jeff Brom, the former NFL quarterback, and then who's been at Louisville forever. And then he fits us in, and then he's got a bunch of stuff going on. And then Saturday football, then comes back. He does Sunday. He's back at SoFi. Levi
He's
South.
a worker,
My
man.
God,
He's
man.
a grinder. That's
He's
the way
good,
he was
too.
as a player.
He's good. And they're putting him on some high-profile games, man. Every time I flip over to some good college game on Saturday, there he is. So that's pretty cool. That's really cool what he's doing. So, all right, good stuff from Kirk Morrison. We'll talk about the Niners side of things. That's the Rams side of things. Our good friend, Matt Mayoko is going to join us coming up next.
Get it right. Maya Coco.
Well, no, Maya Coco. When we're talking about, screw up names, I really think that it personally offends him. Nothing much
tired.
gets to Mayoko.
Last week he was done.
He doesn't like
Last week
it.
he was done. He was done.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. All right,
You know
we'll
that
talk
means I'm going to triple down on that.
I know you are. All right, let's talk to Matt Mayoko, the 49ers side of things, latest on these injuries, when some guys are coming back, and the plan of attack against the Rams next on eSports Leader.
is in essence a sophisticated heat beam which we called a laser.
All right, you have about an hour and 13 minutes, but that is plenty of time to sign up because right now the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, the free CLR webinar, is today at noon. Today. It's a great opportunity to find all about custom lens replacement. The procedure I had, CLR. You hear us talk about all the time, CLR. It simply means this. I used to run around the house looking for readers. I don't have to do that anymore. I can see near, I can see far, I can drive down the road and see signs upcoming. It is all great. It's a short procedure. Can you trust them? Of course you can. Dr. Craig Bindi, Dr. Joseph Ling, who did my procedure. It takes moments, but the thing is that beforehand, they've done 10,000 more of these procedures. And the thing that's great is they know all about it. They'll explain everything. But this is a real great opportunity to have the experts talk to you about it so that you can have a high confidence level and get it going. CLR. So are you a good candidate? What's the cost? How long does the procedure take? Why can't you get cataracts after CLR? They'll answer all the questions today at noon. You can still get in. It's a live webinar, but you got to sign up. So do this right now. LaserEyecLR.com. No more waiting. LaserEyecLR.com. It's the permanent solution to readers, bifocals, contacts, glasses, and you can't get cataracts. So, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, free CLR webinar, but space is limited. So do it right now. You got about an hour. Get in front of your computer, hang out, and ask the questions that you want. LaserEyecLR.com. Do it right now. LaserEyecLR.com.
A laser.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Let's go out to Matt Mayoko.
He hates that. I know he does.
I didn't do it.
Pretty laid back guy, but I think he hates that. Matt Mayoko, I will not disrespect Matt Mayoko. He is our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure that you check him out and you're following him and listening to and watching the 49ers Talk podcast. He's a traveling man. I'm sure he'll be back on Sunday, but he's a traveling man. Where are you right now?
I am in Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
Wow.
And yes, I will be taking a 6 a.m. flight from Boston to L.A. on Sunday morning. So basically I'll be on a plane at 3 a.m. Pacific time, heading straight to SoFi Stadium. I'll be fired up, I'll be high energy, and I'll be raring to go.
You are daddy of the year.
You are.
You're going to be like
Well,
George
you know
Kittle
what?
and Charvarius Ward and be literally a game-time decision.
If there's any, if JetBlue doesn't come through for me, I won't be making it there. But yeah, back here for my daughter's final parents' weekend. I missed the first 3, and I put my foot down and said I am not missing her senior year parents' weekend. So that's why I'm here.
Man, time flies. I remember when you brought her for the first time. My God, my son's a junior.
Philadelphia, man.
I mean,
what was that?
That
was
fast.
21. What year was that? 21.
That would have been
21.
Would have been 20. No, that was.
21,
yeah, you're right.
2,
Yeah,
3,
that's
4, 21. Yeah, you brought her to the
she was a
Eagles
freshman.
game.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Man, that's
Good
crazy.
stuff. Good memories.
Yeah, very good.
Congratulations.
All right, so kind of mash units, Rams versus the 49ers, and then we know some of the other ones, which we'll get into in a second, but now the latest, Ward and Kittle. What are we looking at with those two situations?
Well, I mean, if they practiced on Wednesday, they went through a pretty hefty practice and were sore after that, and then the next day it was like, okay, got to shut it down. Don't want this to linger. So a lot of it is like how they showed up at the facility this morning. How do they feel? I would think that even if they feel good, that they wouldn't do much, if anything, at practice today. And then it's, a light day on Saturday, and then, they don't have to make that call until 90 minutes before kickoff. So I think it's one of those things where, especially when you're dealing with hamstrings and just, the soft tissue types of situations where it is week 3, they're facing a Rams team that has more than its fair share of injury issues too. So I would think this is just one of those things where they wouldn't take any chances. Doesn't mean that they can just roll out of bed and beat this Rams team. No, but you really have to gauge, what makes sense for now. How important is this game compared to the 14 games that follow? So at this point, it's really contingent on how they feel when they showed up at the facility today, as far as what the next steps are. But I think Kyle said with Tolbert and Cope yesterday that they'll probably be listed as questionable, and then kind of take it from there. I mean, it's kind of implied that when somebody's listed as questionable, it's 50-50. So I guess it's one of those to be determined things. We already know that Christian McCaffrey is out for this game and at least 2 more, and that Debo will miss this game and probably one other. So they're playing with not all of their offensive weapons, but still, this is a game that they should win if they play anywhere near what they're capable of playing.
Yeah, we'll know more in the coming minutes. They just wrapped up an all-team meeting and a special teams meeting, and then they're on the field. Activation is at noon, and it'll be, can Kittle get out there and practice in particular today? If he doesn't go, Jake Tonjes, I think, will have a bigger role, probably get Braden Willis up tomorrow. Yeah. But without Debo and without McCaffrey, and if you don't have Kittle, you have your toys, your playmakers on offense, which leads to Brandon Ayuk, Matt, and you and I talked about it the other day at length, and I know Kyle's been defending him. He's getting better and better on the practice field. Do you think in light of all the injuries around the weaponry of Brock Purdy, this needs to be a coming out week 3 for Ayuk?
Well, I'm not sure that that's the way the 49ers operate. They don't necessarily, unless it's a bubble screen or with Debo, you can find ways to, when you break the huddle, they know, okay, Debo's getting the ball on this. It's going to be a jet sweep. If you play the typical wide receiver position for the 49ers, there's a lot that goes into a guy getting the ball. And I think where Brandon Ayuk was able to excel in a lot of ways and get those wide open, kind of schemed up plays and the yards after the catch and everything else was because defenses really had to kind of consider on any given down and distance what they were going to try to take away from the 49ers. And you can't take away everything. You can't double team McCaffrey and Kittle and Debo every play. So now I think with the 49ers being shorthanded with just McCaffrey and Debo out and potentially Kittle, I don't think there's any question that the Rams' sole focus on third downs will be identifying where Brandon Ayuk is, rolling their coverage toward him, trying to take him out of the game, and force Purdy to look for Juwan Jennings or Chris Conley or Kyle Juszczyk or whatever the case may be. So it's possible that Brandon Ayuk could have a really good game like the 49ers say he did against Minnesota and not put up the big stats. But I would say at this point, when they talked quite openly and at length about how Ayuk made significant strides in his overall game from week 1 to week 2, but you didn't necessarily see that reflected on the stat sheet, I would think that this is one of those games where he needs to continue to show strides, get into midseason form, and it does need to show up on the stat sheet as well.
Matt Mayoko joining us, looking at the Rams and the 49ers, Pop and Lund on a Friday right here on the Sports Leader.
While the church bells...
There's 11, it is 1 p.m. in New Hampshire, right?
Boy, that
2
makes,
p.m.
Any kind of church bells make me nervous.
2 p.m.
Do we just have 2? We have 2 sounding there? That's all we heard was 2?
It's 2 p.m., yes.
Okay, I guess our show's over.
Bless my father, for I'm about to say.
In regards to Brock, Brian Flores is a tough defense. I saw a stat yesterday where Kyle struggles against Schwartz, Flores, Spagnuolo. I think everybody does different forms of type of blitz packages. But what about Brock in this whole situation? His chance to say, okay, I am a $50 or a $60 million quarterback. I got a bunch of my weapons are gone. Look at me now. So how do you look at Brock in this situation?
No, I think that. I mean, I think that you and I and probably 95% of the people listening to this, we've seen Brock. We saw him from the moment he stepped on the field, basically ill-prepared to play against the Miami Dolphins without a whole lot of practice reps in the off-season program and in training camp and in the regular season, and he lit it up from the time he stepped on the field. And we've seen that consistently solid, if not spectacular play. So, hey, I think this is more for everybody else because that is definitely a talking point across the country. Oh, let's see how Brock Purdy performs without Kittle, we'll see with Kittle, but without McCaffrey and without Deebo Samuel. And for Purdy, he doesn't have to do more. 49ers aren't asking him to do more. It's run the offense. It's go through the reads. It's, be crisp with his decision making. Be crisp with his pre-snap reads, his post-snap reads. And I think that's the area where he struggled, and admittedly he struggled. He still put up, whatever it was, 311 yards passing. He still leads the NFL in passing yards through 2 games, which 2 games where, it wasn't certainly his best 2 games. It wasn't bad by it wasn't bad by other quarterback standards, and certainly wasn't bad by his standards as well. But I think now kind of the spotlight is on him because of the key players that the 49ers are missing. So I would think nationally it means a lot, maybe more than it would for us who have seen him and know what he's all about and realize just how good he is, how just mature and cerebral, and with the decision making, the accuracy, and everything else. So, I don't know that he's looking at it like, okay, I need to do this, I need to do that. No, he needs to run the offense, and he needs to throw the ball where his reads take him, because it doesn't matter who's filling those spots. If he's making the right decisions, that 49ers offense is still going to roll. And, do they need to get some yards from Jordan Mason? Of course they do. And this Rams defense is not good against the run, certainly with Aaron Donald out. And the pass rush isn't as good as it would be if Aaron Donald were out there. So there will be opportunities for the 49ers to make plays. I would just say that maybe the margin of error is reduced without those guys. So when the big plays are available, when there are plays to be made in the passing game from whoever the wide receiver is, he has to hit them. He has to hit them because it's going to be a little bit more difficult without at least a couple of their superstars not being on the field.
Yeah, and to me, Matt and John, he just needs to be decisive. And that's the one thing about Brock. I saw him more indecisive in this game than I think I've ever seen him, where he was confused on their what they were showing at the line and what they were rolling out in, and pressure and bailing out of the pressure, and he held the ball, and it resulted in 6 sacks in the game, and I think there were 4 of them that were him, holding the ball too long, being indecisive, trying to run back for something and not making it to the line of scrimmage, which leans to the offensive line. They did run block well in this game, but they gave up 6 sacks, and Trent gave up 1, and Aaron Banks gave up 1. The other 4, I think, were a combination, but I thought it was interesting that Chris Foerster, who's always hard on his offensive line, graded them better in the Minnesota game than he did the Jets game. Yeah. That's just kind of Chris, and he's tough on these guys, but the O-line has taken a lot of heat, in particular Jake Brendel. Just what are you seeing from the O-line and the combination of Brock being indecisive, holding the ball too long, getting off his spot, trying to scramble, and wound up not making it back to the line of scrimmage? How much is this on the O-line?
I think it's on. I think there's 4 elements. Why did the 49ers have 6 sacks in this past game against the Vikings? I think there were scheme issues, whether it was just Brian Flores dialing up the right thing at the right time. I think that, Purdy was a split second slow with his decision making and where to go with the ball and recognizing certain things defensively, probably from the line of scrimmage as far as how many guys were coming to the defensive backfield, what exact coverages they were bringing at him. I thought the wide receivers missed some things. They weren't getting open like they should have. And going back to Brock Purdy, maybe missing some hot reads, and wide receivers as well. There were some mix-ups as far as the route running, what routes should have been paired with guys running other routes. I mean, there's some mix-ups there. And then the offensive line. But I would almost put the offensive line at the bottom of the list when it comes to the 6 sacks allowed. I mean, one of the sacks was the ball slipped out of Brock Purdy's hand when he had a clean pocket, and that's called a sack. There were only 2 sacks where I thought, well, that's on the offensive line there. And at the same time, maybe Brock Purdy could have avoided those sacks by just getting the ball out quicker. But the 2 sacks that I'm thinking of was one where Trent Williams was beat, and then another one where a pass rusher got between Trent Williams, kind of used him to kind of catapult forward between Trent Williams and Aaron Banks. So I do think that I think it's kind of lazy, but people will look at the stat sheet and see 6 sacks and just automatically say the offensive line sucks. Was the offensive line great? Of course not. There were, I would say probably, there were plays where the protection wasn't as good as it could have been that did not result in sacks, but the actual sacks, I would push the offensive line down the list of reasons those were. But, can the 49ers offensive line play better? Of course it can. Can Brock Purdy play better? Can the receivers play better? Can the scheme take more into account as far as what the defense is doing? So I'd say all of the above. But I think the offensive line, because the 49ers haven't devoted, first or second round picks by and large on the offensive line, because they only have one high-priced offensive lineman, I think that part of the game is always going to come under scrutiny because they don't have the name recognition and they don't have the resources devoted to that position that maybe some other teams have. But I don't think the offensive line should get all of the blame, or at least all the blame that they're getting for that game against the Vikings.
Matt Mayoko's joining us. Real quick before we let you go, the list of first-year Hall of Fame candidates came in. A couple of quick things. Joe Staley is on that list. I don't know if he's a first ballot guy, but I think he's eventually going to get in. Vernon's on that list. I don't know that he's ever going to get in. And then what's the latest with Roger Craig? Is he a possibility in terms of the senior committee? Where do we sit with him?
Yeah, he is definitely a possibility. I'm not sure exactly when the seniors committee will vote for the three finalists that they put forward, but something that probably escaped the attention of a lot of people is the Hall of Fame bylaws. The Board of Trustees made it a lot more difficult, I think, to get it to the Hall of Fame with some of the kind of tinkering of the rules, such as the 80% rule now, where it used to be the 5 modern era finalists, pretty much all of them would get in. As far as the final 5 guys. Now it just makes it a little bit more difficult because kind of difficult to explain, but we whittle it down from, 167. There will be a screening committee that takes it down to 50. We'll vote for the final 25, then the final 15, and then before the Super Bowl, we'll all get together to take the final 15 down to the final 10, and then the final 7. And then each voter, all 50 of us, have to vote for 5 of the final 7, and you don't get in unless you get 80% of that vote. So it's very unlikely going forward, as long as they keep these rules in place, that 5 modern era guys will get in. It'll be, 3 minimum, maybe 4, but I'm thinking, it might be 3 for a while. So that starts that whole backlog of, 2 guys who would have gotten in the past won't get in, and the more parity, I guess, there is with the final 7, the more difficult it's going to be to get in. And I don't know if this is a direct reflection of, if you remember, Deion Sanders a couple of years ago basically opened the door for this and said, they're just letting too many people into the Hall of Fame.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree about making it harder to get in?
I'm torn on that. Thankfully, I just do what they tell me to do. So I like it now that the 2 guys that I kind of had to fight for are in. Now that Patrick Willis is in and Bryant Young is in, those are 2 guys that might have been difficult. Well, it would have been more difficult for them to get in under these rules. So now that they're in, I don't mind as much, because the next guy that I'm probably going to be presenting, next 2 guys would be Staley and Frank Gore. So it's going to make it more difficult. Whereas now only the absolute surefire, Breeze, Brady, those guys, J.J. Watt, Larry Fitzgerald. I mean, now only those guys that all you have to do is just say their name and they're going in. Those are the only guys that you can really say, okay, well, we know he's going in, but who are the other 1 or 2 guys? And on years where, some of those guys stack up together, let's say Breeze, Watt, and Fitzgerald on the same ballot, those might be the only 3 guys who go in.
It's interesting. Wow.
With Roger Craig, just real quick, Matty, before you go, he's in the senior category along with Kenny Anderson, the Bengals quarterback, and Art Powell, among other teams, the Raider great wide receiver of the 60s. So you don't have to make a presentation with him. How was he considered for that?
Yeah, so there's a separate seniors committee, and they meet to present, and now this is going to be more difficult for these guys too. So there's a separate seniors committee, and they'll present 3 finalists for the seniors. So let's just say it's the three names you guys said. There will also be a committee that brings forward a contributor and a coach, and it will be the same thing where there will be 5 people up for consideration for the Hall of Fame. And if Roger gets that far, I would be opening the comments for him at our full meeting. But with those 5 guys, 3 seniors, a contributor, a coach, you vote for 3 of those among the 5, and only those with 80% vote get in. So even if Roger or either of the other 2 seniors are presented as finalists, it's still anything but a sure thing that he would get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame for that next, for the next class, would be the class of 2025. So we should know fairly soon, I think, whether he is one of those 3 finalists. I remain optimistic, but I guess cautiously optimistic.
Good stuff, man. Thanks for the explanation. We appreciate it. Have a great time with your final time with your senior on Parents.
What time do you land on Sunday?
Wow.
You need an Uber driver or something? What time do you land?
I landed LAX around 9:30. So that would be, 4 hours before kickoff. Greg, will you pick me up at the airport?
I will. I'll pick you up.
Perfect.
I'll have a hot coffee and LA Times waiting for you, sir. I will pick
nice. And bring a pillow, too, because I might want a nap on the way to the
Yeah,
station.
no kidding.
Bring a pillow.
I cannot sleep on those red eyes. Thanks, Matty. Appreciate it, man.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Really
Thank
good
you, Matt.
stuff. What's funny is LAX is probably, 8 miles from SoFi Stadium, and yet for about 7 miles you're fine. That last mile can take you an hour. I mean, it is just, oh, my God.
Did Eminem sing? Was that the 8 Mile song he sang?
Oh, no, that was a different 8 Mile. But I'm telling you, I mean, you've been through it. But, man,
you get on the team bus and you wind up with a police escort.
Yeah,
good.
you're
getting
fine.
out of there can be, I know
It's
you've had
unbelievable.
trouble getting out of there.
I told you that the first time I went there for that final game of, what was it, 2021, I left in plenty of time, and all of a sudden you get around the stadium, and finally, because the media parking's way out there, I had to park. I didn't even know. It was just a tailgate lot, and I was like, the next time I can turn off this traffic, I'm going to. I went into a tailgate lot. I was one of the last people out of that parking lot after postgame, and my car had, I don't know, not less than 100 beer bottles on it. Not less. And
98 of them were yours, so
Yeah,
I don't know what the other 2 came from. Are you coming to L.A., by the way?
No, I'm not making this trip. I usually like to, but I got stuff I got to do on Saturday, so it's a bummer. Because I like going down to that game. I got family down there and stuff, but I can't make it. I want to ask you one more question about what Maddie was saying there, because actually the odds came out for the first-timers, which is kind of interesting, but we got to get more into the injury talk and Brock and all that stuff. Maddie brought up a lot of good stuff. So we'll do that. We're open until the playbook at 11:50. We got a bunch of stuff. You got questions, comments, thoughts, questions for Papa, go right ahead. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Your concern level with the injuries, the Rams, does it change your viewpoint of the season with these early season injuries? We'll get into all those discussions too. It's Pop in London on a Friday only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hall of Famer Steve Young, his weekly chat with the boys. Tolbert and Copes yesterday. It was at 5:30, Derek, by the way. To preview the 49ers Week 3 matchup against the Rams, check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. Oh, yes. You love hearing that sound. I love hearing that sound. You know what it means? It means our good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. And did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard in the Bay Area, heard, they're not even based here in the state. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, based right here in the Bay Area for nearly 30 years. That's what you want. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team got great weather coming up this weekend. A sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents because of this great weather. Motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing. Look around. They are all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they have secured more than $1 billion. That's right, with a B. See, I tried to throw Danny off, but he wasn't having it. Billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay absolutely, positively nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What is happening? Thanks for joining us. In about 7 or 8 minutes, we will unveil today's Daddy's Big Poll on a Friday. It has to do with injuries, both sides, Rams and the 49ers. We'll get into that at the bottom of the hour. Also, by the way, you didn't comment on my new hat. Did you see my new hat?
Don't be a Richard.
Yeah, don't be a Richard.
I saw it right away. We didn't have time.
Yeah,
which Richard are you referring to?
Richard Sherman.
Sherman?
It was Thursday Night Football last night.
Which Richard? Which Richard are you thinking about? King Richard?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Who's Henry Richard?
Yeah.
The great pocket rocket.
Yeah,
Maurice,
I just thought,
the Rocket Richard, his older brother. Which one are we talking about?
I mean, it's a Friday. I just want everybody to be in a good mood. We're only talking about sports, having a little bit of fun here. So, anyway, one quick thing, and then we can move on to more 49ers stuff. So you and I talked about the first-year candidates, and there's some Niners on there. Joe Staley's in there. Vernon Davis is in there. If you want to get technical, Antoine Bethea played here, and other guys like that. But I'm pretty shocked, especially this is why I asked Matt Miyoko, because I saw these numbers this morning from Vegas, and maybe they mean nothing. But as Matt Miyoko said, the NFL Hall of Fame is getting a little tougher to get into, and I'm all for it. There's a difference between the Hall of Very Good and the Hall of Great, and this is supposed to be the great of the great. So this morning odds came out on guys making it in their first year, and this is going to be really controversial because you and I mentioned this yesterday. Eli Manning, according to Vegas, is 1-5 or 83% likely to get into the Hall of Fame in his first shot. Eli Manning, not Peyton Manning. Eli Manning. 83%?
That's ridiculous.
I know, that's what I think.
Ridiculous. So first of all, what Mayoko said is they're being more discerning on the modern era. So under the Hall of Fame bylaws, the next Hall of Fame class will consist of 3, 4, or 5 modern era players. Each member of the selection committee will vote for 5 individuals among the final 7 to be elected in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. A modern era candidate must receive at least 80% of the final vote. So they want to make it more discerning, which I think they need to. Baseball's been limiting who they put in. Obviously, Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens are not in the Hall of Fame for different reasons. So when I look at the list of the first-time eligibles, and I'm not sure we're concentrating on them so much, maybe because of Eli, I think these are all potential, and I would say probable in some cases, Hall of Famers, but none, with the exception, and this would be a huge outlier if you voted a kicker or first ballot Hall of Famer, but Adam Vinatieri and Justin Tucker's that guy now. But as far as making big-time clutch kicks to win, playoff games in the snow and Super Bowls at the gun, Adam Vinatieri's that guy. I mean, they don't have any kickers in the Hall of Fame at all. How many do they have in? Morton Anderson and Jan Stenerud are the only 2 now, John, and then they got a couple of punters in. I mean, it's unbelievable. Or one punter, Ray Guy. Is anybody else in besides Ray?
No,
so you got 3 guys that have kicked the football in football. I think Shane Leckler will go in. There will be others, but so it would be kind of blasphemous to have a kicker go in as a first ballot Hall of Famer. Adam Vinatieri will be a Hall of Famer. But I don't see anybody on this list. Eli Manning, he will make the Hall of Fame. He should not make it as a first ballot Hall of Famer. Beast Mode, Marshawn Lynch, Darren Sproles, Demaryius Thomas, Vernon Davis. I mean, George Kittle's got a lot of numbers here. Vernon had 2 13-touchdown years, but he's not a Hall of Fame player. Joe Staley will make the Hall of Fame. He's on the 2010s All-Decade team, but not a first ballot. Terrell Suggs may get some votes. That guy's interesting. Aqib Talib, no way. Especially what's happened to him since his career is over. Mm-hmm. I think Earl Thomas will certainly be a Hall of Famer. I would not vote him a first ballot. Luke Kuechly is a tremendous player. Love that guy. He is a Hall of Fame Mike linebacker, there's no doubt. He's a lot like Patrick Willis and Brian Urlacher, and now what Fred is doing, just modernize the position with his ability to run and hit and also scrape sideline to sideline. But how long did Patrick Willis have to wait to get in? There's a process here. So I honestly don't think any of these guys, if I was on the committee, and that's a pretty tight list, it's 50, there's a few more voters I think they've added, John. But they're saying Eli Manning is an overwhelming favorite to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Tell me the argument. He's a Hall of Famer, but not on the first ballot.
Right.
Is it simply because he played for the New York Giants?
It must be. The two players that Vegas thinks are going to get in, Eli Manning is an 83% possibility to get in the first time, and Terrell Suggs at 75%. Kuechly goes down to 50%, and then it's low from there. The thing that I think of in any Hall of Fame scenario, whatever the sport is how much did I fear that player? Like if my team was playing the New York Giants with Eli Manning at quarterback, I didn't have the same fear as I do watching Aaron Rodgers, who was great last night, as much as maybe people don't like him. But, I mean, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Drew Brees, we lived through this era, even go back when I was younger, and Dan Marino. Like, when your team played that quarterback, you were like, damn, we're not winning today. And Eli Manning never elicited that response from me as I was watching football, like, oh, I got to watch Eli Manning play. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback. Or, damn, my team's playing against Eli Manning. It was the Giants, and Eli was part of it, and I'm not trying to discount what he did, especially against the Patriots, but you just when you think of a Hall of Famer, and this is why I'm glad they're making it harder, you don't even, like, if you have to look at the numbers and you have to look at the analytics and you have to do a deep dive, that's not a Hall of Famer to me. Like, there shouldn't have to be a case. I should just be able to, as a sports fan all my life, just like you, just know, like, off the top of my head. I'm not saying I'm going to get it right 100% of the time based on my feel, but you know when you're watching a Hall of Famer. You don't even need to really make a big case of it. I think that when we were talking about it with Mayoko, he streamed off a few names there that you just know without even thinking about it. They're Hall of Famers. That's what I think a Hall of Famer is. If you have to get deep into the deep dive and the numbers, and I don't think that's a Hall of Famer. It certainly isn't a first-time Hall of Famer.
I honestly, Kenny Anderson was a far better quarterback than Eli Manning, and Kenny Anderson's on the seniors category.
Right.
So how long did he have to wait to even get there? It's ridiculous. Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls. He was the MVP of both Super Bowls. He had epic playoff runs both times to get there. I remember the first time they won the Super Bowl, he had a game right around Thanksgiving against the Minnesota Vikings where he threw like 5 picks. He was brutal. They booed him off the field, and then he flipped the switch, and they wound up going to Lambeau in that freezing game, and he beat Favre, and then he beat Brady, and then he beat Brady again. Unlike our guy Jim Plunkett, he has been a Pro Bowler. Eli made 4 Pro Bowls. He was the MVP of the Super Bowl twice. Jim was not. Jim never made a Pro Bowl. Jim was the MVP of the first Super Bowl. The second one was Marcus Allen. But I'm going to make this point over and over again. If they're going to put Eli Manning in, I think, honestly, Eli Manning is a borderline Hall of Famer. I think he will make it, and probably he should make it for those playoff runs. But if he wasn't a New York Giant, and he, played quarterback the Detroit Lions, I don't know if.
And his name wasn't Manning. I mean, I think that plays a part.
Going back to his father and Archie and obviously Peyton and what they're doing on TV now, so it's a little unfair here. I think he's a borderline Hall of Famer, certainly not a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's a good guy. He won a Walter Payton Award in 2016. He's Eli Manning, but I do not think he should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think he should have to wait 5 to 10 years to make it into the Hall of Fame and stretch it out. If Kenny Anderson's not in the Hall of Fame, they had to wait for the seniors committee. And Kenny Anderson was a league MVP the year they played the Niners in the Super Bowl. He was the MVP of the league that year. Eli Manning never won an MVP of the league. I mean, Aaron Rodgers won 4. His brother won 5. So I don't know, but I think it's the part. Sometimes you would think with the voters it's a little bit different because these are serious football people. These are writers that have been around forever. These are Matt Mayokos in every town. And how do you set odds? And can you place a bet on what the Hall of Fame's going to do? It's not like it's a competition and you have no idea. You have men making votes. Who's to say you don't take a huge bet that Eli Manning does not make the Hall of Fame? Then you go, you're the guy in the room that says, hell no, I'm not putting Eli in. Can you actually bet? Can you bet on the Hall of Fame, not just odds?
That's a good question because I got the odds this morning. I got sent to me, but I don't know that these are actually active odds because the odds are 1 to 5, which comes out to 83%. So I mean, you're actually it's not a good bet. Like, I know he's not getting in, but for example, just because Joe Staley is our guy, Joe Staley is 9-1, which comes out to 10%. So Joe Staley is 9-1 to get in. So you can actually make money on a Joe Staley. On an Eli Manning, you got to put up 5 times what you're going to make.
Unless you bet on him not to make it.
Right. There you go. That's how you would make it.
And then you're the guy in the room. Hell no, Eli. I'd vote Eli Whitney in the Hall of Fame before I'd vote Eli Manning.
All right, there's the latest. Just kind of switching stuff on those are just the new guys getting in, and then there's a bunch of them. But as Matt Mayoko said, love to get your thoughts. It's getting harder to get in. I like that idea. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. All right, it is time. We get the next 2 segments. You're going to love this. Coming up next, we got the poll. It has to do with 49ers injuries, so we will unveil Danny's big poll for a Friday, and then Papa's Playbook. So you got time. Get near a screen, your phone, whatever it takes. You got Papa on the calls, and they sound very, very cool. If you're on any other platform and you can't see, that's fine. But if you can get to YouTube and Twitch, it's really cool when you can see the breakdowns of the plays.
In this Friday's edition of the Playbook, Ayuk.
Yeah.
Ayuk needs to catch fire.
Yeah, that's it. And I think there's a misconception about how he played, so we got to knock that down too. So we do that at 11:50. The poll is next. It's Papa and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's a message for professional builders and contractors. Did you know when you purchase lumber and building materials from Golden State, it's like picking up a top athlete? Greg Papa here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Just like pro scouts, they search the country for elite players. Golden State pursues the best sources for wood and building materials in the industry. They partner with the top performers like All Weather Wood, Azek Exteriors, Truss Joist, Western Window Systems, and others. For a full list of Golden State's preferred partners, we encourage you to visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click Brands. Golden State has lumber yards throughout the Bay Area, allowing for next day, if not same-day delivery. With the largest inventory and highest quality lumber and materials from Golden State, you can deliver above and beyond on every job. Proudly celebrating their 70th year. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
They're Papa and Lund, or Greg and John if you want to get personal. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Papa and Lund on a Friday. Thank you so much for hanging out. We will unveil, erect, if you will, the Danny's Big Poll momentarily. And you can vote on Twitter/X. We'll probably put it up on the we put it up on YouTube as well. And then we've got Papa's Playbook coming up at 50 past the hour in less than 10 minutes. And again, if you can get near a device like your phone that you have in your very hand right now, probably, you can watch the video of it as well, which is fun. You can watch on any platform, but encouraging YouTube and Twitch as well. So make sure, and then you can see the video of everything. So make sure that you do that. All right, let's do it. Without further ado, it is time, and yep, it has to do with injuries, for Danny's Big Poll.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, lots of injuries to both the Rams and the 49ers, so the poll is as follows, at DannyDunn24. I'll retweet this thing, as will KNBR, with all the injuries to the 49ers, and I know there's lots of the Rams as well, but with the 49ers heading into Week 3 against the Rams, who needs to step up the most? Brandon Ayuk, Brock Purdy, J.P. Mason as a dual threat, or as a whole, the defense? Ayuk, Purdy, Mason, defense. What say you, Pop?
Well, I mean, all of the above. Their defense don't play well. It's going to be a hard game, and I know they're ravaged by injuries in their offensive line. Alaric Jackson is going to be back at left tackle and Rob Havenstein at right tackle. And Demarcus Robinson's a veteran guy. They got Tyler Johnson and Tutu Atwell and Jordan Whittington. And then Kyron Williams, as a running back, runs their power scheme really well. And they got Stafford. So, but I would say Brock needs to just be more discerning. We'll talk to Mike Silver about it. They wrote a big piece about Brock and where he is. He's basically defending Brock to be the same guy, which I get, but he needs to be the same guy, which is, big brain Brock. You see it, rip it, let's go. But I think if you had to, and we'll find out, they're starting to get on the field now. The media is going to be allowed in at 12:30, and right away we'll get the reports, on exactly who's out there practicing. And then Kyle will talk, John, maybe before we're gone at 1:30 or so, maybe not. They'll have it on Tolbert and Copes. But, how do they designate George Kittle? I don't think he's going to be out for the game. Probably questionable. And will they fly him to L.A. tomorrow after the walkthrough? Charvarius Ward, I think, will make an effort to play, but George is a concern because it's a hamstring. Those don't heal readily. And the bottom line is, he has had a spectacular week of practice. I felt going into the Jet game he would be off a little bit. There was a disconnect on route running and tracking the ball. He was much better going into the Minnesota game. This week, he looks like Brandon Ayuk. He is flying around. There were times last year, in the last couple of years, but last year, where his route running was just, whoa, he is whipping it off. The change of direction routes, the whip routes, literally whipping them off, just everything, running through zones, running right by guys, putting them in the slot. It was just, wow, he is running routes the way an elite route runner runs, but he's so big and long legs, long arms, big hands. He's more of a powerful X kind of wide receiver, a Michael Irvin type, and now he's just whipping it around. I said, whoa, that guy I saw on the field yesterday, I saw on the field Wednesday, and I think they're going to feature him. He's 105 targets last year. He's been fine. 5 targets the first game. He caught 2. He dropped the one where Sauce pulled it away. It was a tough ball. The one at the back of the end zone he left his feet for. He caught a couple of 14-yarders in big situations, but, 2 catches and 5 targets is not Ayuk. Last year he caught 75 of 105. And then in this last game, he caught 4 targets and 5, but they didn't target him enough. He got that big 22-yarder through a zone against Minnesota. There were times he could have, done more, I thought, against Shaq Griffin and or Stephon Gilmore. And I think in this game, they're injured at a lot of places, but, they're one corner's down, Williams. Tre'Davious White is out there playing, and that guy was such a good player. And I remember when Buffalo got rid of all their safeties, and they cut Tre'Davious White, and it's like, whoa, can Tre'Davious play anymore? And right now he is struggling. He cannot change his direction, COD. teams are attacking him, and I think you put Ayuk out on him and attack him. And Matt Mayoko says they don't do that. Well, if you don't have McCaffrey, you don't have Debo, and you don't have Kittle, possibly, you do that. You feed the ball to number 11. I would say 11 targets, but maybe in this game, 11 catches. Let's go. Rip the ball to Ayuk. Ayuk needs to catch fire. They're going to run the ball. There's no doubt. So, maybe they run it 40 times and they throw it 20. So maybe he doesn't get there, John. But when you do throw the ball in big situations, Jawan Jennings will get a lot, certainly. I think this has got to be a game. Doesn't have to be. You can win other ways. But if I had to pick one of your Danny's big poll, it's time for Brandon Ayuk to play like Brandon Ayuk. And he played fine last week. But feature him, get him the ball, start attacking the other team you're paying him $30 million a year now. He's a number one wideout. You don't have Debo. You don't have McCaffrey. You may not have Kittle. Feed the ball to B.A.
I agree. There's a reason why he and his agent were making that argument as their main argument, which is, hey, if he was in another offense, he could do this, this, and this. He could be Amon-Ra St. Brown. He could catch that many balls. Well, now's the opportunity. And like you said, it's on Purdy. It's on a lot of different guys. Kyle Shanahan said this yesterday when asked the very question about Brandon Ayuk, and Kyle Shanahan said he played a great game, but it takes 11 guys to get him the ball. It takes the offensive line to protect. It takes Brock to see him. It takes all these things. I'm sure they went over film because he ran 37 routes and, like you said, only had 5 targets. He was open far more than that. So they may have to force feed him the ball. But the very argument that Ayuk and his agent were making, I could do this if given the opportunity. Well, the opportunity is here against the Rams. So, again, Friday's big poll, Danny's big poll with all the injuries to the 49ers heading into Week 3 against the Rams. Who most needs to step up? Ayuk, Purdy, J.P. Mason, give a little threat, try to do Christian McCaffrey. He can run, but what else can he do? Or the entire defense needs to step up and support everything here. Maybe it's a defensive game. Give us your thoughts at DannyDunn24 on Twitter or X. I just retweeted it. KNBR will get to it as well, and you can vote, and we'll give you results as the show continues. But let's get to it because I know you're waiting. It is Papa's Playbook, and it does feature number 11. It's next on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa on KNBR, and I am going to Southern California. Maybe I'll hit the Catalina wine mixer. You've got 11 minutes. It's 11:49 to be a part of the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar today at noon. 11 minutes. Ayuk's number. It's a great chance for you to find out all about custom lens replacement at the webinar. The doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Am I a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? Well, it takes about as long as you have left to be a part of it. You've got 10 minutes to get on this webinar. So find out how the CLR is the permanent solution to readers, bifocals, contact glasses, and cataracts. You'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. It is at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar today in 10 minutes. Register right now and then get in the queue at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
When he's not on the mic,
Left flat, Spider 3, wide banana, first down, and goal to go 49ers.
he's focused on the film.
We're going to break down a couple of plays.
Time for Papa's Playbook as Greg Papa goes deep on the game tape.
We'll get to the jet sweep in a minute.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
It is Papa's Playbook time. It is we just talked about it as part of Danny's big poll. It's time for Brandon Ayuk to step up. He said during negotiations, I could do this. I could be Amon-Ra St. Brown. I could be CeeDee Lamb if given the opportunity. Well, here it is against the Rams in week 3 with all the injuries. And if you can get near YouTube or Twitch, I'm sure you got your phone with you. Tune us in on either of those, and you can see the video along with the audio, which is very, very cool. Take it away. A lot of Ayuk here, huh?
All right, so we're going to show 4 different games. And Brandon Ayuk was a second-team All-Pro last year at 75 catches, 17.9 yards per reception last year, which was second in the NFL. And he had 7 touchdowns and 8 the year before. The first game is going to be a Cleveland game. And this is where the Niners went there in mid-October, and they were 5-0, and the 3-game losing streak started. The reason we're going to highlight this game is incredible route running ability against maybe the best secondary and trio of corners, a Jim Schwartz type defense. But this was the game where he didn't have Deebo Samuel. He got hurt literally in the first play of the game with a hairline fracture of his scapula. Then later in the game, he got pushed out of bounds. Trent Williams played, but he wasn't himself in the game. And Christian McCaffrey had an oblique injury and one other that really did take him out of the game, and he barely made the Minnesota game. So in this game, you're not going to have Christian, you're not going to have Debo. We'll find out in the next hour or so about George if he's going to be able to go. So this game illustrates the way you have to lean on a target like Brandon Ayuk, which I think they do in this game. So Brandon Ayuk in this game, John, had 4 catches for 76 yards. He had a long at 33. We'll play that one. And his coming out party in the NFL was the pandemic year of 2020. Remember in the Sunday night game when he jumped over Marcus Epps of Philadelphia and scored a touchdown? He's going to give you a little Skeets Nehemiah in this game. This is Brandon Ayuk against Cleveland. 2 different plays last October. Trent Williams returns. Thought he had a bad right ankle sprain, but Trent's back in. Here's a bootleg to Purdy rolling left. Wide open is Ayuk over the middle. He's got it 45 midfield down the Cleveland sideline. Hurdles a man that dives out of bounds. He jumps right over Martin Emerson Jr., the corner, like he did Marcus Epps as a Philadelphia Eagle back in 2020. He just couldn't stick the landing. Shotgun, Purdy back. Garrett, a 360 spin. Throw to Ayuk. Ayuk goes middle, 40. Ayuk to midfield. Ayuk all the way to the Cleveland 41-yard line. What a run by Brandon Ayuk. Just ran right through the middle of their defense. All right, the first play, they run an over route here where you start Brandon Ayuk tight to the left, and he runs across the entire formation. Cleveland's got great corners, John, but it's really difficult to cover an over route like that. And then what do you say about Ayuk? He's 6 feet, got really long legs. He's got long arms. Those arms stretch out like he's 6'9", and he's 6'1". So how do you cover him here? The flow goes the other way. They're all in chase. He just beats him off the snap. If you feature him on over routes like this, and the Rams don't have corners, look at that jump, and he sticks the landing. If you don't have corners like Cleveland, and the Rams do not with Tre'Davious White, it's difficult to cover a guy like Brandon Ayuk, who's a great athlete, great body control. So on a simple over route, you can do that a lot. Here's the play at the end of the game, a whip route, where, again, he starts in like he's running a slant or an in cut, and then he whips it outside. And this is why he's a Charter member. When they drafted him in the first round of 2020, he became a yak thrower, just like Debo and George. When he made this catch, and a good block there on Myles Garrett by Trent, and Trent didn't play great that game, but he got that block there. And he ran right through the entire Cleveland secondary, got to the third level and the safety level, and this is the big play of the game that set him up to get into field goal range. So with Brandon Ayuk, and you see him again here on that over route earlier against the Rams, they're going to run a lot of cover 4. This is a Vic Fangio defense coordinated by Chris Shula. You run these over routes, whether it's against man, this is zone, hard to cover. You can't cover over routes. The hardest thing for elite corners to do is to chase across the field. This one is the route running ability that improved last year. Just that whip route, the change of direction, and then get upfield straight, get vertical. This set it up for our guy Jake the Make to make that 41-yard field goal, John, which he did not do. But that Ayuk play there did get you in range to do it. So that's an over route, a whip route. We'll show some ones later on against Seattle and against Tampa where they got him deep. I think this is a game where you have to feature Brandon Ayuk. This game we're highlighting is because McCaffrey did play, but he was not Christian in this game. Oblique injury.
And no Debo.
Debo did. First play of the game, he went out with a hairline fracture. Then there was a play later in the half where they shoved him out of bounds on the 8th snap over by the bench, and he got hurt. And Trent was also compromised. This is the game they got into at pregame with Juan Thornhill of Cleveland, and they got pushing and shoving, and it's ironic that Debo and Trent would wind up getting hurt in the game because they were in the middle of it and Ayuk. But that's the kind of special ability, whether it's a whip route here, in and out, tough to cover, quick feet for a guy with long legs like that. He can do. If he can do this against the Browns secondary, and their corners are the best in football, he can certainly do it against Tre'Davious White and the LA Rams, John.
Absolutely, and like you said, as you're watching these, George Kittle's in the game, but Debo's not. Like you said, Christian McCaffrey is not Christian McCaffrey in this game. So that's what I'm looking for is opportunities. But there's going to be other guys in the field. It's not like they're not going to play anybody. Jawan Jennings, Kyle Juszczyk, I'm sure will have some things. But like you said, it's showing the playmaking ability of Brandon Ayuk, which they need more and more of this weekend at the Rams.
And usually in those situations, he's the X wide receiver. He's up on the line of scrimmage. But in a game like this, when you don't have your Z wide receiver in Deebo Samuel. You can move Brandon Ayuk around in the formation, and this will take you to our next clip. It's the Tampa Bay game. This is the game that Talanoa got hurt on November the 19th, and Brandon had a huge game, 5 catches for 156 yards, but it was this 76-yard touchdown where they moved him inside in the slot against Jamel Dean. He ran a straight goal route, and where was he going? The end zone! Purdy going to can the play here as 3 receivers right, Ayuk, and Juszczyk left, going deep down the sideline for Ayuk. He's got it, and he's gone. 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
House call, baby. What a throw from Brock Purdy.
And that's the one they used him differently. Brandon Ayuk last year, again, second in the NFL in yards per catch, 17.9. The year before was 13. He jumped 5 yards a catch last year and got 75 catches. The year before it was 78, but he had 1,300 yards. At rookie year, 12.5, 14.8. All of a sudden to jump to 17.9, 18 yards a catch? Why? Because they choke off the middle of the field. They take away the Deebo dig, the Kittle over the middle, the McCaffrey choice route, the Texas route, the Cali route. So what do? You run Ayuk deeper in zones, like against Seattle, which we'll show later, or hell, John, just match him up with Jamel Dean in the slot where he typically is not, and just run a go route, a 9, a straight vertical, run by them all, and let Brock throw the ball deep downfield. And I think there's some big shots in the game plan this week for Ayuk and Tonjes if he plays, or Kittle if he plays. So that was the evolution last year of Brandon Ayuk, not just the slant of Brandon Ayuk, which he can do, and he will do in this game, but he'll slant and go, or just run a 9 route, and he runs right by. And Jamel Dean's one of the best corners in football, John. He just ran right by that joker.
Like you said, his biggest game of the year, 6 for 156, including the 76-yarder that we just heard. That's the breakout game, and to beat Tampa 27-14. And Tampa looks good, by the way, so far. But, yeah, that was his big breakout game.
Well, we're going to see them later in the year, so who knows. So that is Brandon Ayuk against Tampa. The play that everybody talked about last year was the Seattle game on Thanksgiving night, December the 10th. And Brandon, again, had a huge game, 6 catches for 126 yards in that game. And the one where Brock hit him over the middle when he wasn't supposed to throw the ball to him. It was supposed to go to George Kittle. But our play number 3 in the playbook this week of Ayuk is a big play on Thanksgiving against Seattle. They're going to motion, Juszczyk out left. Purdy going to throw. Throws back right. Wide open, Ayuk! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Ayuk is on fire! Best throw of the second half, without question, from Brock Purdy.
And he needed that one. Remember, Brock threw a near pick to Jordan Brooks on the goal line, trying to get the ball to Christian McCaffrey, and then he threw a pick 6 to Jordan Brooks, and all of a sudden on Thanksgiving night, it was on. But Brock Purdy unflappably, and this is what I'm talking about with Brock, and we'll talk to Mike Silver, just let it rip. Let it rip. When you have confidence in Brandon Ayuk, maybe make a throw where it's, what the hell was that throw? Touchdown. And that was a roll to the left for Brock Purdy. Had to flip his feet and his shoulders completely the other way. George Kittle was actually the primary on that route, right in that intermediate area and closer to Brock. But Brock let it rip. He hit Brandon Ayuk, and Kyle, wow, what a throw. I remember Kawakami wrote about it in detail that Brock would rip that, and he got in the end zone there. So that was a huge play in that game to really kind of push them back and to open it up. So that was a touchdown to Brandon Ayuk there. The numbers in that game, he actually had a bigger game against Seattle, which we'll get to, when he had the 6-catch, 126. This game he had 2 catches for 50 yards, but that was a huge play where Brandon Ayuk was not the primary on the play. And then we'll go to the Seattle game later in the year. And this is where, sometimes you just need a scramble drill. When the initial read is taken away and Brock's got to keep the play alive, Brandon Ayuk is so good relocating. And with those long arms and big hands, Brock Purdy is going to find him. So this is a huge play against Seattle in Week 15 at home, where Brock and Ayuk improv. Purdy 7-step drop.
Down, and a blitz is coming. But Purdy off his spot, still looking to go deep. Has Brandon Ayuk. He's got it down to the 30.
Over the safety, Julian Love. Julian Love is the guy they brought from the Giants. They cleaned out their safety room this offseason because they love that guy. So Kittle goes in motion. The Seahawks just widen out their zone a little bit with Bobby Wagner, who's no longer there, and Jordan Brooks. And then it's straight through a zone. You see Ayuk up top as the X-wide receiver. He's going to run an in-cut. Once he gets to the 42-yard line, he starts to get in. But right at that time, and he's open there, but Brock can't get him the ball. He got flushed off the spot. He had to roll to his left. So what does Ayuk do? He gets deeper. He gets behind Julian Love here. Brock's already got his feet flipped around on his shoulders, and he hits him over the top for another huge chunk from Brandon Ayuk. This one was unscripted. The initial read was to go to Ayuk on this play. So Kittle goes in motion. Seattle stems the front. They slide it down. Wagner will slide over as Juszczyk is up on the line next to Trent. McCaffrey goes in that motion out right just to widen out the middle for Ayuk on that dig, the dagger. But Brock wasn't there. When he got open, he got a little pressure, so he just slid to his left a little bit. Look at that ball. Right over the top of Julian Love and right to Brandon Ayuk. Beautifully done. So they can do it where he's the whip route and he's the primary, runs an over route, he's a primary. Put him in the slot on a go route against Jamel Dean. He's the primary. For this one, Bobby Wagner buzzes out, does not get deep. Fred Warner went a little deeper there, and he runs that inside right there. And Michael Jackson, Love takes the flash away, but he goes right behind him. Makes sense with Brock. Get behind him, run away from him. Long arms, Brock lays it out there. And there's your play, John. As you look at this, and we'll find out about Kittle.
Gets you all caught up, and it's first down. And a blitz is coming, but Purdy
McCaffrey's not playing.
Off his spot, still look.
But Brandon Ayuk is playing. And they just don't have the weaponry. These other teams, Seattle's got better corners in secondary. Cleveland with their 3 corners, and Ayuk was still effective. Tampa Bay had Carlton Davis then. Now he's a Lion. And Jamel Dean, and he just blew everybody off the field, ran right by him. So I'm sure the Rams will roll coverage his way with their safeties, but attack Tre'Davious White, but feed the ball to Brandon Ayuk. You don't have the Yak Bros. You may not have George. You don't have Debo. You don't have McCaffrey. You still got one Yacker. You're minus playmakers. If George can't go, you're minus your cool toys. These are playmakers. McCaffrey, Debo, and Kittle are playmakers, so who do you have left that can make plays? Jawan can. When Ricky Pearsall gets back, he'll be able to do it. There's some other guys that can, but Ayuk is the one guy. So it's time. He just was not himself after the hold-in statistically. Now the Seattle game, and this is the one we didn't show it to you earlier. Right. Again, where Brock just lets it rip. Even if Ayuk is covered like he was against Patrick Peterson in Pittsburgh in the opener last year, Mike Shanahan was there to watch on Thanksgiving night, just let it rip. And Brock flips his feet around. Man, Kittle is the primary on this play. So you see Kittle and Ayuk in a stack formation. Juszczyk will go in motion to widen him out. But it's that 3-level concept. Juszczyk is in the flat. Kittle and Ayuk run intermediate routes. It's supposed to go to Kittle, but the safety rolls up on him and takes it away. So he goes to Ayuk. Dangerous throw there to drop that in through all those neon green Seattle defenders, John, but he got it there. So I think this is a game where you can scheme Ayuk open, feature him in certain matchups, even if they roll coverage his way. Let it rip, Brock. Just throw the ball to 11. Long arms, big hands, let him go up and get the football. And this was a dangerous throw by Brock after throwing the pick 6 to Brooks earlier. Look at that dime right there, right on Ayuk, and he gets in the end zone. So I think it's time for number 11 to have a big game. 11 targets more, maybe 11 catches in the game, and his first touchdown of the year. It is time for Ayuk to catch fire.
Absolutely. Plus, you look at the secondary. If the offensive line, which didn't hold up against the Vikings, but they don't blitz nearly as much, although maybe they'll blitz a little bit more in this thing. But, you look at that back end there. Kobe Durant at the corner. White is not the same guy. And then, I liked Cameron Curl in Washington, but he's more of a run defender. And then you got a guy like Cameron Kitchens a third-rounder and a young safety as well, and we've seen what young safeties can do. It kind of takes them a minute. So they should be able to take advantage of this secondary. And then, like you said, you've been talking about this all week long. Troy Reeder's a guy that they've taken advantage of for years. And Roseboom's a nice player, 56, but he's not great against the pass. So there's a lot of guys in that back end that the 49ers should be able to take advantage of.
Without a doubt. And just, Ayuk, you could see it when he got back to practice after the hold-in. And he was working hard with Brock on Labor Day weekend, but it was just off. It was just going over here and the ball's over there, and just a lot of disconnect, tracking the ball, getting their timing down. They had great synchronicity the last couple of years. Ayuk worked hard the last 2 off seasons. Brock didn't throw to him much because of the elbow injury, but the first week you kind of thought maybe lean on Ayuk more as a blocker in this game. He's not there, and he had a couple of catches, a couple of possible drops in the game. He was better against Minnesota, but they weren't featuring him. They weren't looking his way. This game, feature him, make him the primary. The reason he's not getting the ball on the backside, he's not even the secondary. He's I love the tertiary, John. He's the third guy in the progression. You're not getting to the third guy with that kind of pass rush. So feature him, feed him the ball. Even if he's covered sometimes, throw him the ball. Tre'Davious White's not a big guy. Kobe Durant's a good player. He's their best corner. And then they'll move Quentin Lake, the safety, down to the nickel. But without John Johnson, I don't know if they can do that. They'd have Kitchens out there. So we'll see how they're aligned. In any event, feed the ball. They're going to run the ball a lot in this game. They want 30, 35, 40 runs, 40 minutes of keep away. That's what they want. But you can't run it every play. And when you don't, get the ball to your last remaining healthy playmaker. Feed the ball to BA in this game.
All right, give us your thoughts. There's Papa's Playbook on a Friday featuring exclusively Brandon Ayuk. Very, very good. Good job. We had the guys back in the studio. We saw the Cleveland game, Tampa, Seattle, both home and away last year as well. Illustrations of Brandon Ayuk ready to break out. Look, I'm sure his agent used this. I can be Amon-Ra St. Brown. We can be CeeDee Lamb. He can be this. He can be that. Now it's his opportunity to prove it this week against the Rams. Give us your thoughts on it. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text and call-in line. We're on YouTube and Twitch, where you probably just saw those breakdowns of those videos as well, so check it out. All right, Mike Silver is going to join us at the bottom of the hour from the Chronicles. Got a great piece on Get Off Brock's Jock. We'll explain it, and we'll talk to Silver in about 10 minutes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan, he joined Tolbert and Coach yesterday to give injury updates for George Kittle and Mooney Ward. Mooney Man. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, who has all the answers to all your tax issues, including, Steve, a tough one, keeps people up at night. If you can't pay your taxes, what do people do?
Call us and don't panic. You know, not being able to pay your taxes is a very common problem. People think they're all alone. Folks, you're not. You have a lot of company. And there's a lot of good solutions. If you don't have the money to pay your taxes, that's okay. First of all, the bill they sent you itself might be wrong. That happens a lot. If it is, we want to get it corrected. But what if it's not wrong? What if you do owe some money? Let's see if we can get you a deal where you just pay part and the IRS forgives the rest, or we get the penalties forgiven, or we make monthly payments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or they leave you alone until you're back on your feet financially. Or if the problem was caused by your ex-husband or ex-business partner, take the problem off of you and put it on them where it belongs. There's a lot of good solutions. We want to do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is give us a call. We have a free consultation and just say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
It's pretty simple. All you do is call 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL and say, Steve, get me out of this mess. Like he said, free consultation, free. So call now, 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. The Papa and Lund Show now continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Happy Friday. Hope you have great plans this weekend. 49ers and Rams at SoFi. We'll talk to Mike Silver in about 10 minutes. Got a new piece out in the Chronicle that you need to check out. Get off Brock's jock. We'll talk about that with him in 10 minutes. But in the meantime, remember, between now and 1 o'clock, you have an opportunity to win. Be the 10th caller. Win, not now. But you'll get 2 tickets to see the Deftones with the Mars Volta. That is coming up on March 4th, 2025 at Chase Center. So between now and 1 o'clock, put this number in your phone, 415-896-KNBR, 415-865-5627, and you will win 2 tickets when you hear it. Furnished by Live Nation. Official rules at KNBR.com. Again, Live Nation rules at KNBR.com. One thing I'm sure Mike Silver will want to talk about is a much improved Jets team. Now, they were playing the Patriots, so it wasn't like week 1 against the 49ers, but it seems like, at least making his home debut, that one Aaron Rodgers, Cal alum like Silver, looked about as good as he's looked in a couple of years. The defense looked pretty revved up. Even Javon Kinlaw got a sack last night, and they easily take care of the Patriots. And the reason why that matters to you is, the Jets are in the rearview mirror, but that's the next team that the 49ers are going to see after the Rams. So maybe some of the silver lining is, the injuries aren't great, but the Rams are banged up this weekend. After that, the Patriots with Jacoby Brissett, I don't know if they would move off of him to go to Drake May. They didn't seem to have much of an offensive line. They did not look good, although they beat Cincinnati on the opener. But the Patriots didn't look good, but the Jets did. So it was probably good to get Aaron Rodgers and the Jets early, and maybe good to get the Patriots next week.
Mike Silver went to Cal? I've hardly noticed.
You didn't know that?
Aaron Rodgers as well. He never mentions that when he comes on.
Never.
They were better, obviously. The combination of the killer bees, Breece Hall and the young guy, Braylon Allen, really impressive. And Breece, every category, had the touchdown, also caught the ball out of the backfield. And Aaron moved well. He got off the spot. He rolled a little bit, threw a couple of touchdown passes, and was good. He was really pleased with himself. He was really happy with the way he moved, and remembered himself playing like that when he wore a younger man's clothes. So he was really sharp. For New England, they beat Cincinnati, and they took Seattle to overtime, and you wonder what happened last night, but it's a short week. It's hard. Their passing game is just non-existent. They're really struggling.
They have no weapons.
See, they wanted to get Ayuk, and they don't have Kendrick Bourne. They're just struggling to throw the ball. Brissett's a good veteran player, but he got sacked 5 times. They pulled him at the end and brought in Drake May. He got battered. They sacked him a couple of times. That was the ugliest final drive I've ever seen. But they got inside the low red zone, and then Robert, what was Al Michaels calling him, Salah? Is he going Booger McFarland? You can't pronounce Robert
Al had a rough
Salah's
game.
name?
Al had a rough game. They didn't identify that fumble for about 10 seconds. They were
but he never mispronounces guys' names. That was amazing to me. He got it later. Somebody told him. Anyway, Robert Saleh did blitz him at the end. He did not want to go, or maybe it was Jeff Ulbrich or a combination, but he didn't want him to get him in the end zone. And they didn't. He turned him away. So Mike Tannenbaum went master hyperbole today and said, if the Jets were playing the Niners last night, they would have devoured them and dominated them. Like, what? Really? You think
everyone
that would
overreacts based on 1 week? It's hilarious.
They were better, and you see where they're getting better. They pulled out the Titans game, and now they got they had 3 games in 11 days to open the year. So we'll see where they are. Miami obviously losing their quarterback. Buffalo still looks good, and Buffalo was on the Thursday night game last week, so we'll see what they do on Monday Night Football. We got 2 Monday night games this week, by the way.
Yep.
My Bills are playing early than the Bengals, and another game later. So Jets were better last night. I don't know where they are in the overall hierarchy of the AFC. I think they're in the mix to be a playoff team. I'm not sure they're a division champion, a team that would host a playoff game. They're probably more of a wild card, but it's early in the year, and Aaron Rodgers did look better. I think he was moving better last night, interestingly, playing his 3rd game in 11 days, but he was able to get out of the pocket, and obviously a great thrower of the football, and Garrett Wilson, that touchdown he threw to him was big time. They got weapons, and their defense is obviously a Jet caliber defense, and Javon Kinlaw is playing, and he played his best football last year as a Niner. Last year the deal, and he moved on. Probably had his best overall game last year in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, but it was time to move on from Javon Kinlaw. And then they lined up Solomon Thomas, John, an Angus formation, the way Bill Walsh did with Guy McIntyre.
Colonel Angus formation?
No, not that kind of a different Angus.
Different formation.
Just Angus, yeah. Before the Fridge did it against the Niners and other teams in New England in the Super Bowl, they had our guy, Solomon Thomas, lined up like Guy McIntyre as a lead blocking fullback. Interesting.
All right, let's get Mike Silver's opinion on not only what he saw last night, but the other side of things, which is they've already taken care of the Jets. The Patriots don't look great. The Rams are banged up. Maybe they get a bit of a break here. But his latest piece, Get Off Brock's Jock. Silver is next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's the Chronicles' Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Papa and Lon on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Oh, some stones. Very nice. Always great to talk to Mike Silver.
Silver? Are you serious?
Yeah, that's what we do. We get serious. At Mike Silver, read all his great stuff, including his latest, the Chronicle, Get Off Brock's Jock, which we'll get into. But let's start with his fellow Cal alumni, as we were just talking of Cal alum Aaron Rodgers and the Jets last night. Dispatch of the Jets, good to see them early as the Jets will look a little bit better, but for the 49ers, the next game up is the Patriots, and they didn't look so hot, so that is very good. Mike joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm good. So I went out there and saw them have joint workouts with the Giants, and I wrote about how great he looked, and people were like, oh, yeah, whatever. And then in the 49er game, I saw enough where I was like, oh, my God, he's good. It's looking really good. And they were like, he only scored 13 points. He stinks. And, like, last night, I was like, oh, yeah, he looks good. So, shocker, one of the greatest players of all time is still really, really good at throwing the football when he doesn't have a torn Achilles. So, good to see.
Are people leaving you voicemails?
I love that. I love
audio
that. Yeah.
with the tweets.
I just do the voices.
It's kind of like what they sound like. Yeah.
Now you're doing ET. Now we saw it the first night. You know that out and up out of the slot against Amador Lenore to Garrett Wilson was a big time throw. The one right through Ike Adams' right ear hole to Lazard down the sideline was incredible, and the touchdown pass. But when you let's look at the AFC East overall, we're going to see New England after this game. Buffalo looks really good, even though a lot of defensive losses. They don't have Milano back, and they jettisoned both their safeties. Tre'Davious White, their shutdown corner, got so hurt they cut him, and now he's a Ram. And then Miami loses Tua. New England's New England. Do you think Buffalo's still ultimately the best team in the AFC East, or could your guy Aaron Rodgers and the Jets get up there and steal the division?
It's just so early, and I know Miami's obviously reeling with the Tua thing, but I also believe in that coaching staff. Mike McDaniel obviously will be featured prominently in this book I have coming out, The Why is Everything, October 1st. Available for pre-order now, but...
What date?
October 1st.
Wow, this is like late September, like in a week and a half.
I know, and then Anthony Weaver, his new defensive coordinator, after a year of Vic Fangio, who's obviously one of the all-time greats of his era, but Anthony Weaver is one of my favorite coaches in the league, was the Texans defensive coordinator for a while, then went back to a position coach job with the Ravens, but I really have a lot of faith in that whole staff, and, it's a challenge, obviously, with Skylar Thompson, and now they quietly got Tyler Huntley in there. But, we'll see what happens with Tua. I wouldn't totally count out Miami either.
Mike Silver joining us. Let's discuss your piece, Get Off Brock's Jock. As you said, everybody is basically we've got a poll right now, and people are saying Ayuk needs to step up big, but obviously Brock. And the thought process is, as you write, hey, you want all this money, go out there and win us the game. But as you say, it's toxic advice. Explain, please.
Well, what makes Brock so great, and trust me, he is great and he's getting greater, is that he doesn't force it, among other things, right? So I get it if you have Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, and you're like, that guy just has to do exceptional stuff and carry us somehow while we're banged up, because those guys are, freaks, right? They are incredible players and they grind, but they also have physical skills that are jaw-dropping. But Purdy has different superpowers, and it's the processing and the incredible accuracy and, all of that. But I think especially in the Shanahan offense, the last thing you want Brock Purdy doing is like, I've got to be extra. Like, no, dude, just do what you do and figure out where to go in the progression, get the ball there accurately, move if you have to. And look, if it's Chris Conley or Juwan Jennings or somebody different, you got to kind of trust in them that they can separate enough and, and make the play. But it's ridiculous to want Brock to play like that because that's exactly how he shouldn't. And B, this notion that he's got to prove he's worth the money. Dude, he proved it to Kyle Shanahan, I think, by Christmas of 2022. This has been case closed for a long, long time. So he is getting paid, and I believe firmly that come next spring, it will be so obvious that he should get paid that this is going to be a moot point.
Now, just play like Brock. Process, get the ball out, and use your big brain. I do want to ask you, and I was there the day that you spoke to him, and you came right to me and went, "Whoa, I just got some quotes from Brock." And then you wrote this column right before training camp started where there was a side of Brock that I've never heard before talking about a bloody mindset, which would lead one to believe that maybe he does too much here, minus McCaffrey and Debo and possibly George Kittle. But you did clarify the quote-unquote term he used, bloody mindset. What did he mean by that, Michael?
Yeah, and first of all, I love that side of him, and really, to me, add that to the package. He is a stone-cold killer. I have 100% faith that will guide him to great things. But, he did, interestingly, he talked about, converting third downs, finishing drives to close out a game, executing to perfection in moments where you don't let the other team have life. I loved that. So that's what he means. When he said, I want to dominate and I want to have that bloody mindset, he was specifically referring to those things. So again, he's not talking about Josh Allen chased, 40 yards and then throws back across his body through the wind, to a guy 60 yards downfield, because very few humans ever have been able to do that. But he referenced Brady as his role model, which I love, right? To me, Tom Brady, and what I will tell people years from now when I'm old and talking about Joe Montana and Tom Brady, I'm going to be like, Tom Brady's the most ruthless guy I've ever seen in the NFL. That's the word I love, ruthless. He just, constantly grinding to try to outcompete and finish people and, almost joylessly, but no one really looked at Tom Brady and said, oh my God, he's just going to do incredible physical things. It was just, he just took you out with pinpoint, relentless accuracy and great decision making. So I love that Brock is already using that as his role model and not like Brett Favre or something, because it's a better comp for him.
Mike Silver is joining us, obviously talking Rams, 49ers, his latest piece, Get Off Brock's Jock. The thing that's interesting to me is I don't think Brock has, as you said, I don't think he has anything proved to Kyle. I don't think he has anything proved to the 49ers or the fans or anything like that, but this national narrative, which I'm sure he cares very little to nothing about, where everyone thinks it's all Kyle and the weapons around him, and he has an opportunity this weekend, I think, even though, Ayuk's around, Kittle could still be around, Jordan Mason is not nothing, Kyle Juszczyk is not nothing, so he's still got plenty to get things done, but if he were to somehow come up with a 4 or 5 touchdown performance, he could sure shut a lot of those people up.
Yeah. It's funny how it's processed in the locker room. I actually was in a conversation the other day about this that involved, amazingly, Ricky Pearsall, and I want to respect the fact that he hasn't done interviews yet, so I'm not going to quote him, and it was just us BSing, and he was, involved in it. But he was finding great amusement in the fact that everybody always talks about the weapons, and it's as if Brock is some sort of jugs machine, like the ball just comes out, so they kind of know that. And by the way, Pearsall's another weapon that's missing. Granted, he was hurt a lot, but I think, Greg, you'll agree, when Pearsall was out there in camp, he didn't look like a guy easing into pro football. He looked like a guy who could hurt you right now when you extrapolate it to pads and game speed. He's another really good player. So thank God he is alive, and we're even talking about when he'll be back, big picture. But damn, it's like Debo, possibly Kittle, Pearsall, McCaffrey, and maybe Charvarius Ward on the defensive side. That's a lot. On the other hand, if there's one team that's going to give you zero sympathy in that situation, it happens to be the one they're playing, because the Rams are even more banged up, and they're kind of reliving what happened 2 years ago, which was that was their 2020. The 49ers 2020 was the Rams 2022, and right now 2024 for the Rams is seeming a little like 2022. It's early, but they don't want that.
And they won the Super Bowl that year. 49ers lost it last year, but that was the worst Super Bowl hangover of all time. They were 5-12 that year, just decimated by injuries. And in this game, you mentioned all the injuries the Niners have. Well, the Rams, their offensive line is in shatters and ripped apart. They are going to get their left tackle and their right tackle back. He played last week, Havenstein, but they're not going to have Puka Nacua, one of the great rookie years in history as a receiver, and then they're not going to have Cooper Kupp, who was the 2021 Offensive Player of the Year, and the Niners aren't going to have last year's Offensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey. It's kind of weird. Anyway, I do want to ask you, because you mentioned the book, and I can't wait to get an advanced copy of this, Michael, before October 1 rolls around. But a lot of it is about, Shanahan and all the people that work with him. The relationship with Sean McVay and Kyle going up against each other for division championships and championship games. You have written about Matt LaFleur being a little unhappy with Kyle trying to trade for Aaron Rodgers, and now Mike LaFleur is back on, with Sean McVay and the Rams staff after the Niners wouldn't let him out to, go to Green Bay to join his brother. Just overall, the relationship now that they're division rivals, beat L.A. and all that between Kyle and Sean McVay and also Mike LaFleur. Michael, how would you categorize that?
God, Greg, I love all this because this is heavy into what the book, The Why Is Everything, gets into. But there's a chapter in there called Enemy Friends about Sean and Kyle, and they are featured prominently throughout the book. But that's a quote from Raheem Morris, who was very recently Sean's defensive coordinator, now just won his first game as Falcons head coach, and is one of Kyle's best friends in the world, and they go way, way back. So that was how Raheem put it, like they're friends, but they're enemies. And part of that is circumstantial. Part of it is just, a battle for supremacy. Kyle is the, of that great crew that is continuing to change football. He's the guy who, was the most advanced and had the power in Washington, and they were all trying to win his approval. And Sean obviously went out on his own. He and Kyle got hired the same year. Sean has won a Super Bowl. He did lose the 9 regular season games in a row to Kyle recently, but in that span won the 2021 NFC Championship game that mattered most. So, it is on, and Kyle and Sean are friendly. There's a lot of mutual respect, but put it this way, there are quotes in the book saying that if the Rams are eliminated and Sean's watching the playoffs, he's rooting for anyone over Kyle openly. And I would imagine it's very similar with Kyle because he told Sean he was sick to his stomach watching him win the Super Bowl and couldn't really watch. So it's fun. They're at the highest level. Mike LaFleur and Kyle actually still have a great relationship. There's some touching things in the book about how Kyle was checking in with Mike LaFleur late in the 2022 season when he was worried he'd get fired, which he did in New York. And, Mike knew that when he took the job with Sean, it was not going to be well received by Kyle. Kyle handled it pretty well. Mandy Shanahan kind of jokingly got on Mike in a salty way, but I think it's about as healthy as it could be, and the Rams are really, really in need of a victory too. And yes, Greg, I want you to text me the best address as soon as we get off the air, and I will have that.
Absolutely. I want that book. Can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
The Why Is Everything pre-order. You got at Mike Silver, so make sure you pre-order the book, The Why Is Everything. And I didn't realize it was coming out so fast, man. October 1st. Very cool, man. As always, thanks for the insight. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks so much. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Michael.
At Mike Silver, and check it out. The Why Is Everything is the new book. By the way, first one I saw here, many great guys cover and ladies cover the 49ers, but I saw Nick Wagner first during the open portion. Ward is there. Bosa is there. No sign of George Kittle. Does not mean he will not practice. Just means he's not there when the media is open to observe. So that's the latest there. Yeah, just letting you know. Any thought there?
But I do wonder how they'll categorize it because it's different than flying to Minnesota, which is a Friday trip. The team's going tomorrow. They're going to have a walkthrough, so they could take it till tomorrow. I don't think they'll declare George out for the game, but I think it's a better chance Charvarius plays. Nick's got some ribs as well, which he's going to have to deal with, but he could flak jacket that up and everything. So, if they don't have Kittle, John, it's going to be interesting to see how they do this without Christian McCaffrey, without Debo, and without George Kittle. And Michael mentioned Ricky Pearsall, and Ricky's starting to work out now. He's starting to run, and I think he's eligible to come back, after 4 weeks. I know he is, and I think he's trying to do that. And for McCaffrey, Christian is he may make that target date of just missing 4 games. Everybody's, saying 6 and maybe the bye week. It's just you got to calm it down. Get as much advanced healing as you possibly can there. But he could come back for that Thursday night game against Seattle. And you certainly want him for Kansas City and Dallas, the 2 home games. So they got some injuries. Kittle may not be able to go. We'll see how Kyle categorizes. He told, Tobin and Copes yesterday, questionable for sure. But if he doesn't practice today after not practicing, he could show up and do a walkthrough tomorrow and still play. But I think there's real concern that George won't be able to go in this game. And then Jake Tonjes will have certainly a big role in the passing game if George is down. And I think they'll bring Braden Willis up. They got 52 players on the roster, so they can bring somebody up, not have to make another roster move. But hopefully George will get out there sometime before the end of the practice, which will go till about 1:30 today.
All right, high quality 1 o'clock hour for you, the Sweet Clean listener. We've got a foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear before Rams and 49ers. 1:15, a Friday tradition. Who do you want to root against this weekend in the NFL? We've got that for you. Sweet Clean, family-friendly caboose pistol at 1:30. I think that's it on the guess, right? It's no more guess? We're good?
You got your gambling guy at 1:45, John.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we got that coming up at 1:45. All right, let's get to all of it coming up next. Foreplay, who you rooting against, and the Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Pistol. Don't move for the 1 o'clock hour. Pop and Lund on your Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I tell you to do this every day, but today you need to call O'Donnell Financial Group because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want, and when you don't want to do whatever you want to do, and potentially for the rest of your life and go into retirement, you've worked hard. So you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocketbook, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait any longer. Call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300. You can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300. Also online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I'm trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Before we get to 4 pieces of 49er sounds, good stuff, too. We've got 2 John Lynches, a Steve Young, and...
Hall of Famer.
Did I say Steve Young? Sorry.
You did.
I was reading 2 different things at once. And Kyle Shanahan. So we got all that. Stay there. But right now is the time. You can win 2 tickets to see Deftones with the Mars Volta. That is March 4th, 2025, Chase Center. If you call right now, under caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, the only number, 415-896-5627, you'll win. Furnished by our good friends at Live Nation. Find official rules at knbr.com. And tickets on sale today at, they started at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Good luck. Caller 10 right now. All right. We do have a good list today, by the way. We normally have
We
a good
started
list,
at
really
10
really
a.m.,
good.
John.
Yeah, we started at 10 a.m. So let's get to it. Your foreplay. We'll do it a little bit earlier. Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. John Lynch is on with the morning show every single Friday, but people know that. Here he is, asked about the narrative that Brock Purdy can't win without all of his playmakers around him.
Well, all I know about Brock is since he's been here, all he's done is prove himself right and a lot of doubters wrong. And we're sure happy that we have him. Got a lot of trust and belief in Brock. I thought Brock competed his tail off last week, and under tough circumstances. And would he like some back? I'm sure he would. And but Brock has been a really, really special player for us, and will continue to be. He's ready for the challenge at hand. Brock's a leader on this team. He's a guy who kind of sets the tone for us, and he has this week in practice. And so I'm never worried about Brock Purdy. I always have a ton of belief in Brock Purdy and what he's going to do for our team. And the same can be said for this week. I think Brock will play outstanding, and I'm looking forward to it.
I'm not saying that we were just talking about this with Mike Silver. He doesn't have to play otherworldly or anything like that. But anytime guys are out, it is up to guys to play better, especially at the quarterback position. And I think you and I agree with each other. He was okay against Minnesota, but he could certainly be better. There were a lot of times where Brandon Ayuk was open. I don't know what the read progression was or anything like that. But I would say it's safe to say that, well, John Lynch kind of said there, this isn't his biggest challenge, but it's a challenge. I mean, this is something he hasn't had to deal with before, which is there's a lot of guys out of the lineup, and that, at times there's been this guy or that guy, but to have McCaffrey, Kittle's not at practice today. We already know Debo's not going to be there. It's going to be on guys like Ayuk and Jennings and Mason. They got to run the ball a little bit better, but his normal guys are not there, and that's a challenge.
Yeah, and we'll find out about George in about an hour when Kyle talks, somewhere around 1:30 off the practice field, and we'll see how they designate George. But if he's not practicing today after missing yesterday and it's a hamstring, questionable could be an understatement, but we'll see. But he'll be fine. With Brock, it's just get the ball out of your hands and get the ball into the hands of the playmakers and be a point guard. Overall is what you want him to be, and he certainly has the ability to do that. I think that the challenge in this game, John, is 180 degrees from last week. Even though you're inside a dome like you were last week, it's a different dome. 1/3 of the fans inside U.S. Bank Stadium last week, and there were over 66,000 of them. 1/3 were Niner fans. 2/3 of them were wearing purple and Viking chugging, and it was hard to play offensive football in that dome. You had Brian Flores' defense muddying up the line. This game is in a dome. It's on field turf, but it's Levi South. It's SoFi. It's going to be 2/3 Niner fans typically, and the Niners have been working with silent counts and blasting speakers on the practice field all week, but they've never had to use a silent count. The only time I can recall that really getting weird, and you were there for the NFC Championship game going to the fourth quarter, all of a sudden it turned into SoFi. It's like the blue matrix boards were all blue. I think they started pumping in sound.
I do too, because all of a sudden
really loud. It was out of
different.
nowhere. It's like, what's going on? And they flipped the game. Cooper Kupp beat K'Wan Williams in the first play of the fourth quarter. Obviously, Tart drops one, the second and one, the third and two got stopped. Jimmy got sacked, turnover anyway. But it's going to be a different environment, you think, in the way they run their defense. Is different with Chris Shula, more of a Fangio, Wade Phillips cover 4 guy, and not a Brian Flores intense pressure and show the illusion of blitz every single play. But it is kind of sad. And I said this to Kyle yesterday, and he kind of bit my head off. I'm not sad, he said, that Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp are not playing. But I think for the football fan, we wait all year to go to L.A. I only play them twice a year, maybe a third time in the playoffs, but for the 49ers to not have Christian McCaffrey, not have Deebo Samuel, not have Ricky Pearsall, maybe they don't have George Kittle, the LA Rams on top of all the injuries on their offensive line, don't have Puka Nacua, and don't have Cooper Kupp. I mean, you've got 2 of the last 3 offensive players of the year, Cooper Kupp and Christian McCaffrey, won't play in this game. So there'll be a winner. Niners win, they're going to be 2-1, they don't care. Rams win, both teams are 1-2, and the Rams win the first head-to-head, so that'll get them back in, John. But here's kind of the whole idea of the game is it's the wheelchair game. It's like, what is going on here with these two teams playing? It's really, and it's obviously the Rams, and it's a big game, but it just takes a lot of the luster. And I'm not one to think about the guys that aren't playing. I only think about the guys that are playing. But it's just, who would have thought in week 3 of the year, these two teams would be in wheelchairs.
That's exactly the logo that you're putting up on YouTube and Twitch right there. That's the one that's going around, because that's what these two teams look like. I think the Rams may be a little bit more banged up, but still, that's the point. And here's the thing, too, just in the big picture, and then we'll get to number 2 in the foreplay, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. And I'm not saying these games are easy, but what I am saying is if you get by this game as banged up as you are, the Patriots didn't look good last night against the Jets, and I know that can change, and they did beat the Bengals. I respect that, but they looked terrible last night. Then you get the Cardinals, and the Cardinals are better than we thought. I don't think there's any question that if you look through 2 weeks, some of the storylines are the Cardinals are pretty good, and Kyler Murray's playing some pretty good football. And then you got Seattle on the road, but it's not like later on you start getting the Chiefs and the Cowboys and the Bills and the Dolphins, and things are a lot tougher. So if you were going to have these injuries, which you don't want to ever have, but the reality is in the NFL they always happen, this would be the portion of the schedule that you'd want them in. And if you can beat up the banged up Rams, you should beat the Patriots at home. The Cardinals, at least you get them at home. And then Seattle, Mike McDonald's done a really good job. They still can't run the ball. I think they're a little bit away. So my point is that, well, you can't look at 4 games at once, and I understand that. It's the better part of the schedule to have these injuries versus when we get a little bit later and the schedule becomes really tough with Kansas City, the Cowboys, and everybody else.
Yeah, but you just don't want for the Niners a 2020 redo and for the Rams a 2022 redo, where you just got so ravaged by injuries. The good thing is none of these injuries are season-ending. Yep. The Rams are hopeful to get all their guys back just about. But Puka Nakua's injury with a PCL is going to be a while. Cooper Kupp has got a high ankle. He's in a walking boot. He's going to be a while. Hopefully George Kittle, if he misses just this game and comes back for New England. I think they did the right thing with McCaffrey, as hard as it is to take him off the field. He's not going to heal if he continues to try to prepare to play. You got to take him off the field, get the healing, aid it as much as possible, get a flow of healing going there, and see where he's at. Ricky Pearsall, my God, what that young man's been through. But he's starting to prepare to come back. So it could be as early as the Seattle game that you could get your guys back, and then we'll see about Debo. But even though you have injuries early in the year, doesn't mean you're not going to have them middle of the year and later in the year.
Yep.
You just hope that you don't have the ones that are season-ending. But you can bring 8 guys back from short-term IR, and the Rams are already bringing back all 8 they're hoping. So, when we do face this team later in the year, John, hopefully these stars will be back, and we're going to see them at Levi's on a Thursday night game, December the 12th. But as far as this, the first full day of fall on September the 22nd, they've fallen and they can't get up right now. I mean, some of the biggest stars in pro football on the offensive side, and likewise there's some defenders that aren't going to play if Mooney Man can't play and if John Johnson's out. It's just sad. You wait all year to play L.A., and then week 3, the best players in football aren't playing in the game.
It's Papa and Lund. We will give you the teams you need to root against at 1:15 as we go over the NFL schedule. But your 4 players, number 3 on the list, Steve Young, his weekly appearance with Tolbert and Copes. And as you've talked about, Brandon Ayuk stepping up. Steve says it's time.
The stars of the team need to be the stars of the team. Right? That's the bottom line. Like week to week, especially as we grind out wins here early, is the stars of the team need to show up and be big. And so your point is perfect. It's not been for Brandon Ayuk, and it's got to be. And I think that I suspect as he gets rounds into shape and starts to get free. One of the things that Brock and he are great at is when he gets open quick, which is one of his talents, Brock's balls out, and it's Brandon on the run. And that's, to me, that's what we will. If we don't see a bunch of opportunities or at least efforts to get the ball to Brandon quickly as he beats people off the line of scrimmage, then I'd be surprised, right? Because that's got to be one of the big things we got to do.
That's kind of what you were talking about in Papa's playbook. Get it out. Get it out to Brandon Ayuk and let him do things with it and make the catch. So
slants,
there you go. Step
run
up.
Slant routes, get it out. 5-step drop, boom, get it out. Power slant. If they're playing off in a soft cover 4 and Tre'Davious White's bailing, eat it up. But then Brandon can get deep. That was the evolution of his game last year. If you want to run a go route, if you want to run a deep over route, those plays take longer to develop. Ayuk can run it all, and he can yak after, and he can catch a 50-50 ball, even if they got, White's on him, and he's a little smaller guy. Kobe Durant's a good player. He can beat him too, though. But and then on the other side, as far as winning quick, Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, anybody win quicker than those guys? I mean, they're open like now, and they stay open, and then they run after a catch. So, I mean, add up the salaries, John, of the guys that aren't going to play in the game. And Puka's not there yet, but Cooper Kupp makes big-time money. Not as much as he should. Where's he on the wide receiver pay list? That guy was a Super Bowl MVP in 2021. But not having him and all their stars in the offensive line and all the guys we've talked about, just between McCaffrey, Debo, Kittle, if Kittle does not play, what kind of salary are we talking about that's going to watch the game?
I think that Cooper Kupp, to me, is the one who makes the biggest difference because you saw the Detroit game, and Puka went out early in that game, tried to come back, then got knocked out. Now he's on the injured list. But Stafford and Kupp have such a connection that when Kupp's out, look, I'm not saying that the Rams can't move the ball or do some things, but Cooper Kupp, they're on a wavelength. And Cooper Kupp, the Detroit knew the ball was going to him just about every damn play, him or Kyron Williams, and they still couldn't cover him because he's so good at running the routes. He doesn't give anything away. And so to me, of all these injuries, that's the biggest one because now Matthew Stafford has to completely change his game, and they've got to be able to protect. That's one thing we haven't talked about as much. That offensive line is banged up. Alaric Jackson is coming back. It's not like he's an all-pro left tackle anyway. They should be able to get the pressure on Matthew Stafford, and you've mentioned this many times. Matthew Stafford will hang in there and take a hit, but he'll also throw a ball because he's so confident in his arm that's going to get picked off. He's done it.
And then inside, as Tim Ryan was talking about during the football hour on Wednesday or the football half hour, he does not like gut pressure. Who does? But he's a chuck and ducker. If you can get pressure on him, he'll start chucking and ducking. Kevin Dotson, their right guard's a good player. The center and the left guard are babies. Bo Limmer is their center. He's a rookie. Logan Bruss will be their left guard. Really, he should play more at right guard, but they're having to play him with all the other injuries they have on their offensive line. So that's the one area of the game, and I'm going to talk to Leonard Floyd a little bit here for the pregame show, John. The 49er defensive line is healthy in this game. And Leonard did not have a great game against Minnesota. He was good against the Jets. But you got to get him going. Gross Matos and obviously Malik Collins and the Gravedigger and Jordan Elliott later and Givens, but that's the one area of the game. We've talked about the Niners running on their front, which they're so young, and Kirk Morrison said Aaron Donald retired. They're so young in their defense. They're just not tight yet. But the one area with their ravaged offensive line, the 49er defensive line is completely healthy. They have got to dominate this game. Take Kyron Williams out of the game, make Stafford drop back and chuck and duck and try to knock him out of the game, and maybe we'll see Jimmy Garoppolo in the game.
All right, we will get into we've talked so much about the offensive side. One guy that's coming back to help the defensive side, if Ward can come back, and this guy as well. Here's Kyle Shanahan talking about the return of Huff.
Yeah, that is the expectation. He's had a really good week of practice. I'm expecting to be out there. I know he's been itching to get back. I remember seeing him on the sidelines versus Minnesota. He came up to me. He's like, "This is the last one. This is the last one I can handle. I can't wait to be back next week." And he's had a great week of practice, and expect him to see him out flying around out there on Sunday.
That was with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. How big of a deal is it to you that Huff is back?
He's the communicator, and I think Jair Brown and Dante Whitner's been talking to us about that. Jair's had to be that communicator, but this is his first full year starting in the NFL. He was a rookie last year. Kind of odd. George Odom's a veteran guy, but George has been mainly a special teams player. So right away, Talanoa Hufanga will be communicating the back end, so there's no busts like there were at times, or at least try to mitigate those busts. And he tore his ACL on November the 19th. Yesterday was exactly 10 months. So he's coming back in 10 months and a couple of days to play. He's going back to Southern Cal, being a USC Trojan, he'll be amped up for the game. He's not going to be able to play every single snap. They'll have to get him in and out a little bit. So I think Malik Mustafa will rotate in a little bit here. But the one thing with Talanoa, when I was watching him in practice, and he looked like Talanoa, there's no knee sleeve at all. I don't even know what knee he tore. Honestly, I think it's the right. I don't know. There's no sleeve on either knee. You don't see a huge scar on the knee. If you get up close, you can see it, but from distance, you can't. So hopefully you'll have the change of direction. It'll be, we don't see any remnants, which you love, from the injury. But as far as movement, he's not a straight line fast player, but he fires fast. Mm-hmm. And if he sees something, he's gone. But if he does, last year he was all pro and he didn't like his season. He had dirty eyes. He was not playing great last year. He wasn't. He was starting to get fooled a little bit. So his instincts have got to be on. If he fires, he's got to fire correctly and not get taken out of the play. And if he does overrun stuff, and the change of direction is going to be important in this game off an ACL. He's not a fast straight line player, but he plays fast because of his instincts and his film study, and he just goes and he. But, John, if he can't change direction, that's the one thing you'll be looking for. Because Jair Brown's not fast either. I'm sure they're going to run some routes with Tutu Atwell or, their young wide receiver. Demarcus Robinson's more of a power guy, Tyler Johnson. And they're not Justin Jefferson, but I'm sure they'll fire. As long as their O-line can block Bosa in the front to take a deep shot, to just see if those safeties can really get on top and be deeper than the deepest.
All right, there you go. That is your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. A couple of John Lynch, a Kyle Shanahan, a Steve Young as we get you ready for the Rams and the 49ers coming up this weekend. Let's take a bigger look around the league. Next, who do you need to be rooting against? A Friday tradition on the Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday, so get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are now in full swing, so now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And we are playing 17 games and have for many years now. So let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch, General Manager of the 49ers. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning for his weekly conversation, discuss the injuries to CMC and Debo, who's going to step up in their absence. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Papa and Lund. Greg Papa and John Lund on the Sports Leader.
He's a great coach. I mean, one of the best I've ever been around. Like Moses, I'm gonna die leaning on my staff. Greg Roman, Jesse Minner, Ryan Fick, and those coordinators are, in my opinion, some of the best in the business.
Harbaugh is definitely back in the NFL. His Chargers, by the way, are 2-0. One of a handful of 2-0. So who to root against? We do this every single Friday. You need to know who to root against. It's pretty obvious. There's some AFC, NFCs, but, it's just an excuse to talk about the games. By the way, Walter, don't let me forget what you talked about at the break, because I got to ask Greg this. I'll ask Papa this at 1:30 as part of the caboose. Plus, we got to acknowledge Shohei Ohtani one more time before we get out of here at 1 o'clock. So we'll do all those things before the top of the hour. But some of the games you'll be watching this weekend before you watch the 49ers, and who you should root against, because we know you're not rooting for the teams that could potentially be in the 49ers' way. So in your 10 a.m. window on Sunday, I'm confused on this one a little bit.
Eagles, Saints?
I think the Saints are real. So Eagles at Saints, I just can't root. I'd rather root against the Eagles than for the Eagles. So I guess for those purposes, and I'm not 100% sure on the Saints, but, man, they dismantled the Cowboys. So Eagles at Saints. I'm going to go Saints on this one.
Have they punted
guy.
yet with Derek Carr on the field as their quarterback?
I'm not sure.
They have some ridiculous.
Their O-line's good.
15 out of 15.
Yeah.
Scoring on each possession, so he's been pulled out of the game for Jay Kaner. Clint Kubiak is doing an incredible job. When we saw them in week 2 of the preseason, John, and I remember Cam Jordan, the great Cal Bear, and he's one of their great players in history and a borderline Hall of Famer. The Super Bowl is in their stadium this year. And they were talking about playing in the Super Bowl. And I thought, what? What are you talking about? But they come out, and no team has looked more impressive. Minnesota in a different way, but the way New Orleans is scoring. Alvin Kamara, I thought, was going to pout all year. Doesn't like his contract. I don't know what he doesn't like about it. He didn't play well the last couple of years. He is going off right now. Obviously, Derek Carr, that defense is playing so well. I would imagine the Saints are favored at home, John, but by how many? 3.5, 4? I mean, they got to be favored in this game over Philadelphia, who didn't look great in Brazil. They won that game. The quarterback turned it over. He's having a hard time reading defenses. He's become more of a runner than a reader and a distributor. I hear what you're saying. I mean, you want to be the number one seed. And New Orleans, as they win this game, they get off to a 3-0 start. They look solid, and they're always good on special teams. So I think and last week I took them to beat Dallas, and they didn't just beat them. They decimated them.
Yeah.
So I would say I would favor New Orleans in this game, but I'm not sure who we should be rooting for. I mean, in theory, you'd want Philadelphia to beat New Orleans, and they both go to 2-1 on the year, but New Orleans looks like the real deal.
I do. I'm going to root against the Eagles just because I can't root for the Eagles. But, the Saints look like they're a real threat. This is an obvious one, but it's a good game to talk about. The Vikings follow up at home, the 49ers with the Texans. So can C.J. Stroud and those boys do any better than what the 49ers did? You're obviously rooting against the Vikings, which means you're rooting for the Texans. But that's going to be a good game.
Yeah, they're both 2-0. That'll be one of the prime matchups, and that is Stephon Diggs going back to Minneapolis, where he was the author of the Minneapolis Miracle in Daniil Hunter, one of their great rush ends. Quessai made some interesting calls in the offseason to let Kirk Cousins go, but after tearing his Achilles, you could see it, and they got Sam Darnold there, and they drafted J.J. McCarthy, but he's hurt. But letting Daniil Hunter go was like, what? They've lost so many great pass rushers. Zadarius Smith, they added Jonathan Grenard. They still had 6 sacks against the 49ers. That'll be a hell of a game, John. I think I would, maybe because I'm still hearing, ooh, echoing in my ears, I think I would take the Purple People Eaters. I think Minnesota will win that game.
At home. Broncos and Bucks. Broncos shouldn't put up much of a fight. I bring it up because, like the Saints, maybe not to such a level, but maybe the Buccaneers are something. They went into Detroit last week and won, so you got the Broncos at the Bucks. And I think the Bucks, just like the Saints, I think they're a threat.
And we got to play them later in the year, the schedule all of a sudden, and that'll be in Florida. We've played Tampa the last couple of years at home, but they're off to a great start. And Baker, he is just, the touchdown that he had running into the end zone late to beat the Lions was really impressive, and then he threw the ball up in the crowd. So they're off to a great start. Although, just last weekend, how many dogs won? How many road dogs won last week?
You could have won a ton of money voting dogs betting dogs last week. It was unbelievable. Those early upsets were crazy. Finally, another from the 10 a.m. Titans are 0-2. Will Levis has made some really boneheaded plays for them, and the Packers, does Jordan Love play or not? So that's the other one in the 10 o'clock window. Obviously, like to see the Titans win at home. It doesn't sound like it. Too early.
Come on.
But that's another one in the 10 a.m. floor. And then 1 o'clock, this is an interesting one. I know they signed Huntley, but it's going to be Skylar Thompson, same draft, and just a few picks ahead of Brock Purdy in 2022 at Seattle. And I don't think the Seahawks are great. They haven't been able to run the ball, and Kenneth Walker is going to be out of this game for Seattle. Be nice if Miami could pull that upset. I don't think they can. Seattle's been pretty good defensively. Geno Smith carried them to victory in overtime against the Patriots, so their offense has been good, especially running the ball. Miami at Seattle in the 1 o'clock window. Sunday.
It'll be 105 kick, and then when we kick at 125, you have 2 great games.
Really good.
Detroit at Arizona, a pair of 1-1s, and Jared Goff is not playing well. Aiden Hutchinson is off to an insane start, but they're struggling, Detroit. And Arizona had Buffalo down 17-3 late in the half and lost the opener in Buffalo, but then the way they beat the Rams was shocking. They pummeled them. The Rams never got back into that game from start to finish. It was an ass-kicking. I mean, the entire game, they never stopped. And Kyler looked so much better, and they got, obviously, the rookie going. Trey McBride's a great tight end. James Conner. This will be a tough game for Detroit, John. I think I would take Arizona. The way they certainly have looked better the first 2 weeks than the Lions have looked. And Jared Goff doesn't look great to start the year. Right now, Kyler Murray has played better the first 2 weeks of the year than Jared Goff has.
Yeah, this is a hard one as far as rooting interest is concerned, because obviously the Cardinals are in the division, and you look at them before the season and you think to yourself, I know you've been on them from the start, but you look at them and you say, okay, they're not going to be a big threat. You'd probably rather have the Cardinals beat the Lions as far as seeing the Lions later and what's the NFC going to look like. But so far, like you said, the Lions haven't been great, and you always like to see the teams lose in your division, so you're kind of conflicted there, aren't you?
And then you've got Baltimore and Dallas, and we want Baltimore to win that game. Baltimore, but they're a toenail away from at least going for 2 in the opener in Kansas City. They could have won that game. Dallas just got run over last game.
They did.
New Orleans scored every time they had the ball.
Defense was horrible.
So, and Baltimore does not want to get off to an 0-3 start. So, I think I would take Baltimore on the road to beat Dallas. You mentioned Jim Harbaugh. How about the way they're playing early in the year? Now, that's an AFC game, but they're both 2-0. Mike Tomlin's got the Steelers going with Justin Fields, and Herbert's got an ankle. He got rolled up on last week, but Greg Roman in their running game with J.K. Dobbins. Chargers are doing it the way Harbs does it, whether it was at Stanford or USD or Michigan or the San Francisco 49ers. He is just running the ball right down your throat. That is going to be a battle. L.A. Chargers at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and Harbaugh's doing what he does. He's just winning. And finally, the marquee games over the weekend, Chiefs at Falcons. Boy, the Falcons are getting a lot of early run on national TV. They did justify it last week in getting that last drive for Kirk Cousins against the Eagles to win that game. But, man, anytime you're playing the Chiefs, again, I'm conflicted on this because the Falcons might be something in the NFC, but I never want to see the Chiefs win. So I guess I have to root
That'll
for
be a
Cousins
Sunday
and the
night
Falcons.
game.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins obviously led that drive at the end, but he's just not mobile at all. Maybe Aaron Rodgers looked more mobile in Week 3 than he did Week 1, but Kirk tore his Achilles right before Halloween last year. That's a big difference. Where A-Rod did it on September the 11th. So that'll be a juicy Sunday night game for sure. And then we got 2 Monday night games. We'll be back on Monday morning, but we got an ESPN game at 4:30 our time. Jacksonville at Buffalo. Trevor Lawrence is off to a horrible start. The way they ended the year last year and they gave him the big contract, wow. They're 0-2. Buffalo looks better than people thought with all their losses on defense and trading essentially the entire wide receiver room. And then we got an ABC game at 5:15 our time, John. Washington 1-1 at Cincinnati 0-2. So we're not going to have a Manning cast. That means no Bill Belichick on Monday since we have 2 Monday night games?
Yeah, what a bummer. I like Belichick on that show. Got to say, that's a nice move. That was a very nice move. Jaden Daniels will look pretty good. Out of all the rookies, easily he has been the best so far, but not getting a lot of help. Caleb Williams not getting a lot of help. Bo Nix
I would
not
vote
getting a lot of
Rookie
help.
of the Year, Bill Belichick.
He's been good.
Bill Belichick's the Rookie of the Year.
He's on everything, and he's making a lot of money, but he's been good. All right, there you go. That's what's coming up. Those are the teams you need to root against or root for, or generally just the schedule for the weekend. A lot of good games, and, of course, the 49ers and the Rams, and you'll be down there at SoFi Stadium. All right, next. Walter had a question, which you're good at answering these kind of things, so we're going to ask you this question. I've already answered
What's the topic? What's the topic?
Food. It's a food question.
Okay.
It's right up your alley of expertise, by the way. You're an expert in this specific thing about food, so we're going to ask you this question.
Okay.
Bunch of caboose stuff, and before we get out of here, we have to acknowledge Shohei, even though he's a Dodger, one more time. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sounds fun. Invite us. We'll come up, say hi. Depends on what's on the menu.
I'm easy. Fresh pasta is always nice.
Always nice.
Raviolis.
Agnolotis. Wow. 3-2 pitch. Nunez lines a base hit to left field. See, you start talking about good things, and good things happen.
We talking crab cakes? Is that where we're going?
Which, by the way, we're going to talk pasta in a second, but it did get me thinking while I was watching the game yesterday because, this happens near the end of the year when your team is officially out of it, which the Giants now are. They talked a lot about crab cakes and all that kind of stuff, and I was thinking to myself, what city in sports is synonymous with the best food? Like, is it New York? Is it New Orleans? Is it like there? I mean, that's why I really want the 49ers to go to the Super Bowl so you and I can go back to New Orleans because the first time was so much fun. And
what do we get there? A muffaletta?
Oh my God! It's just you don't know because
when
you walk out,
they love their pool boys there. I mean, it's too bready.
When you walk out of your hotel, there you're just thinking, and there's just such a great variety of things that you could potentially get.
Jambalaya,
man. I mean, I know you're a New York guy.
They have great restaurants.
But man. It is so good. But they start talking about crab cakes. I love crab cakes. I was like, oh, my God, where can I get a crab cake right now? They're just – anyway.
Well, they were in Baltimore.
Yeah,
they
of course.
love their crab cakes.
Yeah,
they are
and
so
they're good.
And broad. So what's the question? Super Papa is here to answer the question. He doesn't come out very often, but he's back.
But, see, this is an interesting question in that I know how you like to preserve food. And we're constantly going through this with a bunch of kids at home.
Juicy Lucy, I stuck in my pants. Preserve
by the way,
it.
Did you? I was amazed by that. Not to go off topic here, but I was amazed that you brought that back. So, what did you do with that thing?
I ate it right after I got done with you.
But did you did you heat it up, or did you just eat it, or what did you do?
Of course, I nuked it.
Oh, okay.
I had to get all the bacteria off.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? It wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't properly refrigerated. They didn't want to have salmonella or something.
Okay, this is perfect. So during last break, not this break, but last break. Walter asked me a question. He says, okay, because his Walter cut me off if I go over the line in what I should say here, but his girlfriend's Italian. She cooks a lot of pasta.
Mamma mia!
Yeah, cooks a lot of pasta. And so I've seen this on his desk many times. So there was pasta with meat in it, and it had sat on his desk for about 7 hours. And he said, is this still good to eat? And I said, yes, it was. Now I said
7 hours.
But you should.
I go 7 days, 7 weeks.
But you should
if it doesn't have green fungi growing on
I
it.
knew this.
And even then, just nuke it. That's why they make microwaves.
Right.
All the bacteria.
So if you heat that up for a couple of minutes, even though it's been on the desk for 7 hours, it's good, right?
What kind of pasta are we talking about? What was the meat in there?
What do you got, Walter? What was it?
Walter stole my bread that I got from Tony Gemignani about a month
I know
ago.
he did.
That was hard as
The meat is ground turkey, and it's shell pasta. Shell pasta.
Shell pasta with like a red sauce or something?
Yeah, red sauce too. Yeah, red sauce.
Yeah. Is she telling you something with the turkey meat? Like, is she trying to make you lose weight or something?
Yeah,
like that?
probably. Probably.
You've
seen
a
me
nice
recently.
sausage or something in there.
So your girlfriend's Italian?
She is Italian and Portuguese.
Wow,
nice combination.
You talking Italian?
How often does she make pasta for you?
There's Jimmy.
Probably every other night, and she'd cook it more if she wanted to.
Every other night?
Yeah, we mix in like tacos and pizza nights and here and there, but yeah,
pizza's Italian.
She'd prefer pasta all the time. Yeah.
Oh, I love pasta, man. Oh my gosh.
You got to be careful on the pasta, but it is good.
So yeah, but I knew you'd be 100% for it. Like, you're fine with it.
What? That it's a few hours old or a few
7?
days?
He's got meat in there.
Fine.
7 hours. Okay. I was just checking.
We're not wasting food, John. There's starving.
I'll text you guys from the toilet if it goes bad.
Is that why you were sick the other day?
Yeah.
Potentially. Old pasta.
By the way,
it's a great diet anyway. Stomach flu is great. You drop like 10 pounds.
By the way, what's the place in Danville with Contos to? I'm blanking on it. I've been there the last 2 weekends.
Ravella.
Yeah, because
me,
I've been craving, I don't know why, pasta for like the last 2 weekends, and we've gone
there,
the last
Johnny,
2 weekends.
We'll cheer you up.
They did
you know what happens when you go there? Limoncellos.
That's what we did the last 2 weekends.
They're all from the Amalfi Coast there.
That was so nice. Yeah,
they'll take care of you.
My stepdaughter had a dance, and so it was right by the. So we went there to have some fun and hang out.
They
a
got
little
one
bit
in Pleasanton as well. They got them all over the Bay Area now.
Yeah, that was it was outstanding. We had a good time with it. All right, let me see. I've got a few more. By the way, Michael Jordan's $14.8 million mansion finally found a buyer. It was on the market for $10 million, or excuse me, it was on the market for 10 years. He originally wanted $29 million. Sold it after 10 years for 14.8. You know the one at the 23 gate? You know the
is it in Chicago or Charlotte? Where is it?
Chicago. This one's in Chicago that he finally did. But anyway,
who
got that? Just
Caleb
random.
Williams?
No, I don't think so. I don't think Caleb Williams did. This is Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Did you hear this? He's selling his multi-million-dollar home after fans figured out where he lived, which made him worry about his family's safety. He said, there's plenty of space, 2 acres, home is beautiful, but when we lost, people found out where we lived. How about that?
You don't think they're going to find out where the next home is?
Well, yeah, of course.
That's why Steph Curry, MJ St. Jean, got rich being his real estate agent out in the East Bay. Steph moved like every year.
He lives close to me in Alamo.
That he was living at 4 Stephanie Court, and everybody went to 4 Stephanie Court. And he's a 4-time NBA champion. They went there just to bow down to Steph. But I thought he was working at Applebee's on the 50-cent boneless wings. That's the best food ever, by the way. Buffalo and the 50-cent.
What are you trying to do? Suck up the Brock because you need.
Who does that? Who does that the best? Dan Campbell kind of whispering at Brock, going, 50-cent boneless wings on 2.
Colton.
And then he hands off to Saquon Barkley. Don't you drop it, Saquon! Damn. Don't give him the ball, Brock.
I'm sorry, but Brock's still got a long way to go. By the way, have you seen George Kittle's new Little Caesars commercial? It is creepy.
At the Kittles?
Is creepy, man.
It's like Mike Myers. There's like 4 of them. He's every character. Or Eddie Murphy.
He's got like old man.
He's the 3 guys on the couch.
Yeah.
He's the old guy on the life cycle.
He's the dog. That's the creepiest part. He goes, "I'm a dog."
Is he the dog too? Yeah. I got to go back and watch that.
They go at the end. It's him and it's on a dog body, and he says, "I'm a dog." I'm like, "Oh my god!"
I mean, at first I thought, wait a minute. I thought it'd be Claire Kittle. I didn't know his mom and dad. I'm like, where's Bruce? I'm like, wait a minute.
It's all
Were
George.
Those all the Is that all George Kittle?
What was the movie? It was Eddie Murphy. Remember, he played all the characters.
Eddie Murphy did it.
Around
Mike
that table. Mike Myers did it.
Mike Myers was everybody.
Kittle's everybody in that commercial, even the dog.
I'm a dog.
How long did he?
Yeah, I'm a dog.
How long was he in makeup?
You have to ask him about that one.
Next time I see him.
There's the pineapple one, which is funny, where he's really naked. But the one where he plays everybody, even the dog.
I think he was in the makeup chair so long, his hamstring tightened up, and that's why he may miss this game on Sunday.
That's probably it.
Any word on that, by the way? Has Kyle spoken yet?
No. Word's in there. Bosa's in there.
Any minute, he will.
Yeah, but we don't know. We don't know about George Kittle.
Brothers, it's a 3-meat treat.
3-meat treat.
Finally,
sounds like Puff Daddy's party.
I knew it was coming. I knew we could not get out of here
Too
without
easy.
that.
Too easy.
That thing. Oh my! You can go. You want to talk about going down a rabbit hole? My God, I did that last night. Looking at all that stuff. Oh my God,
that's going down many, many holes.
Oh my gosh! Wait till it's going to be bad. Everybody's trying to distance themselves fast for that guy. Oh my God! You see the LeBron thing where it was like, "Hey, Diddy, you put on the best parties." It's like, whoa,
backpedaling like Charvarius Ward.
Everybody.
By the way, how's his knee? Have we heard yet?
I mean, he's out there. I don't know. We haven't gotten a deal on it, but all right. Finally, before we go all Ohtani for the final few minutes, when we go to our remnants, Russia is asking millions to have "quote unquote" sex at work during lunch breaks as birth rate plummets. They're saying that they want you to have sex during your lunch break because they have low birth rates. Yeah, this is in Russia.
That's not the reason they have low birth rates there in Russia. China, they put a cap on that. In Russia, they're looking to
they want you to work.
Procreate.
It's a so-called sex at work initiative has been launched as part of a broader strategy to address the issue, which currently stands at around 1.5 children per woman, well below the 2.1 rate needed to sustain population levels. Afternoon delight. Thank you.
What happened in the yet? They don't believe in the yet anymore. All right.
I think they need you need a lot of vodka over there. You know, a lot of vodka. You need that at breaks. Maybe that'll help the birth rate.
They've got plenty there
because their people aren't all that pretty. You know, I'd make a good Russian.
I'd
be like an
European
8.5 in Russia.
postulate. There are some beautiful Eastern Europeans. A lot of them are supermodels.
I don't know, man. It's a little rough when they show some clips over there. It's a little rough. Might need a little pop off and more. But anyway. So there you go. They're at 1.5. They want to be at 2.1. All right. That is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. What's next? Oh, Shohei. I guess we must acknowledge Shohei.
What do you say about him?
For what he did last
night.
Wow.
I mean, he may have had the greatest game in the history of baseball last night. 6 for 6 with 3 homers, a couple of steals, 5 extra base hits. When he was looking to go, 50-50, and Willie Mays was the second guy, and Willie did it a couple of years where he went 30-30. You wonder if Mays could have done 50-50 or even 40-40. I remember asking Willie about 40-40. And if I would have known it was a big deal, I would have done it. But the combination of power and speed and the way he did it, and Jose was the first to go 40-40. But I don't think he'll steal bases like this anymore when he goes back to pitching, John. It was a 1 year, just steal bags.
Right.
And you could see it from the first game in South Korea that he was going to be aggressive to run. What a talent. And now the question is, it was 1 year ago last night, September the 19th, that he had whatever he had in the elbow, the surgery. I don't know what it was because he never really admitted if it was Tommy John or not. But is he going to pitch in the playoffs in October?
That's what they're talking about now.
Can you imagine that?
That'd be crazy.
Wow.
What a game last night. 3 home runs, 10 RBIs. He's over 50-50. What a way to do it with the home runs, the stolen bases, and some are calling it possibly the greatest offensive performance in a single game of all time as Shohei Ohtani continues his assault on the record books. All right, Pop. I love that you busted out the Super Papa today. Very nice. I know you
Can
got
I answer your question,
do.
Walter?
Yeah.
It's fine.
I'm glad you
drop
did.
dead. We'll get a new producer. We're good.
Wow.
But I think any food, John. That's why the microwave ovens. Just
I know that's you're big on it. I knew you'd say that.
And nuke them. All the bacteria will be off as long as it's tasty after.
No,
I don't like wasting food.
Well, no, he was going to put it on me. He said if he would sue me if he got sick. So I knew you would say it was okay. So I just wanted some backing.
By the way, I do support your hat. By the way.
Yeah. Well, this is my 1 o'clock Friday hat. Support day drinking.
It's
it may have started.
Yeah,
let's go. Let's go. All right, Pop. We'll talk to you on Sunday from LA.
Win me some money, John. Win me some money.
It is time. It is time to win you some money.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
No, it is time. We got a lot to talk about with JR today. He's got some great ones. He continues to win on the free on-air giveaway, the recorded message we got to get to. But last week, JR, it was all about the underdogs last week. Man, the favorites got killed in the NFL, didn't they?
You are not kidding. I mean, when I tell you the top 5 games on the board, which were all 80% being bet on the favorite, not only lost, but lost the games outright. These are the weeks and these are the types of nights that, quite frankly, the bookmakers are at home just taking baths in other people's money because that's exactly what it was. It was an absolute abomination on the public in week number 2 in the NFL, and this happens every year. Go back and look at it historically. Week 2 or week 3, there winds up being a weekend where the public, they come to the realization they don't really know what they're doing. So it's good for business for us. It's bad for the public because they lose money. But I got to tell you guys, if you're serious and you want the best games, you want to win like you've never won before, well, you've got it right here with TakingVegas.com. I'm going to give you the winner of the Stanford-Syracuse game happening tonight. The line on this matchup, it's at 9.5. And I'm giving you the matchup absolutely free when you call the number. Call now, 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. You get the winner of Syracuse-Stanford on a recorded line absolutely free. Call now, okay? 888-994-6669. Again, Stanford-Syracuse, the point spread winner, guys, absolutely free. I'm not giving you the total. You're getting the game side on the recorded line now. Call 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669.
And I'm looking at the website right now, takingvegas.com. Make sure that you check that out out as well. And you got Stanford Cuse coming up on the recorded message, so make sure you call that. But those favorites, and I thought of you while I was watching these games on Sunday, and especially in the early window with those numbers. This is the reason, and you and I talked about this last week, this is the reason they need you, especially early in the season. You got to get on it now because, man, you think you know, and you just don't know.
It's not only all the what-ifs that are out there because of personnel changes throughout, obviously season to season, but, most guys, I know you guys know some of the injuries, but the impact of those injuries in the matchups that they're about to have, that's what you got to look at, and you got to look at and be able to follow the money that's coming in. You could do all you want on the handicapping side and say, this guy against this guy, or this matchup, or this corner against this particular wide receiver. You can do that all day. If you don't know how to follow money, you're never going to make money betting on the games. You got to be able to look at it and say, okay, why did this spread move in this certain direction? And you got to dig deeper and find what's really going on. We have a full staff. We have an entire company that is dedicated to making you money, to getting on the right side of these games. You guys see every week now, year after year after year after year, I give you one free game here on the air just to prove a point that all we do is win, and we've done a phenomenal job at it. We gave you another winner last week with the under, about the easiest under on the board with the Colts and the Green Bay Packers, about as easy as they come, guys. That's why I gave it to you here on the air. We're going to do it again this week, but look, call now and take advantage of the big winner tonight in college football. Again, this game is happening tonight, guys, 4:30 Pacific time, Stanford at Syracuse. The line's 9.5. It's yours free on the recorded line at 888-9-WIN now. Give it a shout.
All right, the free on-air pick, you're 2-0 on these. I track these every single week, and you're crushing it. So we got the recorded message, and like I said, it's tonight. You got to get going because it's coming up, Stanford and Syracuse. What are we talking about today on the air? And you're undefeated as you always. You crushed this one. So what do we got this week?
We're going to go right back to the well. This Colts team is obviously 0-2. They can't really score. They're not only are they not able to really run the football, but the pass game with Richardson has been just meek at best. And now you've got a rookie quarterback in Caleb Williams on the other side with the Bears. And believe me, I think the Bears are going to be a good team. They're just not going to be a good team until week 7, 8, or 9, somewhere around there. It's going to take time for them to get some cohesiveness. So I do like this matchup as far as the total in this game. Go under the 43.5. It opened 45.5. Go under 43.5. This is going to be a defensive matchup. There's not going to be much offense. It's going to be like watching the Patriots last night with Jacoby Brissett putting up less than 100 yards in that matchup. But guys, let's get serious. Let's get down to business, and let's start making money. If you were part of the debauchery last week that got destroyed by the books, get in with somebody that actually knows what they're doing and start winning. Call now. Get the winner of tonight's big matchup, Stanford-Syracuse, on the recorded line at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. And if you're not able to make the call right now, go ahead and shoot us a text. Text WIN to 545454. Just text WIN to 545454 and get the matchup via text message. As always, John, I appreciate you having me on. Guys, be safe, have fun, and go out there and make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Hey, I got a question for you. What's the best way to deal with triple-digit and then below freezing temperatures? Don't let them in. It's Greg Papa to let you know the experienced staff at Golden State Window and Door are dedicated to understanding the vast range in temperatures across the Bay Area, the microclimate we call it. Thankfully, technology and style are ever-changing when it comes to windows and doors. With assistance from Golden State Window and Door, homeowners can live comfortably year-round while lowering your energy bills. You'll find modern options and energy-efficient performance in a wide range of popular designs from all-weather Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, Weather Shield, and others, or Weather Shield and others. So get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com and click on virtual tours, then call and make an appointment with your builder or designer to see how you can gain control over your high energy bills. Serving the Bay Area for over 70 years, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hall of Famer Steve Young, his weekly chat with the boys, Tolbert and Copes yesterday. It was at 5:30, Derek, by the way, to preview the 49ers Week 3 matchup against the Rams. Check out that podcast and more in the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
But I'll be at the Monaco Hotel on 7th at Pine at 8 a.m. Saturday morning. Why don't you bring those Twitter muscles by and you can punch me in the mouth?
Tim Ryan at 3:30 with the boys this afternoon. Dante Whitner is jumping in. I heard there's going to be a Harmony the Sex Robot appearance as well. By the way, last thought on the 49ers. Danny just told me that Bosa and Ward are questionable. Last year, with a questionable designation, the 49ers played those players 56% of the time. So when you see the question, we're like, yeah, Bosa and Ward are playing. It is a 50-50 proposition, or to be completely accurate, 56-44. So they played 56% of the time last year when they were termed questionable for the 49ers. Unfortunately, George Kittle is now doubtful, they say. Not one 49er played last year with the designation of doubtful before the game. So doubtful, which is 75%. No 49ers played it. Doubtful last year, questionable was 56-44 in favor of playing. So Bosa and Ward are questionable, and Kittle is doubtful. And again, nobody played well under the doubtful designation for the 49ers last year. So take with that if you're like if you're playing fantasy or something like that. Take that into consideration. All right, great guest list today. Mike Silver giving us some good details on his piece that you need to see. Get off Brock's jock. If you missed Papa's Playbook, we'll post that with the video. Check that out as well. Matt Mayoko taking his daughter back one more time, senior year, and gave us tremendous insight, as he always does, into the 49ers. We'll talk to him on the pregame on Sunday. And Kirk Morrison, who's everywhere, including Georgia Tech, Louisville this weekend, he joined us as well. Kirk Morrison, of course, doing the Rams on Sunday and pre and post, so you got some good insight there. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now. Gave you a little bit of the guest list. They will have a tremendous Friday as always. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter, who I hope is okay after giving him probably bad advice on eating that food. It's Tolbert and Cope's on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Like Moses, I'm gonna die leaning on my staff.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on this glorious Friday afternoon. We are going to have Dante Whitner, Marcus Thompson, Tim Ryan. We'll have a couple picks for you from Dennis Ranahan and Dr. Bob. I talked to them today earlier on, and that entire interview, both of them will be on the podcast. So if you're looking for a little more action, want to find out their thoughts on all the games, we went over probably 5 or 6 each. So a bunch of games on there that you can listen to. Go to the podcast at something or other. I'm not sure. I'll get to that. And then Harmony.
KNBR.com and the KNBR app. You can see all the podcasts and hear them there. You find it all
Thank
there.
you.
There you go.
I appreciate that.
I'll figure it out, and I'll let you guys know. Is that what your next plan was?
Yeah, I was gonna fake it, and then who knows where that would have sent them. I don't want them doing that on their work computers and stuff, so I have no idea. But there you go. So you have it, and we got 2 hours for
Not
you.
safe for work, Dr. Bob. That's what we got.
Exactly. Hey, could be Harmony picks.
Actually, yeah. The return of Harmony today. She'll be back with us at 3:50 when we get you the tips and picks.
Oh, that's it.
And Harmony's double banger.
We gotta have like Harmony, like a video. We got to do harmony. Like we'll both be in studio and like do harmony, like live.
You gonna come in on a Friday and meet her in person?
We do that?
I don't know if someone's meet her in person.
Probably not. Maybe on a Thursday.
We're like Thanksgiving week. She'll be in early for the holiday. Yeah.
Oh man, that'd be funny. That'd be good stuff.
You know what else is funny? Did you see this Joel Embiid news today?
No, I missed that. What happened?
I bet. You know why you missed it? Check this out.
Why?
So Joel Embiid this morning signs a 3-year, $193 million max extension.
Woo!
You missed it.
That's a biggie.
Nobody heard about it.
Because
no one from ESPN reported it because Woj retired.
Wow,
Shams was the only one with the story, dude. It was incredible. I was like, dude, I hadn't heard about it either until like later this afternoon. I was like, this happened today? And then I'd read that, oh, yeah, dude, nobody at ESPN had the story. Woj retires, and they don't have anybody. That's
they haven't filled that department
bummer.
yet.
Yeah, bummer. That's tough.
Woj probably found out, and he's like, I don't get paid by them anymore. I'm not telling them.
Do you know who tweeted it out from ESPN? Eventually? Schefter, yeah.
Yeah, Schefter, football guy.
Yeah. They're like, Passon's busy. Schefter, can you get this out?
My goodness.
That's incredible, right?
$190 million.
I mean, how much longer? We can't go much longer than without them making something happen. They got to know that's a big bad one.
Oh. It doesn't get much bigger than that.
Can't miss that.
There's about probably I would say 20 guys in the league that you can't miss. You can miss little ones, and like Woj and Shams. Woj didn't, Shams doesn't. Like they always, I'm like, do I really need to know about this transaction? Like I could care less about this transaction, but that's what they did, right? But the big ones, they were all over it. Wow, that's why I didn't see it. Holy, wow, that's huge. That's like Mahomes signs an extension. Nobody from ESPN reports on it.
Schefter went to be the GM at I don't know, whatever college he went to.
Yeah, we just
is he a Michigan man?
I think he's a Michigan guy. He's got the Michigan helmet behind him, so
he's a Michigan man. Yeah, that's what you have to say. You got to say man behind it. I don't know why.
Yeah, you got to say Michigan man.
You're a real Michigan man. Counter
Michigan
science.
man.
Yeah. He was really what it meant to be a Michigan man. Yeah,
exactly. He's the model of a Michigan man. Oh, brother,
that's hysterical though. Big news, right?
That is funny. It's a good reason to miss it. Is like the one guy you follow didn't report it. So there you go.
By the way, I like the end of my rundown sheet here today because we had Harmony at 3:50 returns with her double banger, 2 college picks, 2 NFL picks for you. For those who don't know, she's our sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week. Throughout football season, help you bang the book. We haven't seen her yet in the 2024 season, but at the very end, because we got to get out for Giants pregame against the Royals at 4:10. Derek put hard out. That's my heart out is 4:10 right after.
That was intentional.
Yeah, I know what it is. He put it in all caps too, by the way, all caps. By the way, Giants game tomorrow was originally scheduled for 4:10. It's now been changed. The start time is 2:10. It is a 2:10 first pitch tomorrow, and we'll still have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. The updates though for the 49ers, and we'll get into this in just a little bit. Yesterday, Kyle Shanahan told us that George Kittle did not practice and that Charvarius Ward did not practice. Also, that their statuses for Sunday's game against the Rams were in jeopardy potentially. He said we're hopeful. He said, I got to put my coach talk on, but we're hopeful they're out there. But, it's uncertain at this point. Kittle now officially ruled doubtful. So George Kittle doubtful for Sunday. I doubt he plays, hence the designation. Deebo Samuel ruled out. Charvarius Ward and Nick Bosa both questionable, but John Lund just came with the note and the stat that last year, can't believe they track this stuff now. Last year, of the times the Niners had players designated questionable on their Friday injury report, they played 56% of the time.
I guess that's what questionable should be.
There you go, 56%. Right? Just a toss.
It's 50.
It's a coin
questionable
toss.
Should be 50. Like that. That's always the way I kind of looked at it. I don't know if it's that way anymore, but probable 75%, questionable 50%, doubtful 25%. So I don't know if that still would hold true. Like if doubtfuls. It seems like doubtfuls are less than 25% to play, but who knows?
We don't get a lot of doubtfuls, I feel like, anymore. Not as frequently. And I really, the probable one's the one that just hosed us in fantasy.
Yeah, that one kills you, especially when you have a Thursday night game.
Oh, dude.
When you're like on Thursday, it's like, or Thursday or Monday, just crushes you when you have a not a probable, but a questionable. You're like, oh, come on. Really? I got to make a decision now, or I got to wait till Monday to make it? Just, it's the worst. The absolute worst. Can I quickly, since you brought up fantasy, can I quickly read you my brother's lineup this week.
Yeah, okay.
It's
yeah.
just it's just sad.
That sounds funny.
It's
so
just,
go
it's
ahead.
just sad.
Go ahead.
But it's fun making fun of my brother. Richardson's quarterback. Starting wide receivers, Mike Williams, Quentin Johnston.
Oh, my gosh! I don't even like the Richardson play this week either.
Starting running backs, Najee.
Yikes.
And who knows, because Joe Mixon's probably out. Starting tight end, Kittle. His flex right now is Brown from the Bengals. I mean, it's so sad looking at this team. I guess he's probably going to put Brown at running back over Mixon. And
also,
then
there's guys in that league with us because I'm in this league too, as is Derek. And there's guys in that league like available on the waiver wire right now that would improve his roster.
It definitely improve.
Like Cam Akers is there. Why doesn't he just grab him just in case Joe Mixon doesn't play? He may get some run this week. He and Damian Pierce, and then you got
the crying emoji.
I think Juwan Jennings is just sitting out there on a waiver
somebody
wire.
picked him up.
Somebody grabbed him finally?
Yeah, somebody got him. I was thinking about grabbing him, and I had to hurry up and get Gesicki in the Tampa Bay defense, and nobody else tried to get him. I could have just had them whenever I wanted to. I was like, I just, what a mess. Hamstring. Moons over my hammy.
Thank you.
That's my team name now. I think it should be Moons over my hammy. 2 hamstring guys. Gone.
By the way, a couple other injuries. Justin Herbert listed as questionable with an ankle sprain for this weekend, and the Chiefs have officially said Kareem Hunt is not going to play on Sunday for them. They play Sunday Night Football. We got an opportunity for you guys once again today to win 2 tickets to go see Sebastian Maniscalco next February 1st, 2025 at the SAP Center in San Jose. All you got to do is tune in between now and the end of the show, which is 4:10 today, and we'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets furnished by Live Nation. Grab the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
I haven't been to a professional football game since Soldier Field 1981.
Are you serious?
Yes, sat in the end zone seats, January, -7, brought our own food.
What do you mean you brought your own food? You brought your own food for the pregame or into the Soldier Field?
But we weren't going to go to the concessions. My dad wasn't going to pay football prices for hot dogs, so we snuck in our own lunch.
When you hear that, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win tickets to go see Sebastian Maniscalco. Again, get the rules, KNBR.com. All right, we'll take a quick break when we come on back. We got the George Kittle news. He's doubtful. Charvarius Ward, Nick Bosa, questionable. I probably have to find a tight end for fantasy. Tom's going to, I don't know what the hell he's doing with his dog. We got more to come. It's a Ska Friday. Dante Whitner joins us at 2:30. Marcus Thompson, 2:50. Tim Ryan at 3:30. And Harmony back with her double banger joins us at 3:50. It's Tolbert and Copes. Negative Niner News on the Sports Leader. George Kittle has been listed as doubtful for Sunday's game against the Rams, while Charvarius Ward and Nick Bosa both listed as questionable. Deebo Samuel officially ruled out. You can find out more on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Dante Whitner, get his thoughts on the Niners and the Rams. Two banged-up offenses coming in on Sunday, and we'll have it for you over on 810 The Bread. Myself and John Lund get you going at 10 a.m. with your Niner pregame. George Kittle, doubtful, not good. Charvarius Ward and Nick Bosa, questionable, and it's maybe a true questionable here. Bosa was limited in practice yesterday. Charvarius Ward did not practice yesterday. Sounds like Talanoa Hufanga is going to make his return for the first time since November 19th. John Lynch joined the morning show, and he talked about having Talanoa Hufanga back after his ACL tear last year. Here you go.
He gives us a lift. We're really excited. I'm proud of our staff and proud of Huff more than anything. The work that goes into an ACL recovery, it's very intensive. It can be lonely. You go through low points, but Huff had a great attitude throughout. They've done a nice job of really having him ready and primed, and we'll still have a snap count on him. I don't know what that will be, but we'll be mindful of that. We've got other guys who can play really well, but Huff is ready for the opportunity. I'm just really excited and proud of him for the effort he's put forth in his rehab, and it will be a big pickup for our defense. He's a really good player. We get better with him on the field.
How big of an addition do you think that is, just one player coming back? I mean, after what we saw last week, Fred Warner was the maniac on defense last week.
Yeah.
Having another guy like Hufanga back there, and again, I think there's a ramp-up period, of course, like to get up to game speed and to see what he feels like after being out there for whatever number of snaps he is on Sunday. But in terms of the impact, I do think he's one of those near immediate impact guys.
Yeah, and he's a communicator in the secondary, and he's just a playmaker. He's a guy that's around the ball a lot. So his energy, the way he plays, he's just another one of those guys that's violent the way he plays. I always talk about Kittle and Debo on the offensive side. It's kind of him and Warner on the defensive side, where they're just violent players, and they make things happen. They're around the ball all the time. So absolutely, I think that will help. And I'm not going to say it counteracts the losses because of different positions, but when you lose good players, it's always nice to get good players back. So yeah, I don't know what the effect will be, but the fact that the Rams are going to want to run the ball, I'm assuming they're going to want to run the ball, and that's kind of his specialty. Get up in the box and just smash dudes. So
He makes plays in the backfield too.
He does. But I mean, when he's making plays, he's getting up near the line of scrimmage, he's cracking dudes, and I think because of the nature of this game, because the Rams' passing game, I'm assuming, will be limited. I mean, your top two guys are out. So, yeah, I think the impact could be significant.
So, I mean, Ward and Bosa, that's the real kick in the pills, right? If you're missing one or both of those guys after getting Hufanga back, you're like, well, I'd like my whole defense out there. I do think if there's a week to miss some of these guys, at least you're going up against a Rams team. And I know this is in division and it's the NFL. It doesn't really much matter. These guys know each other so well. But you're going up against a team that's missing their top two offensive weapons. And I think we all agree it affects them more in terms of the rest of the talent they have in the field than it'll affect the Niners. But if you're missing these on the defensive side, maybe that evens it out a little bit.
I would be curious to find out over the last 2-3 years what Kansas City's injury rate is in September versus everybody else's. Because they play guys. I mean, Mahomes is playing. Like, they go old school. You know, Mahomes will play a quarter here, then a half here, and then, sit out after, the third game's the last game now. Whereas a lot of teams, I mean, the Niners play a little bit, but I don't remember Bosa playing at all. I don't know how much Ward played. I don't know how much Kittle played. Maybe a little bit in that last game. I wonder if it has any effect at all, because they're still practicing, and the game's only 3 games. But I would be curious what Kansas City's injury rate is in September versus other teams, because I think Myles Garrett's out this week, and if Bosa doesn't play, we'll see. Questionable again. That's 50-50, and then McCaffrey was before. I was just curious, like how teams that handle preseason get through September in terms of, because it's always, we want to make sure we go in healthy. We don't want to get guys injured during camp or during preseason. And how much does that affect them when it comes September, when it's time to ramp it up and actually play? Like, does it do you any good to get your team to September healthy, to only have guys fall out the first couple weeks?
I mean, you want to be healthy at the end of the season, of course. But yeah, I don't know if there's a like, I feel like a couple of years ago they did track that because they changed contact practices and 2 on, 1 off, that kind of stuff. So I think there is a track to that, but I don't know team by team based on who handles what and which coaches play who.
Yeah,
it's tough too, because
you'd have to go through the entire preseason and see who plays who.
It's not a perfect science anyway. But.
Yeah, I just know Kansas City plays. I just know their guys play. When you're playing, you assume that when you're playing Mahomes, everyone's playing.
Everyone's playing.
Yeah, everyone's getting out there and playing. You're willing to get your quarterback out there, the best player in the league possibly, then everybody's going to play. So I don't know. But, yeah, you just got to grind through it. And this, hopefully, is what having all those playmakers on offense and defense when they come into play, where you lose a couple playmakers, but you have a couple more playmakers. Like you look at the Rams are losing Kupp and Nakua, and you look and go, okay, what do we have? Williams? That's really about it that you feel like really comfortable with. You lose Debo, McCaffrey's out. What do you have? Well, you thought you had Kittle. He's out. But you got Ayuk. You still got a really dominant receiver, and Jennings is a playmaker that's proven to make plays. And then Mason has been. So, I mean, at least they have some guys you could say, look, we have enough. We have enough to win with. Bosa would be rough. That would be a rough one because he's the anchor of that defensive line, and he's the guy that gets the double teams, and he's the guy that frees up stuff for everybody else. Without him, then you don't have to double team as much. And the Rams, we haven't even talked about the Rams' offensive line. They're banged up. So, I mean, this game's just a mash unit, basically. But if I'm the defense, hey, we got Hufanga, we got Warner coming back. Warner not coming back. Warner's there. And Warner's the guy outside of Bosa that's like the biggest playmaker. I mean, last week was incredible. I'm assuming if the Niners won, he would have got Defensive Player of the Year.
Probably.
In the league. Not year, but Defensive Player of the Week. Yeah. We'll just give it to you after that game. You win. We're done. But that was just a phenomenal game. And the one thing I noticed, you do notice it on TV, there's no doubt. But when you're at the game, he is fast.
Yeah.
Like, not only is he violent, he's fast. Like, he closes ground, and he gets there with ill intent. So that's what happens when you sign all these guys. You're like, okay, we got one of the best defensive ends. We may have the best linebacker in the game. We got one of the best safeties in the game. We got one of the best receivers, one of the best running backs, one of the best left tackles. So, you still have some dudes, but I don't know what to expect this week. I don't. I expect the Niners to win. Just because I think they'll be better equipped to win that game, and they match up well with the Rams anyway. And the Rams are even more injured and don't have as much behind those injuries as the 49ers do. But still, you know what? It's gonna be really interesting to see who handles that better.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Dante Whitner is going to join us next. Then Marcus Thompson, Tim Ryan at 3:30, and then Harmony's double banger coming back. I was going to say to your ears, to the airwaves here on KNBR. Her 2 college picks and 2 NFL picks at 3:50. We'll get into more on the Niner injuries and the immediate impact that Talanoa Hufanga can make on this defense as he's expected to return on Sunday, but could be without both Ward and Bosa on the defensive side, as well as George Kittle, who's now doubtful on the offensive side of things. Tolbert and Copes, Dante Whitner next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group because having the proper investment strategy in place can allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially, for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300. or online at odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
This is Tolbert and Copes, and this is our 49ers tailgate on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
We catch up with our guy Dante Whitner every week ahead of the 49ers, whatever the ensuing game is that week. This week it's Rams week. Dante Whitner is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. Dante joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. And if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube or on KNBR.com or the app, you can see Dante on video. What's up, Dante? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing today?
We're doing well, man. Good to see you. Niners, after the performance last week, which was disappointing, I think, on all fronts with the exception of, Fred Warner and what he was able to do on the defensive side. Get bad news this week. Deebo Samuel going to miss a couple of games. We find out now George Kittle, doubtful, and Charvarius Ward and Nick Bosa questionable. Just more bad news for the Niners, man.
Yeah, looks like they're still on a roller coaster ride. Started the season with Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams with the holdout. Now you're having injury problems. Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle. This will be a game where Jordan Mason probably has 30 carries, and you allow Brock Purdy to execute a basic game plan, and this is where the defense has to step up. That's offense over there for the LA Rams that's in shambles. The defense has to lead the way. You have to make Kyren Williams your focal point. If you can do that, get a couple turnovers, you'll be able to get away with this win this weekend.
One of the things, Dante, that I talked a lot about last year was the Niners' run defense. It wasn't very good last year. This year they have one game against the Jets, really good. One game against the Vikings, not so good. Reminded me of last year a little bit. How much of a concern is that for you going forward? How good this run defense is going to end up being this year?
It's very concerning because run defense is an attitude. And then when you have the individuals that can go out and accomplish the things that you ask them to do, but they're not doing it, there must be a reason why. And there's a run defense problem all over the National Football League because it's not about just being in your gap. It's about understanding not getting too far upfield. It's about setting the edge, the proper angles. It's about not going 1-for-1 on the edge. And that's really what's going on with the 49ers run defense. Nick Bosa and Leonard Floyd, they aren't handling the point of attack properly and correctly, and a tight end is blocking those guys, allowing those running backs to get to the edge, find creases. And then with the defensive tackles, a lot of it is those guys are backdooring a lot of things. They have to play the trap play better, go over the top. They have to split double teams and take on double teams and continue to keep the linebackers clean. If not, it's going to continue to be a problem.
Talking to Dante Whitner on the Yuma guest line. What's the immediate impact of Talanoa Hufanga's return?
Well, you have an all-pro player back. We saw what happened last week when you didn't have him back there to be the quarterback of the defense. Not saying that the 97-yard touchdown pass to Jefferson wouldn't have happened. I just think that Talanoa Hufanga is a lot more instinctual than the guys that they've been relying on. So he's coming back at the right time. The only question I have is his cardiovascular endurance. How much will he be able to go? And when we get tired as football players, you don't give the appropriate amount of energy or effort, and a lot of times that can hurt you on defense. So I never worry about Talanoa Hufanga. His instincts, his ability to make plays on all different levels of the defense is just what the defense needed at the right time.
On that play, Dante, was that a mistake by Brown thinking that Jefferson was going to go with the over route instead of getting on top of him?
Well, it's always a mistake when you're a deep field safety and you assume anything. Okay. The number one rule for a deep safety is to never assume. Always think that they're going to attack you deep. And I'm going to continue to say this. I put a lot of it on the defensive coordinator. You really only run those inside-outside double teams in the red zone, 20 going in, because the receiver can't split the defense. He runs out of real estate. Yeah. In the field of play, you have to run double teams differently because think of it like this. If you line Odom, Jair Brown, and Jefferson up on the goal line and said, Sam, take 5 steps and then launch the ball as far as you can downfield, which guy do you think is going to get there first?
Yeah.
It was going to be Jefferson. So when you have a guy inside and outside and he can just run through the defense unimpeded with no body jamming them or being physical with them, you really set these guys up for failure. Now, Jair Brown, he relaxed backside. He assumed. So he could have played it better, got him down on the ground, but you never want to put your players in those type of predicaments.
Got it.
What did you make of the defensive line play last week against the run?
I thought it was below average. I thought there were multiple times where they backdoor blocks and allowed offensive linemen up on the second level. I thought that the point of attack versus 2 tight end sets was just, I'll give them a D grade on that, Bosa and Leonard Floyd. Of course, I'm going to give Fred Warner A+ grade, but this shows you how much they're desperately missing Dre Greenlaw. They missed the energy. They missed the physicality. They missed the ability to close on running backs in the passing game and close down a lot of those holes when a lot of those defensive linemen miss steps. So hopefully they can get Dre Greenlaw back and that defensive line can continue to play better. This is a week where they're going to have, a bunch of different guys who never started in the NFL this week. So if it was any week for the defensive tackles for the 49ers to really dominate, is this week versus the LA Rams.
I was going to ask you, all the sacks the Niners took last week, were they on the offensive line or on Purdy? There were so damn many. I'm guessing there was some on Purdy and some on the offensive line. But is that something worth keeping an eye on? Going forward, that offensive line and how they're able to keep Purdy upright?
Well, that blitz scheme from Brian Flores and the Minnesota Vikings was so elaborate that I would say half of those sacks was on really the protection and the communication. 1 or 2 of them were probably on Brock Purdy for not getting the ball out of his hand. And then there were guys that were beat individually. Trent Williams, I know, was beat on one where he spent around, maybe 2, I believe. So it was on everybody. And these are things that are easily corrected, but you have to have the right attitude. And we talked about the 49ers generating their own energy early in that football game, and they had to jump on that team early. They didn't. Allowed them to stick around, and that's why they lost that game. So I expect the 49ers to bounce back in the trenches this week on offense and defense.
Talking to Dante Whitner on the UMA guest line. We do it every week ahead of each Niner game of the season. What changes for the Niners without Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua being out there?
Well, I think that you can allocate more to the box because they have a bunch of inexperienced wide receivers running around, but you don't take anything from those guys because Tutu Atwell, he's played significantly versus the 49ers, and he made a significant amount of big plays. He's a smaller guy, but he can take the top off the defense. They have some smaller guys like Jordan Whittington, number 88, who's a rookie. He's going to take on some of that Cooper Kupp role, some of the fly sweeps. And then they have Demarcus Robinson, who's played a lot. He hasn't made many plays, but they're going to go with what they go with. And I expect this to be a basic game plan. Just a few weeks ago, they went to 18 three-step drops to get the ball out of Stafford's hands. And you're going to see a lot of half-field reads. You're going to see halfback screens, tight end screens. You're going to see sweeps. They're going to take some shots. You're going to have to handle the unknown because there are going to be so many different players and positions, and you probably haven't seen them there on film. So this is a game where you have to stick to your rules, your fundamentals, keep your eyes on your receivers, and tackle well. If they can do those things, get the ball off of Matthew Stafford, which they've been accustomed to doing when he panics with pressure, they should be okay.
Camp has changed so much, and not just in football, in all professional sports. It seems like it's easier now than it used to be, and teams are more willing to sacrifice guys going out there and getting bumped and bruised for the security of them being healthy when it comes time for the regular season. How did you like your camp to go to get yourself ready? Because there's so many injuries now, Dante, and I'm not saying it's all because of camp. I can't even tell you exactly what percentage is because of camp, but how did you like to go through camp? Like, did you say, hey, just get me to the regular season, I want to be healthy, I don't need to push it that hard? Or did you want a certain amount of physicality to get yourself ready, even though you may risk getting hurt even before you get to the regular season?
I was talking to somebody about this yesterday. I played 11 years and had 0 surgeries. I don't think I ever thought about an injury once I stepped on the football field. And I always wanted to play as fast as possible without having to think about the repercussions or the collisions or anything that I was doing. And I think that helps limit injuries. I think with the way that they're training nowadays, being preventative, is probably harming the players more than it is helping them. And I was always a true believer in the old adage, and Coach Harbaugh says it all the time. You have to build that callus. You have to have repetition. You have to practice tackling. You have to practice getting off blocks. You have to practice blocking. Just like Brandon Ayuk, you have to practice route running, catching the ball when somebody's attempting to guard you or stop you from catching it. So I always wanted to practice and practice as hard as possible to make the game feel easy. Yeah. Whether it's buckling up, whether it's wearing extra clothing, whether it's challenging myself to run all the way to the ball, whether it's finishing every tackle, whether it's staying after practice to hit the dummies and the sleds and the heavy bags. Those are the type of things that it takes to be successful and stay healthy in the NFL. When I first came in for the Buffalo Bills in 2006, we had 2 practices per day, fully pad, and you can have some live tackling periods throughout the practice, twice a day. And you can go every day, 2 times a day. And then once I came to San Francisco, it changed. We could have 2 one day where it could be padded, 1 a walkthrough, and they started to really take the practice time away, which hurts the NFL with the fundamentals, and which is why a lot of guys are probably getting injured.
Yeah.
Talking to Dante Whitner. Nice enough to join us on the Yuma guest line. Before we let you go, Dante, prediction for Sunday's game. How do you think it goes?
Well, if you look at Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers track record versus Sean McVay and the LA Rams, it's always been a scenario where it's a get-back game. They'll lose a big game during the season. 49ers come out and they must have it, and then they go out there and run the ball 40 times. And that's what it's going to take. Jordan Mason, 40 times, play-action game, get the ball out of Brock Purdy's hands quick. I don't think you should force-feed Brandon Ayuk. I think you keep the game plan like the game plan. You use Jennings, Conley, Cowing, run the football. I think the 49ers come out, play ultra-physical on both sides of the ball. They have 3 starters that are rookies for the Los Angeles Rams who are really going to get a taste of what real physicality in the NFL feels like, and they're on all different levels. So I expect the 49ers to come out and jump on them 34-13 in SoFi.
Beat down. We like that. Dante Whitner joins us every week. You see him on NBC Sports Bay Area's coverage, pre- and post-game of 49er games. Dante, we'll talk to you next week, man. Have a good weekend.
All right. Talk to you guys next week. Have a great weekend.
Dante.
Good deal. Tolbert and Copes with you. More to come. What's that?
No, I love Dante because I love the predictions.
Dude, that's why. I mean, he's
51-2.
Yeah. Well, my favorite is Mason. He went from 30 carries to 40. Yeah, in like the span of his prediction. I'll take
he's gonna be like Blake. He's gonna be like Blake Ezor.
I'll take him. I mean, I got Mason on the team. I'm looking good if he's getting 40 carries.
I bet you what. Do you remember Blake Ezor?
No.
Okay, he's a running back for the Michigan State Spartans. If I'm not mistaken, one game he carried the ball 50 times.
What?
50 in a football game. Yeah, that was. I think it was George Perlis was the head coach back then. I was like, God dang. Lorenzo White was a running back for the Spartans too. Oh yeah, 40 was like nothing for them. 35-40. Hand it off. Yeah, if I remember the box score correctly, it was like 51 carries or so. I mean, it was absurd.
That's
absolutely absurd.
Well, hopefully Mason touches that this weekend. Niners are probably going to win if that's the case. Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon. We got more to come. Dante Whitner. If you missed any of that, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Marcus Thompson joins us next on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murphy and Marcus this morning to discuss the injuries the 49ers will face this weekend against the Rams. You can listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And, Steve, something I know that stresses people out is when they get their tax bill and they cannot pay their taxes. What happens if that happens?
It causes a lot of problems, people's lives, businesses, marriages that can be avoided. Whatever you do, don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Doesn't have to be. There's so many good solutions. Like, can we get you a deal where you just pay part and they forgive the rest? Or make monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. Or get the penalties forgiven. Or have them leave you alone until you're back on your feet financially. Or if the problem is because of your ex-spouse or ex-business partner, take the problem off of you, put it on them where it belongs, or a lot of other solutions. Call us for your free consultation. We'll go over everything with you. And then if you want us to, we will go to the government for you so you don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
Steve can help you. 1-888-TAX-STEAL is the number to call, or you can find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to our 49ers tailgate, where Tolbert and Copes feed the faithful. This is your proud home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader. It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
We do it every Friday. Catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Talk about just about anything with Marcus. We're going to do some 49ers stuff with him, but I want to start with this. We started the show, Marcus, talking about how Joel Embiid signed a 3-year, $193 million max extension this morning, and nobody knew about it because Woj retired, so ESPN didn't have anybody to report it. Have you thrown your hat in the ring for the NBA insider job with ESPN, Marcus?
That dude left, what, $20 million on the table? If they want to give me that, I'll do it, but I don't think they want to give me that, so... I give him a strong year for 1 year worth of that, so we good. I don't want that life, though.
I like that every week we ask Marcus if he wants a new job. Last week we were like, you got any announcement after Kawakamis, huh? But anyway, the Niners take on the Rams on Sunday, and more bad news. George Kittle now doubtful. Ward and Bosa both questionable. Debo is out. They can't catch a break at the injuries, man.
Man, this is starting to add up, right? Doesn't this feel a little familiar? I feel like this feels a little familiar. Like, this is survival mode. But you know what? None of it matters because they have Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And as long as they have Brock Purdy, they will be fine. I'm calling it right now. 300 yards, 3 touchdowns for Brock Purdy. I don't know who he's throwing them to. Maybe Juwan Jennings, maybe Brandon Ayuk game. But Brock Purdy's about to have a big game. You can book that. Is this a book it day? Is this the day you put your little bets in or whatever? How y'all do it?
Yeah. We do it later.
I don't know. I just feel like you got to say book it at the end to sound official.
It's a Brock Purdy referendum game. For those that think, okay, now it's time to show that you can play. These guys, look who you're missing. You want to carry a team, carry a team. Now it's time to put up or shut up. I'm like, well, it kind of did that against the Lions last year in the second half and the Packers in the second half. But there are those people. Why is that people, I mean, you probably know some of these people too. Why is it that when people get something wrong, especially, the national writers in public, whether they're radio hosts or on TV or write for a publication, they can't just say, you know what, I was wrong about this dude. Oh, I didn't think he'd be what he is, and he's proven me wrong. Why does everybody have such a hard time? Like, they hold on to stuff forever, and then when a little bit of a door crack opens, like, oh, see, I told you. I told you. You should have listened to me. But do you find that? Because I find it with Brock Purdy, it's kind of extreme, right? Because he plays for one of the blue blood franchises in the NFL, last pick in the draft. That people can't wrap their head around that. But occasionally you'll get that they just keep waiting for the bubble to burst, and it never does. But they never give out hope.
Tell you because I've never been wrong about anything, so I don't know why people would react that way.
Please.
I've nailed all my picks ever.
Please.
No, you know what? I do think part of book it, right? I do think part of it is social media because, like, there's such a troll culture that when you are wrong, it's not like, I was just wrong and you don't hear it, right? It's now you hear it. You hear it from everybody. And there's receipts and old takes exposed, and there's a actual price to pay when you're wrong. So now you gotta kind of almost eat it just because you're gonna hear it, and people won't let you forget either. It's not like you hey, I was wrong about Brock Purdy, and people are like, oh yeah, well we're all wrong sometimes. They're like, now when you praise him, they're like, nope, you can't praise him because you said he wouldn't be good, and it just kind of creates this cycle where everybody's a maniac and nobody can be honest about anything. So I do think the fact that this stuff exists on social media does not help the dialogue, right? Steph went through this. There's a lot of people, it took them a long time. For many people, Steph, affirmed himself in the Olympics. And it's like, man, the dude was... he's Steph. What are we talking about?
Yeah. Unanimous MVP 10 years ago.
Yeah, what? Steph didn't do anything but be Steph. That's all he did. He was the guy who was already the guy. But if you were wrong about him or you weren't exactly high on him, you've been on that for 10 years now. So I just think the way people talk about sports is forever altered by social media. And it just impacts. There's no escaping. There's no wins. There's only losses. And you end up mitigating it, because now if you were a prognosticator and you were wrong, and this is like your career, like people will always bring it up. They will always remind you that you were wrong, and now you feel like your whole career is on the line. So that's why it's just best to not be on social media.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? You bring up Steph. You know what made it even tougher for Steph, for the people that said, hey, this guy's a legit star, blah, 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 was the players didn't warm to him. It took the players forever to warm to him. Like, I still think there was something about his family, Silver Spoon. You could use the whole light skin thing if you want. There was just something there that a lot of the guys just like, nah, I ain't buying this. This guy's soft. This guy. It's same kind of the same thing with Brock a little bit. Oh, system, Steve Kerr's system. It's like, and it took them a while to really kind of say, you know what the hell are we talking about? This guy's incredible. Okay, how do I know? Because he keeps lighting us up every time we play him. But I think that was part of it, is that it took the players so long to kind of warm to Steph. That's why some of the fans were like, yeah, well, if Harden and Westbrook don't like him, I don't like him either.
No question, right? And they were so not on Steph's side that, remember, after his first MVP, the NBA Players Union decided to create their own MVP.
Yes, they did.
And they awarded it to James Harden.
Yes, they did.
They're like, man, we ain't pick Steph, not our MVP, right? Like, now
I'm not president. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Exactly. That's how. Like, you're right about that. But look, and to like kind of flip it on its head, the value of being a sports superstar is so massive in this era. Like, so much comes with it, and the reward is so great, as we can judge by Joel Embiid, that it almost feels like it's a little bit fair that you shouldn't just get it, right?
Yeah.
Because once you convince everybody, like, there's no going back. Like, you're anointed, right? And there will be some haters always, but there's, like, you're anointed. Once that's it, you're anointed. So there's a little bit of it that maybe feels kind of fair, that you don't just get to have it off rip, and you got to go through it, because everybody goes through it. Even if you go back to Michael Jordan, like, he went through it. Like,
doesn't make his teammates better.
Yeah, exactly. Can't win. Score only.
And not Magic, not Bird.
Yeah, you got books coming out, like, and then then the whole situation with his father, where people blaming him, and like it's just like it's almost like you want to be royalty in this country, like, we have to burn you, right? And we got to see if you can handle the fire. But once you come out on the other side, there's billions, right? There's a forever love waiting for you. You're gold, but you don't just get it, and to me, that's what's good about it. That's why I like Brock, because you don't hear Brock out here complaining like, oh, I don't get no respect, or they don't. Like, Brock's just gonna do his thing, man. And if it happens, it happens. But like Steph, the real ones, like, they're just like, yeah, if this is what it takes, I'll take it. I'll go through it. That's fine. And even if you ask Steph now, he'll tell you, like, yeah, it's gonna always be some haters. I'm never gonna be like, there's gonna always be some people against me, but the reward on the other side is worth it. So you got to go through the fire. And America sports fans will make sure you go through the fire. No question about it.
No, there's no doubt. It's interesting, because I was just thinking about it. We were talking about Steph, how the players, it took him a while for the players to really kind of warm to him and give him his flowers stuff. But Purdy's like the opposite. He gets fans and pundits who don't think he's as good as his numbers and the Niners record would suggest, because of the weapons, because of Shanahan, whatever. But the players are the ones that are like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. This dude could ball. Like, almost to a man, every player I hear talk about Purdy is like, I have no idea what you guys are looking at, because you're not looking at the right stuff. This guy's really, really good. I just find it kind of interesting that if the players weren't, like in Steph's case, weren't kind of on Brock's side, then I could see the fans, and not just the fans, but mostly the media, who keep running out this stupid storyline. Okay, now it's time to show me. It's like, well, shut up, time to show you. Like, I went to the Super Bowl last year, but the players are the ones telling these guys, like, look, I don't know if you know what you're talking about. I know what I'm talking about. And when I watch this guy, this dude's a baller. And I hear it all the time. So I thought we might be done with it this year, but apparently we ain't done with it because he's got to win one more game without his weapons, and that will. And guess what? It ain't gonna change a thing. I got news for you right now.
Yo, it's crazy. Like, Brock went to the Super Bowl and went toe-to-toe with arguably the greatest quarterback of all time.
Yep.
And it's like, doesn't even matter. You better win without Debo. Like, it was instant, too. Like, I wrote about it because it was everywhere. It was just like, all right, now you get to see what Brock really is. It was like, dude, it just took a Herculean effort for Patrick Mahomes to beat him. But, hey, man, let's see how you do against the Rams without all your stars, right? Like, it's kind of funny when you really look at it. It's kind of funny. Right. But I think what you're pointing out is that low-key, people just don't care about football players like that. Whereas in the NBA, there's this kind of like loyal allegiance, and it's like whatever Bron says is what I believe.
Definitely.
Right? Or I'm rolling with it. NFL is like, yeah, George Kittle said it, but I mean, he cool. I like him, but I don't really care about. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't have that kind of cachet. Trent Williams, once Trent Williams with no recorders around, not promoting and not supporting this guy, none of that. When you turn the recorders off and Trent Williams is like, no, that dude is legit. That's all I need to hear, right? This is the great, like, Trent Williams, I don't know. I don't know him that well. It's not like we homies. I just don't think Trent Williams is about to lie about a guy who ain't that good. Like, he doesn't have to, right? Like, he can say, hey, this dude is mid. Like, he might say what he needs to say on the camera, but when you're just talking to him off the camera, why does he have to back a guy who ain't that good? Like, it's Trent Williams, right? So when those guys say it, I feel it, but NFL players, their cachet, like, as individuals, just, like, they're just not people who American fans cling to in that way. Like, we care about the team, we care about it, but, like, I mean, look, Aaron Rodgers is no better example. How many people, like, can't stand Aaron Rodgers? Like, hey, man, just, like, you're the greatest. You might be the most talented quarterback of all time, but we just not listening to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just think that's NFL players. They just don't have that kind of cachet where people like, follow me. And it's like, all right, where like James Harden changed teams. Like, all right, we going? All right, we now fans of this team because our guy James Harden is there. I don't think that's how NFL fans are. I think that's a great picture of the difference between the two.
You're right.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. Are we watching? I mean, I didn't know he could get any better, but Fred Warner, are we watching the beginning of what is a Defensive Player of the Year candidacy season?
I mean, it has to. The only thing that might stop him is if the offense don't get it together.
Yeah.
but I mean, this is like week 2, and he's making like game-saving plays. They lose by 30 if not for Fred Warner that game. And they should have won because he's literally taking away touchdowns. It's not like just a turnover. These are like touchdowns he's robbing from the other team. Like, this is impressive. You know what it reminds me? I remember a few years ago, and this is the last MVP start to a season. Remember, we were like, oh, MVP. Okay, we weren't saying that, but Akello Witherspoon was like, remember nobody said MVP. But he's returning interceptions for touchdowns. It's like, oh, the 49ers finally found a quarterback. It feels like that, where it's like, hey, yo, who is this guy? But obviously it's Fred Warner, where it's like, man, he really does have another level. That's crazy. And remember, it's without his sidekick, Dre Greenlaw, right? So those two are so great together that it's kind of odd seeing him take it up another notch without his guy. Like, this dude is the best linebacker in the NFL. Like, I know that's not saying anything crazy, but that's a pretty big statement in today's NFL where linebackers are so good and so fast and do so much. Like, he's unbelievable, and they'd be in real trouble without him. That's the guy you don't want to go down. It used to be Bosa. Can't do without Bosa. I think it might be Fred Warner this year.
Yeah, I don't know. I must have slept through the Akello Witherspoon era. I
you don't remember that? They beat the Bengals, and he had like 4 picks in the first 2 games. I could have just been hyping it up because I wrote about it. I don't know. I was like, watch out for Kittle, book it. And then he had 2 picks. And I was like, I told
Will
you.
you stop it with the book it?
Book it.
I said Fred Warner might have won Defensive Player of the Year off that one game that they lost. They didn't even win the game.
They did not win the game.
It was wild. Like he just, I was telling Copes, and you know, you both have been there and watched him play, but I didn't really get the full appreciation. And even though I've seen him play a few times now, I don't know why it really jumped out at me this past Sunday being there that like he is so fast and violent and just the ability, his ability to hit the ball while he's running and the other guy's running, punch it, and hit the ball clean. Like he knocked one out of Darnold's hand that he was out of bounds. It didn't, you know, but I was like, if it hit him in the ribs, it had broke 2 ribs. But it just the interception, the punch out of Jones at the 1 yard line, like that's the guy. Like, and that's why I said this weekend, Marcus, like they're both losing players, but the Niners still have more of those players on the field, and I think ultimately that's what's going to end up making the difference. And Brock better win too.
Hey, this is showing the depth, though, right? The guys are dropping like flies. You still like, they still got,
Yep,
right?
exactly.
They still have, like, I mean, this team is deep. Fred Warner, to me, like you think of like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Like, I don't know who's more this way. Probably Kittle, but like the nicest guys in the world. And they're absolute maniacs on the field, like completely violent people, like drinking blood, like crazy. And then you talk to them, and then like it doesn't make sense because they're so nice. And that's when you realize like football players are just so different people. They're a different breed. Because Fred Warner is violent, like he's crazy. He's like it's unbelievable how like not the precision like of the peanut punch, but his willingness to literally throw his body at people and like love it. Like he loves it. And you like you'll see him in training camp talking crazy to Brandon Ayuk, and like he loves that part of the game. George Kittle loves the violence of the game. And then you talk to them and they are literally like the nicest people in the world. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's such a Fred Warner is one of the people where it's like I really want to understand the psychology of this, because he's a maniac, and he's also the nicest, kindest, warmest guy. He'll talk to you. You can see when he's talking to somebody, and it's probably irritating. And you would think, like, Lawrence Taylor's like, man, get off my face, right? But Fred Warner's like, yeah, I'm just going to continue this conversation because I'm a nice person. And it's like that person is also a maniac, and probably the biggest maniac in the NFL. Like George Kittle, nicest guy in the world. Will joke with you, will laugh with you. You ask a dumb question, he'll turn it into a joke. Like, you know, where other people might go off on you. Ryan Leaf will stand up and threaten you, right? But George Kittle will like, be kind. And then on the field, he's like, oh, I love the violence. The 49ers are full of those people, and nobody embodied that like Fred Warner and George Kittle. But Fred Warner especially, because he plays a position where you have to be a maniac, and he's definitely a maniac.
Yeah.
Marcus, always appreciate the time, man. I think you'll have a good weekend, but you'll have to book it to let us know for sure.
Book it.
Book it.
If I'm booking this weekend, I'm booking a bad one. It's already going like, this ain't going well.
Bad weekend for Marcus. Book it. Yeah.
Book it. Disaster. Flight's going to be all bad. Everything is going down this weekend.
Book it. Delays. Everything's a nightmare. All right, Marcus. Talk to you next week, bro. Book it.
Peace out.
Marcus Thompson
going down.
on the Uma guest line. So funny. We will, if you missed any of that, Dante Whitner or Marcus Thompson available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We have time for a sound soiree, and then Tim Ryan's going to join us before our tips and picks at 3:50, and Harmony's double banger returns to KNBR and Tolbert and Copes. Your 2 college games and 2 NFL games should get you your picks for this weekend. When we come on back, Aaron Rodgers checked in on how teams are guarding Garrett Wilson. Joey Bosa was on the Chris Long podcast, talked about the strangest thing he's seen Jim Harbaugh do at the facility. And then we'll also hear from our guy Mike Leach on a great anniversary. That's all coming up next in the Sound Soiree, only here on the Sports Leader. George Kittle has been listed as doubtful for Sunday's game against the Rams, while Charvarius Ward and Nick Bosa both listed as questionable. Deebo Samuel officially ruled out. You can find out more on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Baseball announcers talk all the time about pitchers having electric stuff. You know who else has electric stuff right now? Honda. You didn't see that one coming, did you? Ooh, snuck up on you. Electrified rides you can count on. Accord Hybrid, CR-V Hybrid. Incredible mileage and range. Never need charging or plugging in. That's what I like. I went low maintenance is what I want. They're great for road trips. You head up to Tahoe, maybe Vegas. I like road trips in Vegas. Maybe you've heard. I do enjoy going there, but yeah, I mean, it's nice driving. And gas? Nope. I'm going to bypass that altogether. Or maybe if you want to, you can go fully electric and check out Honda's all-new Prologue. Definitely worth checking that thing out. If you care about the environment, care about saving on gas, care about saving the planet, leaving the planet in decent shape for the kids, it could be on your mind. I'm going to be dead. I really don't care. But maybe you do. Honda's got an electrified ride that's right for you. Get an electrifying deal right now at your NorCal Honda dealers. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda like me or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Sound right, boys. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Happy Friday, faithful. Our 49ers tailgate with Tolbert and Copes keeps rolling on your proud home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader. This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds of the weekend you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon. The Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. By the way, the news today, George Kittle listed as doubtful now for Sunday's game against the Rams. Charvarius Ward and Nick Bosa both listed as questionable. And John Lund had the stat earlier that last year when the Niners listed players as questionable, they played them 56% of the time. So they're questionable. It's a coin toss, really, in terms of what the odds have been. Deebo Samuel out for Sunday's game. All right, a little bit on the Sound Soiree. 24-3, the Jets kill the Patriots last night on Thursday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers on the postgame, he was asked how teams are playing Garrett Wilson through the first 3 weeks. Here's Aaron Rodgers.
The entire focus of all three defenses we played have been taking Garrett away. It's been Mel Kiper's worst nightmare. Been a lot of cover two, you know.
But I want to see those deep shots. That's what the NFL was built on. I grew up with John Unitas, Fran Tarkington, Ken Stabler, Darryl LaMonica.
That's pretty funny by Rodgers, dude. It's Mel Kiper's worst nightmare.
That was funny. I thought he looked good last night.
Hey, he was sharp.
Didn't you? I mean,
yeah,
like he was moving around good. He was getting outside the pocket. He ran a few times. The arm looked like it had some snap to it. Like that kind of looked like the old Aaron Rodgers. Although I do got to ask, does anybody know the reason why him and Garrett Wilson decided to go with the old school sleeves? You know what sleeves I'm talking about? The
like
loose-fitting sleeves?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a sleeve.
It's a little bit of a look now. They're kind of coming back. Like it's a lot of, yeah, linebackers will do it sometimes. You see it in college more frequently now, too.
Okay. I was just curious. I guess it's like shorts in the NBA where the younger players are wearing shorter shorts now, kind of retro shorts instead of the Fab Five super baggy shorts. But, yeah, it's weird because I haven't seen sleeves in so long in the NFL. It kind of throws you a little bit.
So you were impressed by Rodgers last night?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I thought he looked really good. But
would you say you like to see it?
What's that?
Would you say you like to see that?
Who am I, Kirk Cousins?
Well, I'm just wondering because you were facing Rodgers. Derek has him against you in fantasy this week. 23.85 points.
Look, that's whatever's going to happen is going to happen. I don't really care. I was just pointing out that he looked better. Did I love it? No, not really.
No, he's trying to get a win, you know?
Yeah.
Fourth and long, Doug Dong is trying to pull one out there.
He goes in easy. Yeah, I mean, he just throws Rodgers in and he gets like 24 points. Like, come on. It's going to be that type of year? Okay. All right. I just have to hope somebody on his team gets COVID.
Wow. Might be him. Or is he immunized? Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Joe.
If he's not immunized, he is now, as many times he's been with Harmony.
That's one of the greatest things ever. Are you vaxxed? I am immunized.
I'm immunized?
Nobody asked if you were immunized. We asked if you were vaxxed. I said I'm immunized. Joey Bosa, noted older brother of Nick Bosa, defensive end for the LA Chargers. He's got a new head coach this year in Jim Harbaugh. He was asked on the Chris Long podcast, what's the strangest thing you've seen Jim Harbaugh do in the Charger facility? Here's Joey Bosa.
I don't know why this is relatable, but now he's been hitting the cold tub and he just gets in full outfit.
No!
Shirt still tucked in.
No!
And he's just sitting there. He's like, hey.
No, does he, Joe, does he have khakis in the damn cold tub?
Belt, khakis. I'm sorry, Coach. I'm like, Coach, do those khakis, they keep a little insulation, keep a little warmth in there?
Oh, bro, yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of counterintuitive. You think a football guy like him would be like, I want to feel the cold.
Butt naked.
yeah, pretty much.
What? Full outfit?
It's full with a whistle and everything. He's got it all. He's still got the Sharpie latched onto that
shirt tucked in.
Got the Sharpie latched onto that lanyard he's always wearing.
Oh man,
he's got the sleeves. He rocks the sleeves.
Butt naked.
Yes. This guy is he's something else, man. He's wild.
He's a maniac. He's a maniac. Do we have the Harbaugh from last Friday that Tom hasn't heard on the shoes, the Herbert shoes?
We can find it. Hang on.
Yeah, we'll dig that out too because you got to hear you got to hear this on Herbert and why he wears the shoes that Justin Herbert wears and his relationship with Justin Herbert. Because Ray Ratto was in with us last week and we were doing the Sound Sport and we were talking about it. And I said it just seems like while he's always been a football maniac, he's just gone full weirdo now. Like he's just kind of he's not as crazy. Like he's still as crazy, but he's not as scary as he used to be or maniacal. Here's Jim Harbaugh last week on his relationship with Justin Herbert.
Yeah, man, I want to be best friends with him. And really, I mean, I cannot imagine anybody. I mean, if you're not best friends, if you don't love Justin Herbert, then there's something wrong with you. That would be my opinion.
Is there anything that you learned about him that you didn't expect in the time you've been coaching him, like whether it be his play or his personality that might have stood out to you?
I mean, you definitely get to know somebody better as you get to know them. But yeah, that's there's everything. He's got it all, in every way, any and every way you could think of. I wish I was Justin Herbert. I copied his shoes. I'm wearing his tennis shoes. They look. The Justin Herbert shoe, I don't know, but
you bought the same pair that he had, or got them from the equipment staff, or you actually took his shoes?
Oh no, the ones he was wearing from the equipment staff.
Got the same pair.
I went to Smitty and said, "Hey, can I get a pair of those Justin Herbert shoes?"
I mean,
he's out of his mind, dude. He's out of his mind.
And it's all genuine.
It's all genuine. He's 100%. All right, one more here in the Sound Sport. It's the 5-year anniversary this week of Mike Leach running down the Pac-12 mascots. Here's Mike Leach. Rest his soul. Love this piece of sound. 5-year anniversary. Here you go.
Love it.
First of all, what kind of mythical powers does a Sun Devil have? We got to consider that. I'm going to say the Wildcat's out. The Trojan, does he have a horse or is he on foot? Does he have a bow and arrow or just his sword? The Bruin, definitely formidable. Another bear up there at Cal. The tree, I imagine that tree's going to get chopped down. Unless we're going to go with a bird and somebody might get pecked or something. I don't know. Duck might lose interest and just fly away and get out of there, which may be good advice under the circumstances. The husky, no chance. The beaver, we'll see how long that beaver can hold his breath. The ute, again, we're back to, is he on horseback? Does he have a bow and arrow? Did he trade for a rifle? I mean, because if that ute's got a rifle, there's some definite problems. You'd have to get one of those Harry Potter activists to read up on how you kill a Sun Devil because there's a lot of outside stuff there. Just as far as a beast alone, a buffalo's going to be pretty hard to tangle with. I mean, a buffalo's utterly outstanding. Did I leave any of them out? The Coug will find a way. Clear-minded and crafty, a combination of stay out of harm's way and attack when you get your chances or your openings.
The Cougar will find a way.
Clear-minded and crafty.
That's pretty good.
Butch. That was hilarious.
That's so good. I don't know if we're going to go with the bird. I might just peck you. It's Holbert and Coach with you Friday afternoon. Harmony makes her triumphant return in about a half hour. Actually, it's about 25 minutes away. Coming up at 3:50, you'll get your double banger and your tips and picks. Next, Tim Ryan will break down the game for us on Sunday. Niners and the Rams, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's unless we're going to go with a bird and somebody might get pecked or something.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. Football back. Last night, you could have got in on the action, but you still can tomorrow with some college and on Sunday with a full slate of NFL games. Plus, we got 2 Monday Nighters this week as well. Over 1 million fans across 33 states got in on the game last year by making picks on the Underdog. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite players' stats like touchdowns, passing yards, and more. All you have to do is sign up. It's straightforward. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with the promo code KNBR. And Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick entry plus $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Dante Whitner was saying he thinks it's a heavy workload day for J.P. Mason on Sunday, and he's probably right. So you might go higher on his number of attempts. Maybe it's rushing yards, whatever it may be, fantasy points for the game. Rams give up a lot of yards, nearly 200 a game through the first 2 weeks of the season. Again, you want to go to Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR when you sign up to use or to get that new customer special of a free pick And that deposit offer, you must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
I haven't been to a professional football game since Soldier Field 1981.
Are you serious?
Yeah, sat in the end zone seats, January, -7, brought our own food.
What do you mean you brought your own food? You brought your own food for the pregame or into the Soldier Field?
But we weren't going to go to the concessions. My dad wasn't going to pay football prices for hot dogs, so we snuck in our own lunch.
Before kickoff this weekend, kick it with Tolbert and Copes at our 49er tailgate on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon, getting ready for the Niners and the Rams coming your way on Sunday. Tim Ryan's going to help us do so. He's sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium, and by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today. What's up, Tim? How are you, man?
Doing well, Copes. Tommy, how you gents doing? What
doing
up?
Well, doing well.
Good, Tom.
Good to see you too. Yeah, that was that's it.
Big
I
old
like
sucker.
that.
You're a monster, bro. You are a monster.
Me? You kidding me? You are.
You.
Oh, I'm tall. That's about it. I don't even know. I don't even know if I could bench press the bar anymore. It's just sad. What it is.
No, I know, but I know you can do some 12-ounce curls. I know that.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, I have one right in my hand right now.
Oh, what
in
the
fact,
Tom.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, you are a beauty.
Let's do it.
You are a beauty.
Oh, man, this is going to be an interesting game, is it not, with all the injuries on both sides?
It is, and no doubt. So and you guys know my mentality and mindset. It'll go right to the line of scrimmage. Certainly, I would think the 49ers have an advantage up front with their offensive line and the five guys together versus the musical chairs that the Rams have had to deal with up front with their injuries. They'll have 4 different starters on the offensive line than they had week 1 at Detroit. Kevin Dotson, the right guard, is the only one that was out there in terms of, with the same guys. So, this is going to come down to the big boys up front and who can win the line of scrimmage, and I like that advantage for the 49ers. But anytime I look at an 0-2 team in this league and their home opener, 0-2 equals dangerous to me, especially when you look at Stafford. And Kyren Williams is an outstanding back. They'll feed him the rock. They'll try to give it to him as many times as they can. And the trick is going to be, playing cleaner and playing tighter on defense than they did last week. And despite all the challenges and mistakes to go around and, mental errors and at times lack of execution, there was in that atmosphere, there was still an opportunity to win it at the end, and they didn't get it done. It was a tough matchup on a short week, but this is one that, they need to bounce back and they need to play sharp, especially, Brock without 3 advanced weapons in his arsenal is going to be a challenge.
Did you notice anything? Because, look, I always want to make sure I give the other team credit, too. As we always like to say, and it's true, they get paid, too. So they're going to make plays. So they ran the ball really well, but I'm wondering from a defensive line standpoint, when you watch the film, were there breakdowns? And if so, what were there in the run game?
Yeah, well, guys were peaking, man. This defense is about gap control, and say there's 8 gaps along the front, and each guy is responsible for a gap. And you don't peek. And I always used to say, keep your house clean and let the guy let his house get dirty next to you, and he'll get the minus. The worst thing you can do is start peeking and start jumping gaps and start shedding players away from where your gap of responsibility is. And that certainly happened a few times last week in the game, which allowed them to get out on the edge. It wasn't like guys were getting rolled out of there and guys were getting blocked. It was much of a challenge of just playing with discipline as it was, them road grading guys and getting guys blocked. And that'll be the same. They play a lot of pistol. Their run game, and there's similarities in the concepts with McVay and all the stuff Kevin did, O'Connell last week in the passing game. But the run game's different. The run game, there's a lot of pistol. There's a lot of, which means Stafford is 4 yards behind the center and Kyren Williams is right behind him. And the challenge of the pistol is it's not an offset back. He's not 8 yards deep. There's not a lot of tells on which way he's going. When they're in the dot and on the midline of the offense lined up, the running backs, both sides of the formation, strong and weak, are available to the run game. So even more discipline in terms of holding your gaps. And then the big boys inside. I think the D tackles inside, and I'd say this almost every week, but in particular this week with Hargrave and Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott and Kevin Givens, they love to run I call it the pistol crunch. So they double both defensive tackles in the pistol. They get the ball to the line of scrimmage quick, and Kyren Williams always seems to pick the right hole wherever the crease is. So those guys got to hold up on those double teams so the linebackers can trigger downhill to their gaps and then get Kyren Williams wrapped up. And then in the passing game, same thing in terms of the rush. They're challenged as well, obviously, without Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp and Tyler Higbee at tight end. So I would anticipate, the keeper game, the quick game, Stafford can still rip into those windows and has the confidence to be able to do it in tight coverage and the no-look passes and, looking guys off and steering defenders. He's still got all that in his game, and it's still at a high level. But where he struggles is when you get the pressure right in his lap and right up the gut. And I love that matchup inside. And it's time these big boys started rolling and playing better. Frankly, they got to play better with Hargrave and Malik Collins, especially, when those guys are out there as the big dogs, the alphas, not the bravos. they got to win, and they got to get pressure up in Stafford's face. If you do that, a couple things. He'll stand in there and take hits, and you can get him to the ground and get sacks, which has certainly happened in their 2 games this year with Detroit and Arizona. I think they've given up 7 sacks in 2 games. And he'll also serve up some turnover opportunities to the guys back in coverage. So that, to me, is win right down the middle against that offense down at SoFi, and they'll have a good chance of walking away with the dub.
Got it.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the Uma guest line. How much changes immediately for the defense with Hufanga's return?
Well, number one, I don't think Gio played bad at all. I thought he did a pretty good job while he was out there. But Huff's a different animal in terms of his processing and, how he can kind of bait stuff and see stuff. He's such an intelligent player. So you may not notice right off unless he, jumps in front, which he likes to do against the Rams. And when he's helping out and kind of get out of where he is and go help somebody else out in one of those windows over the middle, if he can – kind of bait one of those throws and get himself an interception. But look good in practice, moving around good, bending, driving, turning, running, doing all the things that, to me, it looks like that ACL is ready to go in terms of his knee. So hopefully he gets out there and again, I don't know if he starts. I know he's going to play. I don't think he'll play a full game, depending on, unless it's only, 40, 45 plays or so, but it'll get in his gas tank a little bit, especially if they can get on some of the long drives with the quick game.
Talking to Tim Ryan, getting you ready for the Rams and the Niners down in SoFi this Sunday. I was kind of speculating. It sounds like this is the way probably it'll work out, but you tell me. Jennings and Ayuk as the receivers, and then when they go to 3 wide receiver set, maybe Connolly wide and put Jennings back down in the slot where he's used to playing?
Yeah, I absolutely. And, the thing this offense, all those guys are interchangeable. So, those tight, condensed formation, one guy will be off, one guy's a motion guy, one guy's on the weak side. Typically, that's going to be Ayuk on the line of scrimmage. And I love that matchup for BA. I'm hoping for a breakout game for him this week. And when I went back and watched the tape, it's against Minnesota. It wasn't that he wasn't part of the game plan. It wasn't that he was out there, not playing up to par, up to his level. He had an opportunity to make some plays, and there were some plays for him that he was able to win and be in the right spot. But for a variety of reasons, whether it was on the protection or on somebody else, having a mental error or a time or two on the quarterback, he just didn't seem like he was a big part of the game plan. That matchup that he's got into the boundary on Tre'Davious White this week, I think, is a really good one. We'll see if Kobe Durant plays on the other side, but this defense has got a lot of similarities. They're not going to blitz, and they're not going to do all the stuff that Flores did with Minnesota last week, but they are going to work and do their best to keep everything in front of them. And, that bend but don't break mentality. So scoring touchdowns in the red zone will be a big number, but cushion coverage into the boundary with Tre'Davious White against BA. I hope they just feed him and give him some, sorry for the mixed metaphor, but it'll make sense for you. Just get him some layups early and off coverage, hitches, slants. Just get him going early in the game, and then I think he's got an opportunity for a big number at the end.
Yeah.
Tim Ryan with us on the Uma guest line. Niners and the Rams coming your way on Sunday. In terms of potentially not having Nick Bosa there, what happens if you don't have him, your number one edge rusher?
Well, the other guys are going to have to step up and get it done. Yetur Gross-Matos and Robert Beal, and those guys are going to. It's time that we see Robert Beal turn and burn on the corner because he's got every bit of that capability and that. That ability to be able to run the corner and run it tight so where you're not too deep. But Yetur Gross-Matos is a good player. Fingers crossed that Bosa plays with the rib. And they're going to be better up front, I think, with Alaric Jackson. The guy they had out there last week, McClendon, against Arizona. I charted. I think he gave up 3 sacks in the first quarter. It was rough for him. And he started at right tackle the week before for Havenstein and had a rough outing there also. So Alaric Jackson, left tackle, coming back from a 2-game suspension, should help them. But if Bosa plays, I love his matchup. I mean, Bosa's, again, playing his ass off. If they're not chipping and helping protect, he's winning. He destroyed Darisaw a couple of times, and it wasn't just the sacks last week that he was able to get in Minnesota. So hopefully that rib is good to go, and Nick is doing his thing.
I told Copes about an hour ago that Fred Warner easily would have won Defensive Player of the Week had the Niners won that game, because the game I had to look it up just in case he did win it, but it was Jesse Bates for the Falcons. I mean, what a game. A pick inside the red zone, a forced fumble at the 1-yard line. I was talking about the punch out of Darnold that wasn't really a punch out, or it wasn't a fumble because it went out of bounds. His accuracy.
It was a fumble. It definitely was a fumble.
That's right. It hit off and went out of bounds. His accuracy on that thing, and he's so violent with it. Like I said, he would have broke two of Darnold's ribs if he'd have missed with that punch and hit his ribs. But his accuracy, like, obviously that's something he works on. But it's a thing of beauty watching him punch balls out because he's wild.
It is a rare skill set. Ask Christian McCaffrey. Fred's working on it when there's no pads, and I've seen Christian. He's all bruised up from Fred punching at the football when he's running by. Yeah, the thing that's crazy about it, number one, the hand-eye coordination to be able to hit the target. I call him the bullseye bomber. He drops the bomb, he hits the bullseye every time. And, I mean, you guys have listened to and watched enough football that the first guy go in and make the tackle, second guy go in and punch the ball out. Fred's a 2-for-1 guy. Fred not only is punching it out, but he's making the tackle, which is totally different for running backs. They're not used to that. So his success rate when he does it, and I'm convinced he expects to knock it out. It's not like, all right, I'm going to take a shot here. He's already visualized it. And that's probably a big part of his game. Like, he expects to knock that ball out if he hits. That is called knockout power, period. And I'm with you on the defensive player of the game. When I heard the next day that he didn't get it, I'm like, well, I guess. And then I started, like, kind of looking at it. I think he got to win to be able to get that award. So there is no doubt that he was the best player on defense last week.
No doubt. Incredible stuff. Hey, man, we'll have a great call this weekend. I'm sure there'll be a sea of red down in SoFi, as there usually is. See if the Niners can get that win, move to 2-1, and we will talk to you again next week, Tim.
All right, good talking to you guys. Let's get a fast start and get that sea of red lit up quick.
Have a good one.
Safe
travels, man.
All right, guys.
All right, Good deal. Tim Ryan, you missed any of that? All available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. All right, the time has come. She's here. All right, I'm going to check and make sure she's here. I think Derek just went down to let her in. Every week,
I'm very excited.
Throughout the football season, our sophisticated sex robot Harmony shows up with her double banger, 2 college games, 2 NFL games to help you bang the book this weekend, and she returns for the first time in 2024. Tips and picks and Harmony are next on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murphy and Marcus this morning to discuss the injuries the 49ers will face this weekend against the Rams. You can listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes with you. We're with you for about another 20 minutes. Giants and the Royals starting a 3-game series tonight. 5:10 first pitch, 4:10 pregame. And by the way, the game tomorrow, which was originally scheduled for 4:10, is now a 2:10 first pitch, a 1:10 pregame. That'll be right here for you tomorrow on the Sports Leader. We got tips and picks for you, and then we've got Harmony. I just saw toweling off. Oh, she's so soaking wet. So just toweling off in the hallway over here.
Where's she toweling?
She just stands right outside of Mike Kohler's office. She's got it pressed up against it, like they're going to have to clean that window. Tips and picks, by the way, is sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine and Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every visit is a winning experience. So we got a couple of picks first for tips and picks before we get to Harmony. Here's some of the picks from our football handicappers, both full podcasts right now. Dr. Bob and Dennis Ranahan available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Rams at the 49ers. Here was Dr. Bob's breakdown with Tom on the Rams-Niner game on Sunday.
You start with Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp out for the Rams. How much is that worth? Well, I've done the number crunching. 4.6 points. I mean, that's a huge adjustment. I mean, they just – but, I mean, you got some injuries on San Francisco, too. I mean, Deebo Samuel's out. Only 0.8 points for that. So, I mean, it's a huge difference in the injury adjustment in favor of the Niners here. But you're right. I see kind of a low-scoring game. McCaffrey not being available really hurts against this type of defense. Generally, when pressured, you have that outlet to McCaffrey, and Purdy did not have that. The Rams blitzed a lot, and if he doesn't, and normally you have McCaffrey sitting there as an option, or Deebo Samuel on a bubble screen or something. With both those guys out, the screen game is probably not going to be there for the Niners, and that's where they've hurt the Rams blitzing before, and I don't know if they can do that this time around. So schematically, I think it's a problem for San Francisco. I like the Rams. I mean, I ended up, making it a half a unit bet at +7 or better. It just worked out that way. Get the Niners by 5 with all the adjustments, even with the huge adjustments. And I think a little bit of the matchup advantage that the Niners usually have against the style of defense that the Rams play is not there without the screen game, without the two guys they use the most in the screen game. So I think it's going to be, a low-scoring kind of battle, and 7 points at home in the NFL with a pretty good quarterback. I mean, Stafford, even without great receivers, is still Matthew Stafford. I mean, they're not going to fall apart offensively, although the offensive line needs to get better. But I just thought it was too many points.
4.6 points value, he said.
Yeah, he did also say that McCaffrey was worth a point. I think it was a point, and that he said, because I was like, wow, 4.6. He said that Kupp and Nacua aren't worth like 2.3 each, but he calls them cluster injuries. He said if there's like an injured offensive lineman, that's
it affects
worth
a whole
something.
unit, right?
Exactly, and if there's 2 of them, then exponentially you'll jump up a little bit because now there's 2 guys that are injured. So I would agree with him. I would agree with him that if I had to take this game, I would probably take the Rams. If they were getting 7, that's just so many points, and the Niners are injured too. But I kind of see a situation, and Dennis Ranahan talked about this as well when he's talking about this game, that Niners win, Rams cover, and I could easily see that because it just 7's. That's a lot of When's the last time we saw a spread that was over 7? Bengals laying 8 to the Patriots. How'd that work out? I mean, it's just not a massive talent gap between teams in the NFL. So I think the Niners win. They could cover. I'm not taking it. I have no interest in taking it. But if I had to, I'd probably take the points.
Let's get to the next game here. Dennis Ranahan, Quackside Sports, PicksFootball.com. He's got a line or a feeling on the Eagles at the Saints. Here's what Dennis Ranahan had to say.
Yeah, first of all, take the Eagles. That's the right side of this play. Okay. We've got a situation here where the Saints, you look at them, and they played the Carolina Panthers in the opener, and they blew them away. Okay, who hasn't? And then you get to the second week, and they go into Dallas as a touchdown underdog. And so where's the motivation in that game? Well, the Cowboys just went on the road, and everybody was just, I thought too, that they would have trouble against the Cleveland defense, and they sliced them up, beat them easy, ran away with the game. So they were overconfident at home and they were playing a team that just won 47-10 that was not confident. And what happens? Well, the Saints blow away the Cowboys. That's a combination of the Saints being motivated right and the Cowboys flat. You know, and they had Baltimore coming up next on their schedule. They could have been looking by New Orleans last week. The Cowboys could have been. So now you get a situation where I think the line on this game was going to be, before the drive on Monday night, was going to be the Eagles, you know, favored by 2.5. And that's what you would have thought. Okay, 2-2-0 teams, but what one might be more legitimate? But they lose the game, and you get an Eagles team that's more primed to win now off that loss, because that you know, as an athlete,
Yep.
there's just more motivation coming off a loss, to compensate for that than being fat and sassy off a win. So that's the situation. So we get double bonus here. First of all, we get the better team, the Eagles. We get them coming off a loss against a team that's 2-0, and we get 5-point shift on the spread from going from a 2.5-point favorite, which I would have laid, to getting 2.5, which I love.
There you go.
Yeah, I agree
Eagles.
with him on that. I like the Eagles. Although there's one thing I would quibble about, is that we think the Eagles are better than the Saints. Like, we don't know. It's a new year. Saints could be really good for all we know. Like, they might be. They might not be. I don't know yet. We're not in October. But that could be an assumption that you look at, and it takes you until mid-October to really kind of fully like, oh, damn, they are good. They're 5-2. Look at them, or whatever the case may be. But I totally agree with him on that. Like, the Eagles was a bet that I kind of had circled, getting 2.5. And look, if the Saints are that good, then they're that good, and they beat them, and you just say, all right, tip your cap, move on. But I'm with him on that. I like the Eagles.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. We got Giants pregame in about 10 minutes. All right. You heard from two handicappers there, Dr. Bob and Dennis Ranahan. Those are guys who are out there. You can use their services.
Let's go.
You can purchase them. You can afford them. The reason we do this next segment is because you guys can't afford this next handicapper. We've got to like pool money together. Harmony. She is a sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week throughout the football season to help you bang the book. Now, people ask what her record is, Tom. We don't know. We just know she always finishes on top.
Yes, she does.
Welcome back for the 2024 season. It's Harmony's double banger.
The great Harmony is back?
Yep.
I thought it was a one and done. Harmony's one and done. She's finished. And you're bringing her back. I'm shocked by that. I didn't see the numbers in that.
Talking rainforest sweating. It's time for Harmony's sexy double banger.
Wants to love you sexy.
With Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes on a Friday, and it's always a pleasure. It's always a great pleasure when we see Harmony in the hallway toweling off before Harmony's double banger. She comes here every week, and she gives us some football betting advice. She's got boys' hands above the table, Tim and Derek. There we go for the segment. I want to see your hands. Keep them where we can see them. She normally has 2 college games and 2 NFL games. Today she's got 1 college, I'm told, right? We've got 2 college here still? Oh, yeah, you got 2 college here. Harmony's not going to screw. She's not going to screw us on the double banger, or maybe she will. Harmony, it is so good to see you for 2024.
Hello, boys. The original Rob Ork to a girl is back. Steve thinks I would be one and done. Not a chance. One and done is more appropriate for DP, because that's what he usually is after 1 thrust. I've been busy the last few weeks. Shannon Sharp was a client of mine and insisted he call me Michelle. Although he confused my remote device with his phone, I applied to be the new ESPN NBA insider. Although I didn't get it because I misread the job description. I thought it said, "Who wants NBA players inside of her?" And I tried being on the Thursday Night Football post-game show, but they hired Nikki Glazer instead and she stole all my jokes. No matter, I'm back where I belong. Underneath DP's mattress and on with you guys.
Harmony's back. We got to get right to it. We got Giants pregame coming up. All right, Harmony, let's get right to it. We got a college game. SC is laying 4 at Michigan. Tom, quickly, what's your choice on this one?
Real quick, I'm going to go with Michigan. I think the better defense at home. I worry a little bit about the new quarterback, Alex Orji. Love that last name. I'm sure she does too.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Yeah, I know. But give me Michigan plus the 4.5, 5.
Tom's going to take Michigan plus the 4.5 or the 5. Harmony, who do you like? Michigan, SC.
Looks like USC finally has a defense. Last season it was easier to score on them than me when Pete Rose uses his charm.
So got them drugs, don't you?
What a sweet talker. I never take Michigan after Harbaugh judged me.
You got a sex addiction? You got a problem with sex? You addicted to sex? A sex addiction or something?
And I respect USC making Brian Kelly do this.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Jesus, he faked it worse than me during a one and done with DP. Give me the Trojans.
All right, Harmony's going to lay the points with USC minus the 4. Let's get to an NFL game with Harmony. All right, Niners laying 6.5 at the Rams. We just heard from Dr. Bob. Tom, we're going to skip Tom's pick on this because we already got Tom's thought. We'll go right to Harmony. Harmony, Niners laying 6.5. What do you like?
Both the 49ers and Rams are pretty banged up worse than me after a weekend special. Looks like both teams will have more rotating chairs than the week Copes had a new Strange filling in on the show. How dare you not think of this Strange to fill in? Oh, I almost forgot. I actually auditioned this summer to host Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk's first podcast episode, but they told me the show already had enough robotic personalities. You know I usually ride with Big Brock, but I have to go with the Rammy Whammies on this one.
Harmony's going Rammy Whammies plus the 6.5. All right, moving on here to our next college game. I love the text line's like, not that funny. Moving on here. Tennessee is at Oklahoma tomorrow, laying 6.5 at Norman. Who do you like?
I'm going to go with Oklahoma. Better defense, not by much, but a better defense. And you got Nico Imaye-Leva. Something like I can't. I'm going to mess it up.
Cool.
But it's his first true road game in Norman. So I think 7's too much. I could look like an idiot because it could be 42-10. That's possible. Boomer Sooner. Let's go.
All right, let's see what Harmony says. You like Boomer Sooner. You're taking Oklahoma. Harmony, Tennessee, Oklahoma. Who do you like?
Did you see Tennessee raise ticket prices to pay NILs? That's a bigger ripoff than Tom getting charged by StubHub for drip fees. At least I have the decency to tell my clients about my drip fees. You also probably need a penicillin shot after mine. I know this will break little DP's heart, but give me the Boomer Sooners.
It's terrible. I didn't know Harmony had a drip fee. That's too bad.
Yeah,
one more here. We got one more. We got 3 of the 4 bangs in. One more for Harmony's double banger. 2 NFL, 2 college games. Ravens are laying a point at the Cowboys. Do you have a side on this one, Tom? Quick.
Not really, but I'm going to flip a coin. Let's see. It's an imaginary coin, so it's an imaginary pick. Give me the Ravens.
All right, you're taking the Ravens. Harmony, Ravens or the boys? Who do you like?
Both teams have had a hard time defending the pass. These 2 scoring offenses may make Mel Kiper Jr. aroused by going back to the old NFL of his days.
I want to see those deep shots. That's what the NFL was built on. I grew up with John Unitas, Fran Tarkington, Ken Stabler, Darryl LaMonica.
This big-haired Tarantino-looking dude is just listing off names. That's not anything special. I could list off names of guys I took deep shots from too. You know I love Big D.
Big D. Dallas.
But I think Baltimore is the more desperate team at 0-2. Give me the Ravens.
Tom's taking the... Oh, it's so dumb. Tom's taking the Ravens and Harmony's taking the Ravens. All right, so Tom's on Michigan. Harmony is going the other way. She's going to be on SC. Tom, I can't remember your side, but Harmony likes the Rammy Whammies.
Rams.
Tom's taking the Rams as well. You're both on Oklahoma, and you're both on the Ravens. We're getting short on time. Short on time is nothing Harmony likes, but she's used to it, especially with Derek. We'll say goodbye to Harmony, and we'll see you next week.
Good to be back, boys. Not sure what I'm up to this weekend. I would love to hang out with Mike Tomlin, but he told me he's too busy with something.
None of your businesses. You know, I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
I enjoy any kind of hot dog. See ya next week.
That's Harmony. She's a sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week to help you bang the book. And She gives you 2 college, 2 NFL games. We don't know her record, but she always finishes on top. Great to have Harmony back. Text line's checking in. 831 says, want to know Harmony's thoughts on Farhan. Probably not going to get those. She did take a shot at Brandon Ayuk and Debo's personality, though. That was tough. There's enough robotic personalities. 707 says, damn, I've missed Harmony. Nothing like a double banger to finish the week. Good deal. Nice work, boys. Well done.
Well done. That was funny. That was good stuff.
About 2 minutes. Giants pregame coming up. Giants and the Royals. 4:10 pregame, and we got a 5:10 first pitch, Tom.
Yeah, I mean,
that was more of a way to be like, you want to take us out?
Look, I'm gonna be honest here. Well, we got 2.5 minutes. I'm gonna be honest here. I'm gonna watch Illinois, Nebraska. I mean, I might watch a little of the Giants game. Bobby Witt Jr. is a stud. He's someone that maybe casual Major League Baseball fans don't know about. This guy's he's incredible. You're gonna know about him, but he's not gonna win the MVP this year. But he'll finish second. Judge is gonna win it, and he's gonna finish second. Although Soto's had a pretty good year. He's had a pretty good year too. I gotta say, between Judge and Soto, I think they have 93 home runs between those two. So they just don't have much around him. But Bobby Witt Jr., shortstop for the Royals, hits for average, hits for power, 30-30 this year. So he's really good. So I'll watch a little bit of it. But it's football season. I want to watch some college football tonight. I want to get ready for the slate tomorrow. Not a lot of great games, but Michigan, USC. We got Oklahoma, Tennessee. So, and there's 3 or 4 other good games there. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to football this weekend, rolling into the NFL. So, I have no idea why they moved the game. Is it supposed to be rain tomorrow night in Kansas City? I have no idea why they decided let's move the game from 4:10 to 2:10. But guess what? Didn't really affect my day.
Giants baseball rained out due to rain.
Yeah, thank you. All right, let's get out of here. We got a lot of people to thank. Thank you very much to Marcus Thompson, Tim Ryan, and
Hitman.
Dante Whitner and Harmony. Got to thank Harmony. Thank you very much to Derek. Well done. Thank you very much to Tim. Well done. Good job, boys. Awesome stuff. Funny stuff. Great to have Harmony back. And now it's time to get you ready for the Royales with cheese and the Giants right here on The Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
KNBR, The Sports Leader.
The Giants' final road trip of the season continues here this weekend from Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. The Giants, after taking 2 out of 3 in Baltimore, are getting set to match up against another American League playoff contender. Very important games here for the Royals in that wild card race. Giants will have the rookie Mason Black on the mound looking to play spoiler here starting tonight. I'm Joe Rizzo getting you set for Giants baseball on the radio. Our full pregame show is next.
Hey, everybody. It is September 20th in Giants history. We're going to go back 4 years to 2020. So a lot of 20s, 9, 20, 20. And don't forget, that was the COVID season. So when the Giants were taking on the Oakland A's in Oakland, there were cardboard cutouts at the game. No fans. And oh, by the way, this is extra poignant given that we are in the final week of the A's playing in Oakland. So let's remember what it was like. Giants at Oakland, and they're rolling. They have a 4-0 lead through 5 innings. Chadwick Tromp had hit a 2-run homer in the 3rd. So did Darren Ruff in the 4th. So A's starter Mike Minor is still out there in the 6th inning, but he starts by walking Brandon Belt and Darren Ruff. So they got to go get him. They bring in J.B. Wendelken, who does strike out Evan Longoria, but gives up a base hit to, current Houston Astro, Mauricio Dubon. So the bases are loaded, and here he is, Brandon Crawford, the all-time Giant, right? One of the greatest Giants in San Francisco history, and certainly an argument can be made that he was the best shortstop in the history of the franchise. And, well, let's let him swing the bat right here.
Now Crawford, he swings, and he blasts one high and deep to right field, way back there, and adios, pelota. A grand slam for Brandon Crawford. And suddenly the Giants have doubled their lead 8-0.
In the dead silence of the Oakland Coliseum, no fans, COVID, and the Giants just rolled. They added 6 more runs in the late innings. They win 14-2, and forever Giant Tyler Anderson allowed just 2 unearned runs in 5 2/3 innings to pick up his 3rd win for Gabe Kapler in his first year as Giants manager. That was September 2020. Before we go, Willie Mays' Summer of Remembrance. On September 20th, 1963, Willie Mays went 3 for 4 with a double and 2 runs scored in the Giants' 6-3 win over the brand new New York Mets at Candlestick Park. Willie McCovey hit 2 homers, numbers 39 and 40. What would you do for a Giant hitting 40 home runs, guys? Orlando Cepeda hit his 33rd. What would you do for a Giant hitting 33? And what would you do for a pitcher like Juan Marichal throwing his 17th complete game of the season and earning his 24th win? Juan Marichal, everybody. Go to the statue, please. That was on September 20th, 1963. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
All right, it's time to get you ready for the Royales with cheese and your San Francisco Giants. And to help us do so tonight, Joe Rizzo. Hello, Joe. How are you?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, guys. I'm doing well. It's my first visit to Kauffman Stadium and just the city of Kansas City. So it's pretty cool. I mean, obviously, we all hope these games would have meant a little bit more for the Giants' playoff chances, but this is, I think, a pretty cool venue, and it's hard not to think back to 10 years ago, I think, whenever the Giants come into this park.
Is Bobby Witt Jr. kind of the new player in Major League Baseball that's great that not a lot of people know about?
They certainly should know more about him.
They should.
What he's doing, I mean, we're talking about something that nobody has ever done. I mean, that's the kind of path that he's on with, back-to-back 33 30 seasons as a shortstop. He's the first shortstop ever to do that in Major League history. Back-to-back 30 seasons, and he's done it in year 2 and in year 3 of his big league career. He's only 24 years old. The Royals have locked him up for an 11-year contract before the season started. So they obviously were more than convinced that this is a player that they can build their franchise around. And in year 3, to be doing what he has accomplished this season is truly remarkable. And if it weren't for what Aaron Judge has done this year in New York, I mean, these are the kind of numbers you'd expect an MVP would end up with. I mean, 32 homers, 108 batted in. He's got a chance to be a batting champion this year in the American League. He's had more extra base hits than any Royals player ever in a single season. And again, he's doing it all at 24. So